52733. The Whisperer and Other Voices by Brian Lumley. Copyright 2001 by Brian Lumley. Read by Jim Zeiger.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Library of Congress annotation. 8 short stories and a novella of horror. In No Sharks in the Med, a newlywed couple honeymooning in Greece is stalked by 2 brothers on an isolated island. In Vanessa's Voice, a dead singer's husband is haunted by remembered sounds. 2001. From the book jacket. Step closer, let me whisper in your ear. Brian Lumley is best known as the author of the Necroscope series of vampire novels, some of the scariest horror fiction of the last decade. What many people don't know is that Lumley is as gifted a writer of the short story as he is of novels, though he does tend to prefer the long short story. Hence, The Whisperer and Other Voices contains a complete short novel, The Return of the Deep Ones, as well as 8 other weighty slices from the dark imagination of Brian Lumley. The Return of the Deep Ones and most of the stories in this volume have appeared in the United States only in magazines. Lumley treats the reader to several of his best H.P. Lovecraft-inspired tales, including The Statement of Henry Worthy, one of Lumley's first short stories. Also present is a more experimental piece, the title story, The Whisperer. Lumley's humor is evident in The Luststone and The Disapproval of Jeremy Cleave, proving that one can be made to laugh even while the hairs on the back of one's neck are slowly coming to attention. About the author. Grand Master of Horror Brian Lumley is the World Fantasy Award-winning author of Necroscope, Necroscope Invaders, Necroscope Defilers, Necroscope The Lost Years, Necroscope Resurgence, and many other volumes about the merciless vampiri and the brave men and women who fight them to the death and beyond. The newest volume, Necroscope Avengers, will be released in the summer of 2001. Lumley's short fiction has previously appeared in Fruiting Bodies and Other Fungi. He lives in England with his wife Silky. Learn more about Brian Lumley at www.brianlumley.com. Other books by Brian Lumley. Necroscope series. Necroscope 2. Vampiri. Necroscope 3. The Source. Necroscope 4. Dead Speak. Necroscope 5. Dead Spawn. Blood Brothers. The Last Airy. Blood Wars. The Titus Crow series. Titus Crow, Volume 1, The Burrowers Beneath and Transition. Titus Crow, Volume 2, The Clock of Dreams and Spawn of the Winds. Titus Crow, Volume 3, In the Moons of Borea and Elysia. The Psychomech Trilogy. Psychomech, Psychosphere, Psychomuck. Other novels. Demogorgon, The House of Doors, Maze of Worlds. For Barbara Ann. Contents. Introduction. Side 1, Tone 2. Snarker's Son, Side 1, Tone 3. Aunt Hester, Side 1, tone 4. The Whisperer, side 1, tone 5. No Sharks in the Med, side 2, tone 1. Vanessa's Voice, side 3, tone 1. The Statement of Henry Worthy, side 3, tone 2. The Disapproval of Jeremy Cleave, side 4, tone 1. The Luststone, side 4, tone 2. The Return of the Deep Ones, side 5, tone 1. Introduction. I have been a writer now for more than a third of a century, and across the years, other than my series short stories and novels, such as the Necroscope series, the Titus Crow stories, and the Hero and Primal Land series, I have written a good many standalone novels and short stories hitherto uncollected in mass-market paperback in the USA. Here, Tor Books has given me the opportunity to present some of these in 2 large companion volumes, The Whisperer and Beneath the Moors. The following introductions to the stories in the present volume, The Whisperer and Other Voices, may give the reader some insight as to how, why, or when they were written, and why they are included here. Most SF fantasy horror writers can't resist the occasional foray into this or that parallel universe, in which respect I'm no different from the rest. No more may be said about Snarker's Son, my first selection in this volume, without giving the game away. As for the purely technical details, this short story was written in September 1970, and first appeared in England in a collection edited by Hugh Lamb. Since then, I believe it's had 1 small press appearance in the USA, which makes it ideal for inclusion here. I may say that there is 1 other story in this volume that might be said to represent the flip side of Snarker's Son. I'll talk about it when we get there. The second selection, Aunt Hester, dates back to December 1971. Inspired by the work of the late great H.P. Lovecraft, it appeared in England in a David Sutton-edited paperback collection, and 6 years later was reprinted in my Arkham House collection, The Horror at Oakdean. Long out of print, this will be the story's first printing in a mass-market edition in the USA. Though inspired by HPL, Aunt Hester hasn't the feel of a Lovecraftian story. The closest it comes is in its theme or motif, but no, rather than offend any Lovecraft purists out there, I won't darken HPL's doorstep by making comparisons. The title story, The Whisperer, is in a way the flip side to Snarker's Son, mentioned above. For where the latter was a trip into the beyond, this could well be an incursion from some similar strange place. It was my attempt back in 1972 to write a weird tale without reference to the standard props. There are no typical monsters here, but something inexplicable. The story appeared in Kirby McCauley's groundbreaking and award-winning Frights, and at the time, a long time ago, Kirby remarked I'd created a character for the supernatural gallery who bids well to be long remembered. His words, at least, have been a long time remembered. As for No Sharks in the Med, written in 1987 for the new Weird Tales, it could only be some perverse thing in my nature that inspired the title of this one. For, of course, there are sharks in the Mediterranean, especially around Naples and in the Adriatic, and between Israel and Port Said, etc. And not merely sharks, but great whites, too. During my 3 years in Cyprus, I found a dead baby great white washed up on a beach. No more than 2 foot long, tip to tail, still the jaws and teeth of this infant were already formidable. It's safe to say, however, that around the Greek islands of the holiday brochures, sharks are relatively scarce. The ones with gills are, anyway. Vanessa's voice dates back to 1973 and saw print in Whispers, Stuart Schiff's excellent long-remembered and mourned little, and occasionally not-so-little, magazine. Since then, it has been out of print. The idea for the story came to me as a serving soldier in Germany, when for a period I was a drill pig, an instructor in the not-so-delicate art of what British soldiers call square bashing. For a whole week I lost my own voice, and a drill pig without a voice is like, hell, a singer without a song, or vice versa. The statement of Henry Worthy is from an Arkham collection of my tales published in 1977 and out of print for several years. This is its first mass-market printing in the USA. It's scarcely surprising that this story is blatantly Lovecraftian. Written in 1967, it was one of the first handful of stories I ever attempted, and I was heavily under the influence of HPL. I was in Berlin at the time, and the infamous wall was a relatively new feature. The city was dreary in the winter months, and the whole place felt like a giant goldfish bowl. Only travel 5 or 6 miles in any direction, you would bump into the wall or the wire. So I suppose that really this story was my personal escape route, a piece of genuine escapism, and I was fortunate that I could write my way to a kind of temporary freedom. Well, good for me, but no such luck for Henry Worthy. Next, something of a change of style and pace. The Disapproval of Jeremy Cleave was written for a Lumley special edition of Weird Tales, and is in its way a small homage to Mr. Ronald Chetwynd Hayes, a dear old Brit friend of mine who has often been accused of introducing humor into horror. But if we can't have a laugh at ourselves, then who can we laugh at? After I had written this story, it was mid-August 1988 and late at night, and after I had read it back to myself, I found myself chuckling, until somewhere in the distance an old church clock chimed out. My back was to a misty, nighted garden, and damn me if I wasn't tempted to turn and have a look. It may have been a kind of discord in the chiming of the clock that struck me as wrong, or maybe something in the story that was right. I remember a recent convention, World Horror Con, where Richard Matheson read an aftermath cum mutant story of his to a fascinated audience. The thing was grim as can be, yet at the same time funny as hell. I suppose it all depends on how you see funny, or perhaps on your concept of hell. The penultimate tale, The Luststone, is a meeting of ancient and modern horrors. It was written in 5 weeks in 1981, and if you think that's a long time to write a short story, or even a long one, perhaps I had better explain that in its original form it was a novel of 60,000 words, and it was pornographic. I just wanted to see if I could do it, and did it well enough that after submitting it only once, I scrapped it. I didn't want my name associated with it, but I did keep parts of it which I believed might be cannibalized later. 7 or 8 years went by. The editors of Weird Tales asked me if I had any new stories. That was my cue to do something with the Luststone. By then, enough time had passed that I could see a new direction for the story, and was able to turn a minus into a plus. I find the Luststone very visual. It's funny, but of all the stories and novels I've written, this one is probably the most filmable. And if they gave it an adults-only rating, it wouldn't any longer be for the sex. Which leaves us with The Return of the Deep Ones. Impossible to deny Lovecraft's influence on this one, even if I wanted to, which I don't. For HPL's Deep Ones, those batrachian dwellers in fathomless ocean employed so effectively in The Shadow over Innsmouth, and hinted at in others of his stories, have always fascinated me. And not only me, but an entire generation of authors, most of whom weren't even born until long after Lovecraft's tragically early death. A recent book, Shadows over Innsmouth, from Fettigan and Bramer, containing stories by Neil Gaiman, Kim Newman, Ramsey Campbell, Basil Copper, and a host of others, is more than adequate proof of this. Indeed, the lure was so great that in 1978 I wrote this full-length novel, The Return of the Deep Ones, on the same theme. It has appeared only once before in the USA, and then 15 years ago as a three-parter in the now extinct fantasy book. And I'm indebted to Tor Books for this opportunity to bring it to a wider American audience in the current volume. Brian Lumley, Devon, England, May 2000. Snarker's Son.
All right, Sergeant Scott noisily submitted. So you're lost. You're staying with your dad here in the city at a hotel. You went sightseeing and you got separated. I accept all that. But look, son, we've had lost kids in here before, often, and they didn't try on all this silly stuff about names and spellings and all.
Sergeant Scott had known, had been instinctively aware all day, that this was going to be one of those shifts. Right up until 10 minutes ago, his intuition had seemed for once to have let him down. But now— "It's true," the pallid, red-eyed 9-year-old insisted, hysteria in his voice. "It's all true, everything I've said. This town looks like London, but it's not. And before I came in here, I passed a store called Woolworth's, but it should have been Woolworth's."
All right, let's not start that again.
The policeman put up quieting hands.
Now, you say you came down with your father from Sunderpool? That's in England?
"No, I've told you." The kid started to cry again. "It's England. We came down on Sunday from Sunderpool by long car, and—"
"Long car?"
Sergeant Scott cut in, frowning.
"Is that some place on the northeast coast?"
"No, it's not a place. A long car is, well, a long car. Like a buzz, but longer. And it goes on the long car lanes. You know." The boy looked as puzzled as Sergeant Scott, to say nothing of accusing.
"No, I don't know."
The policeman shook his head, trying to control his frown.
"A buzz?"
Scott could feel the first twinges of one of his bilious headaches coming on, and so decided to change the subject.
"What does your father do, son? He's a science fiction writer, eh? And you're next in a long line."
"Dad's a snarker." The answer came quite spontaneously, without any visible attempt at deceit or even flippancy. In any case, the boy was obviously far too worried to be flippant. A nut, Scott decided, but nevertheless a nut in trouble. Now the kid had an inquisitive look on his face. "What science fiction?" he asked.
"Science fiction?"
the big sergeant answered with feeling.
"Is that part of a policeman's lot called desk duty? When crazy lost kids walk into the station in tears to mess up said policeman's life?"
His answer set the youngster off worse than before. Sighing, Scott passed his handkerchief across the desk and stood up. He called out to a constable in an adjacent room.
"Hey, Bob, come and look after the desk until Sergeant Healy gets in, will you? He's due on duty in the next 10 minutes or so. I'll take the kid and see if I can find his father. If I can't, well, I'll bring the boy back here, and the job can go through the usual channels."
"All right, Sergeant, I'll watch the shop," the constable agreed, as he came into the duty room and took his place at the desk. "I've been listening to your conversation. Right rummin' that," he grinned, nodding towards the tearful boy. "What an imagination." Imagination, yes. And yet Scott was not quite sure. There was something in the air, a feeling of impending strangeness, hard to define.
"Come on, son," he said, shaking off his mood. "Let's go."
He took the boy's hand.
"Let's see if we can find your dad. He's probably rushing about right now, wondering what's become of you."
He shook his head in feigned defeat and said,
"I don't know. 10 o'clock at night, just going off duty, and you have to walk in on me."
10 o'clock? Already? The boy looked up into Scott's face with eyes wider and more frightened than ever.
"Then we'll have half an hour." "Eh?"
The policeman frowned again as they passed out into the London street. Or was it London? Scott wondered with a mental grin.
"Half an hour? What happens at 10:30, son? Do you turn into a pumpkin or something?"
His humor was lost on his small charge.
"I mean, the lights,"
the boy answered, in what Scott took to be exasperation.
"That's when the lights go out. At 10:30 they put the lights out." "They do?"
The sergeant had given up trying to penetrate the boy's fertile but decidedly warped imagination.
"Why's that, I wonder?"
Let the kid ramble on. It was better than tears, at any rate.
"Don't you know anything?"
The youngster seemed half astonished, half unbelieving, almost as if he thought Scott was pulling his leg.
"No,"
the sergeant returned.
"I'm just a stupid copper. But come on. Where did you give your father the slip? You said you passed Woolworth's getting to the police station. Well, Woolworth's is down this way, near the tube."
He looked at the boy sharply in mistaken understanding.
"You didn't get lost on the tube, did you? Lots of kids do when it's busy." "The tube?"
Scott sensed that the youngster spoke the words in capitals, and yet it was only a whisper. He had to hold on tight as the boy strained away from him in something akin to horror.
"No one goes down in the tube anymore, except—"
He shuddered.
"Yes?"
Scott pressed, interested in this particular part of the boy's fantasy, despite himself and the need, now, to have done with what would normally be a routine job.
"Except who?" "Not who,"
the boy told him, clutching his hand tighter.
"Not who, but—"
"But?" Again, patiently, Scott prompted him.
"Not who, but what?"
"Well, go on," said the sergeant, sighing, leading the way down the quiet, half-deserted street towards Woolworth's.
"What, goes down in the tube?" "Why, tubers, of course."
Again there was astonishment in the youngster's voice, amazement at Scott's obvious deficiency in general knowledge.
"Aren't you Londoners thick?"
It was a statement of fact, not a question.
"Right,"
said Scott, not bothering to pursue the matter further, seeing the pointlessness of questioning an idiot.
"We've passed Woolworth's, now where?" "Over there, I think. Down that street. Yes, that's where I lost my father, down there."
"Come on," Scott said, leading the boy across the road, empty now of all but the occasional car, down into the entrance of the indicated street. In fact, it was little more than an alley, dirty and unlighted.
"What on earth were you doing down here in the first place?"
"We weren't down here," the youngster answered, with a logic that made the sergeant's head spin.
"We were in a bright street, with lots of lights. Then I felt a funny buzzing feeling, and then I was here. I got frightened and ran."
At that moment, their footsteps echoing hollowly on the cobbles of the alley, the sergeant felt a weird vibration that began in his feet and traveled up his body to his head, causing a burst of bright, painfully bilious stars to flash across his vision. And simultaneous with this peculiar sensation, the two turned a corner to emerge with startling abruptness into a much brighter side street.
"That was the buzzing I told you about,"
the boy stated unnecessarily. Scott was not listening. He was looking behind him for the broken electric cable he felt sure must be lying there just inside the alley. The sensation must surely have been caused by a mild electric shock, but he couldn't see one. nor could he see anything else that might have explained that tingling, nerve-rasping sensation he had known. For that matter, where was the entrance or exit from which he and the boy had just this second emerged? Where was the alley? "Dad!" the kid yelled, suddenly tugging himself free to go racing off down the street. Scott stood and watched, his head starting to throb and the streetlights flaring garishly before his eyes. At the boy's cry, a lone man had turned, started to run, and now Scott saw him sweep the lad up in his arms and wildly hug him, intense and obvious relief showing in his face. The policeman forgot the problem of the vanishing alley and walked up to them, hands behind his back in the approved fashion, smiling benignly.
"Cute lad you've got there, sir. But I should curb his imagination if I were you. Why, he's been telling me a story fit to—"
Then the benign smile slid from his face.
"Yeah?"
he cried, his jaw dropping in astonishment. But despite his exclamation, Scott was nevertheless left standing on his own. For without a word of thanks, both man and boy had made off down the street, hands linked, running as if the devil himself was after them.
"Here!"
the policeman called again louder.
"Hold on a bit."
For a moment the pair stopped and turned. Then the man glanced at his watch, reminding Scott curiously of the White Rabbit in Alice in Wonderland, before picking up the boy again and holding him close.
"Get off the street!"
he yelled back at Scott as he once more started to run.
"Get off the streets, man!"
His white face glanced back and up at the streetlights as he ran, and Scott saw absolute fear shining in his eyes.
"It'll soon be 10:30.
The policeman was still in the same position, his jaw hanging slack, some seconds later, when the figure of the unknown man, again hugging the boy to him, vanished round a distant corner. Then he shrugged his shoulders and tried to pull himself together, setting his helmet more firmly on his aching head.
"Well, I'll be—"
He grinned nervously through the throb of his headache.
"Snarker's son, indeed."
Alone now, Scott's feeling of impending something returned, and he noticed suddenly just how deserted the street was. He had never known London so quiet before. Why, there wasn't a single soul in sight. And a funny thing, but here he was, only a stone's throw from his station, where he'd worked for the last 15 years of his life, and yet, damned if he could recognize the street. Well, he knew he'd brought the boy down a dark, cobbled alley from the right, and so he took the first street on the right, walking quickly down it, until he hit another street he knew somewhat better. Or did he? Yes, of course he did. The street was deserted now, quite empty, but just over there was good old Walward's. Lights blazed and burst into multicolored sparks before Scott's bilious eyes. His mind spun wildly. He grabbed hold of a lamp-post to steady himself and tried to think the thing out properly. It must be a new building, that place. Yes, that had to be the answer. He'd been doing a lot of desk duties lately, after all. It was quite possible, what with new techniques and the speed of modern building, that the store had been put up in just a few weeks. The place didn't look any too new, though. Scott's condition rapidly grew worse. Understandably, in the circumstances, he believed, but there was a tube station nearby. He decided to take a train home. He usually walked the mile or so to his flat. The exercise did him good, but tonight he would take a train, give himself a rest. He went dizzily down one flight of steps, barely noticing the absence of posters and the unkempt, dirty condition of the underground. Then, as he turned a corner, he came face to face with a strange legend, dripping in red paint on the tiled wall. Rot the tubers. Deep creases furrowed the sergeant's forehead as he walked on, his footsteps ringing hollowly in the grimy, empty corridors, but his headache just wouldn't let him think clearly. Tubers, indeed. What the hell? Tubers? Down another flight of steps he went, to the deserted ticket booths, where he paused to stare in disbelief at the naked walls of the place and the dirt and refuse-littered floor. For the first time he really saw the condition of the place. What had happened here? Where was everyone? From beyond the turnstiles he heard the rumble of a distant train, and the spell lifted a little. He hurried forward then, past the empty booths and through the unguarded turnstiles, dizzily down one more flight of concrete steps, under an arch and out onto an empty platform. Not even a drunk or a tramp shared the place with him. The neons flared hideously, and he put out a hand against the naked wall for support. Again, through the blinding flashes of light in his head, he noticed the absence of posters. The employment agencies, the pretty girls in lingerie, the film and play adverts, spectacular films and avant-garde productions. Where in hell were they all? Then, as for the first time he truly felt upon his spine the chill fingers of a slithering horror, there came the rumble and blast of air that announced the imminent arrival of a train, and he smelled the rushing reek of that which most certainly was not a train. Even as he staggered to and fro on the unkempt platform, reeling under the fetid blast that engulfed him, the tuber rushed from out its black hole, a thing of crimson viscosity and rhythmically flickering cilia. Sergeant Scott gave a wild shriek as a rushing feeler swept him from the platform and into the soft, hurtling plasticity of the thing. Another shriek as he was whisked away into the deep tunnel and down into the bowels of the earth. And seconds later, the minute hand of the clock above the empty, shuddering platform clicked down into the vertical position. 10:30. And all over London, indeed throughout the length and breadth of England, the lights went out. Aunt Hester. I suppose my Aunt Hester Lang might be best described as the black sheep of the family. Certainly no one ever spoke to her, or of her, none of the elders of the family, that is. And if my own little friendship with my aunt had been known, I am sure that would have been stamped on, too. But of course that friendship was many years ago. I remember it well, how I used to sneak round to Aunt Hester's house in hoary Castle Ilden, not far from Harden-on-the-Coast, after school, when my folks thought I was at Scouts, and Aunt Hester would make me cups of cocoa, and we would talk about newts. Efts, she called them. Frogs, conkers, and other things of interest to small boys, until the local Scouts meeting was due to end, and then I would hurry home. We, father, mother, and myself, left Harden when I was just 12 years old, moving down to London, where the old man had got himself a good job. I was 20 years old before I got to see my aunt again. In the intervening years, I had not sent her so much as a postcard. I've never been much of a letter-writer, and I knew that during the same period of time my parents had neither written nor heard from her. But still, that did not stop my mother warning me before I set out for Harden not to drop in on Aunt Hester Lang. No doubt about it, they were frightened of her, my parents. Well, if not frightened, certainly they were apprehensive. Now, to me, a warning has always been something of a challenge. I had arranged to stay with a friend for a week, a school pal from the good old days, but long before the northbound train stopped at Harden, my mind was made up to spend at least a fraction of my time at my aunt's place. Why shouldn't I? Hadn't we always got on famously? Whatever it was she had done to my parents in the past, I could see no good reason why I should shun her. She would be getting on in years a bit now. How old, I wondered? Older than my mother, her sister, by a couple of years. The same age, obviously, as her twin brother, George, in Australia. But, of course, I was also ignorant of his age. In the end, making what calculations I could, I worked it out that Aunt Hester and her distant brother must have seen at least 108 summers between them. Yes, my aunt must be about 54 years old. It was about time someone took an interest in her. It was a bright Friday night, the first after my arrival in Hardin, when the ideal opportunity presented itself for visiting Aunt Hester. My school friend Albert had a date, one he did not really want to put off, and though he had tried his best during the day, it had early been apparent that his luck was out regards finding, on short notice, a second girl for me. It had been left too late, but in any case, I'm not much on blind dates, and most dates are blind, unless you really know the girl, and I go even less on doubles. The truth of the matter was that I had wanted the night for my own purposes, and so, when the time came for Albert to set out to meet his girl, I walked off in the opposite direction, across the autumn fences and fields, to ancient Castle Ilden. I arrived at the little old village at about 8, just as dusk was making its hesitant decision whether or not to allow night's onset, and went straight to Aunt Hester's thatch-roofed bungalow. The place stood, just as I remembered it, at the Black Hill end of cobbled Main Street, in a neat garden framed by cherry trees with the fruit heavy in their branches. As I approached the gate, the door opened, and out of the house wandered the oddest quartet of strangers I could ever have wished to see. There was a humped-up, frenetically mobile and babbling old chap, 90 if he was a day, a frumpish fat woman with many quivering chins, a skeletally thin, incredibly tall, ridiculously wrapped-up man in scarf, pencil, slim overcoat, and fur gloves, and finally a perfectly delicate old lady with a walking-stick and deer trumpet. They were shepherded by my Aunt Hester, no different, it seemed, than when I had last seen her, to the gate and out into the street. There followed a piped and grunted hubbub of thanks and general genialities before the four were gone, in the direction of the leaning village pub, leaving my aunt at the gate, finally to spot me where I stood in the shadow of one of her cherry trees. She knew me almost at once, despite the interval of nearly a decade. "Peter?" "Hello, Aunt Hester." "Why, Peter Norton, my favourite young man, and tall as a tree. Come in, come in." "It's bad of me to drop in on you like this," I answered, taking the arm she offered, all unannounced and after so long away, but "No excuses required." She waved an airy hand before us, and smiled up at me, laughter lines showing at the corners of her eyes and in her unpretty face. "And you came at just the right time. My group has just left me all alone." "Your group?" "My seance group. I've had it for a long time now, many a year. Didn't you know I was a bit on the psychic side?" "No, I suppose not. Your parents wouldn't have told you about that, now would they?" "That's what started it all originally. The trouble in the family, I mean." We went on into the house. "Now, I had meant to ask you about that," I told her. "You mean my parents don't like you messing about with spiritualism? I can see that they wouldn't, of course. Not at all the old man's cup of tea. But still, I don't really see what it could have to do with them." "Not your parents, love." She had always called me love. "Mine, and yours later. But especially George, your uncle in Australia. And not just spiritualism, though that has since become part of it. Did you know that my brother left home and settled in Australia because of me?" A distant look came into her eyes. "No, of course you didn't. And I don't suppose anyone else would ever have become aware of my power if George hadn't walked me through a window." "Eh?" I said, believing my hearing to be out of order. "Power? Walked you through a window?" "Yes," she answered, nodding her head. "He walked me through a window. Listen,
I'll tell you the story from the beginning.
By that time, we had settled ourselves down in front of the fire in Aunt Hester's living room, and I was able to scan, as she talked, the paraphernalia her group had left behind. There were old leather-bound tomes and treatises, tarot cards, a Ouija board, shiny brown with age. Oh, and several other items beloved of the spiritualist. I was fascinated, as ever I had been as a boy, by the many obscure curiosities in Aunt Hester's cottage.
The first I knew of the link between George and myself, she began, breaking in on my thoughts, as apart from the obvious link that exists between all twins, was when we were 12 years old. Your grandparents had taken us, along with your mother, down to the beach at Seaton Carew. It was July, and marvellously hot. Well, to cut a long story short, your mother got into trouble in the water. She was quite a long way out, and the only one anything like close to her was George, who couldn't swim. He'd waded out up to his neck, but he didn't dare go any deeper. Now you can wade a long way out at Seaton. The bottom shelves off very slowly. George was at least 50 yards out when we heard him yelling that Sis was in trouble. At first I panicked and started to run out through the shallow water, shouting to George that he should swim to Sis, which of course he couldn't. But he did. Or at least, I did. Somehow I'd swapped places with him, do you see? Not physically, but mentally. I'd left him behind me in the shallow water in my body, and I was swimming for all I was worth for Sis in his. I got her back to the shallows with very little trouble. She was only a few inches out of her depth. And then, as soon as the danger was past, I found my consciousness floating back into my own body. Well, everyone made a big fuss of George. He was the hero of the day, you see. How had he done it? They all wanted to know. And all he was able to say was that he'd just seemed to stand there watching himself save Sis. And of course he had stood there watching it all through my eyes. I didn't try to explain it. No one would have believed or listened to me anyway, and I didn't really understand it myself. But George was always a bit wary of me from then on. He said nothing, mind you, but I think that even as early as that first time he had an idea.
Suddenly she looked at me closely, frowning.
You're not finding all this a bit too hard to swallow, love?
No. I shook my head. Not really. I remember reading somewhere of a similar thing between twins. A sort of Corsican brothers situation.
Oh, but I've heard of many such, she quickly answered. I don't suppose you've read Joachim Fury on the Necronomicon?
No, I answered. I don't think so.
Well, Fury was the illegitimate son of Baron Kant, the German witch-hunter. He died quite mysteriously in 1934, while still a comparatively young man. He wrote a number of occult, limited editions, mostly published at his own expense, the vast majority of which religious and other authorities bought up and destroyed as fast as they appeared. Unquestionably, though it has never been discovered where he saw or read them, Fury's source books were very rare and sinister volumes, among them the Cassette Aquadingen, the Necronomicon, von Jungst's Unspeakable Cults, Prinz de Vermis Mysteriis, and others of that sort. Often Fury's knowledge in respect of such books has seemed almost beyond belief. His quotes, while apparently genuine and authoritative, often differ substantially when compared with the works from which they were supposedly culled. Regarding such discrepancies, Fury claimed that most of his occult knowledge came to him in dreams.
She paused, then asked,
"Am I boring you?"
"Not a bit of it," I answered. "I'm fascinated."
"Well, anyhow," she continued, "as I've said, Fury must somewhere have seen one of the very rare copies of Abdul al-Hazred's Necronomicon, in one translation or another, for he published a slim volume of notes concerning that book's contents. I don't own a copy myself, but I've read one belonging to a friend of mine, an old member of my group. Alhazred, while being reckoned by many to have been a madman, was without doubt the world's foremost authority on black magic and the horrors of alien dimensions, and he was vastly interested in every facet of freakish phenomena, physical and metaphysical.
She stood up, went to a bookshelf, and opened a large modern volume of Aubrey Beardsley's fascinating drawings, taking out a number of loose white sheets bearing lines of her own neat handwriting.
I've copied some of Theory's quotes, supposedly from Alhazred. Listen to this one. "'Tis a veritable and detestable fact that between certain related persons there exists a bond more powerful than the strongest ties of flesh and family, whereby one such person may be aware of all the trials and pleasures of the other, yea, even to experiencing the pains or passions of one far distant. And further, there are those whose skills in such matters are aided by forbidden knowledge or intercourse through dark magic with spirits and beings of outside spheres. Of the latter, I have sought them out, both men and women, and upon examination have in all cases discovered them to be users of divination, observers of times, enchanters, witches, charmers, or necromancers. All claim to work their wonders through intercourse with dead and departed spirits, but I fear that often such spirits were evil angels, the messengers of the Dark One, and yet more ancient evils. Indeed, among them were some whose powers were prodigious, who might at will inhabit the body of another, even at a great distance, and against the will, and often unbeknown to the sufferer of such outrage."
She put down the papers, sat back, and looked at me quizzically. "That's all very interesting," I said after a moment, "but hardly applicable to yourself."
"Oh, but it is, love," she protested. "I'm George's twin, for one thing, and for another—"
"But you're no witch or necromancer."
"No, I wouldn't say so, but I am a user of divinations, and I do work my wonders through intercourse with dead and departed spirits. That's what spiritualism is all about."
"You mean you actually take this, Alhazred and spiritualism and all seriously?" I deprecated. She frowned.
"No, not Alhazred, not really,"
she answered after a moment's thought.
"But he is interesting, as you said. As for spiritualism, yes, I do take it seriously. Why, you'd be amazed at some of the vibrations I've been getting these last 3 weeks or so. Very disturbing, but so far rather incoherent, frantic, in fact. I'll track him down eventually, though. The spirit, I mean."
We sat quietly then, contemplatively for a minute or two. Frankly, I didn't quite know what to say. But then she went on.
"Anyway, we were talking about George, and how I believed that even after that first occasion he had a bit of an idea that I was at the root of the thing. Yes, I really think he did. He said nothing, and yet— And that's not all, either. It was some time after that day on the beach before Sis could be convinced that she hadn't been saved by me. She was sure it had been me, not George, who pulled her out of the deep water. Well, a year or 2 went by, and school-leaving exams came up. I was all right, a reasonable scholar. I had always been a bookish kid, but poor old George."
She shook her head sadly. My uncle, it appeared, had not been too bright. After a moment she continued.
"Dates were set for the exams, and 2 sets of papers were prepared, one for the boys, another for the girls. I had no trouble with my paper. I knew even before the results were announced that I was through easily, but before that came George's turn. He'd been worrying and chewing, cramming for all he was worth, biting his nails down to the elbows, and getting nowhere. I was in bed with flu when the day of his exams came round, and I remember how I just lay there fretting over him. He was my brother, after all. I must have been thinking of him just a bit too hard, though, for before I knew it, There I was, staring down hard at an exam paper, sitting in a class full of boys in the old school. An hour later, I had the papers all finished, and then I concentrated myself back home again. This time it was a definite effort for me to find my way back to my own body. The house was in an uproar. I was downstairs in my dressing gown. Mother had an arm round me and was trying to console me. Father was yelling and waving his arms about like a lunatic. The girl's gone mad, I remember him exploding, red-faced and a bit frightened. Apparently, I had rushed downstairs about an hour earlier. I had been shouting and screaming tearfully that I'd missed the exam, and I had wanted to know what I was doing home. And when they had called me Hester instead of George, well, then I had seemed to go completely out of my mind. Of course, I had been feverish with flu for a couple of days. That was obviously the answer. I had suddenly reached the height of a hitherto unrecognized delirious fever. And now the fever had broken, I was going to be all right. That was what they said. George eventually came home with his eyes all wide and staring, frightened-looking, and he stayed that way for a couple of days. He avoided me like the plague. But the next week, when it came out about how good his marks were, how easily he had passed his examination papers, well—
But surely he must have known, I broke in. What few doubts I had entertained were now gone forever. She was plainly not making all of this up.
But why should he have known, love? He knew he'd had 2 pretty nightmarish experiences, sure enough, and that somehow they had been connected with me, but he couldn't possibly know that they had their origin in me, that I formed their focus.
He did find out, though?
Oh, yes, he did.
She slowly answered, her eyes seeming to glisten just a little in the homely evening glow of the room.
And as I've said, that's why he left home in the end. It happened like this. I had never been a pretty girl. No, don't say anything, love. You weren't even a twinkle in your father's eye then. He was only a boy himself, and so you wouldn't know. But at a time of life when most girls only have to pout to set the boys on fire, well, I was only very plain. And I'm probably giving myself the benefit of the doubt at that. Anyway, when George was out nights, walking his latest girl, dancing or whatever, I was always at home, on my own, with my books. Quite simply, I came to be terribly jealous of my brother. Of course, you don't know him. He had already been gone something like 15 years when you were born, but George was a handsome lad. Not strong, mind you, but long and lean and a natural for the girls. Eventually, he found himself a special girlfriend and came to spend all his time with her. I remember being furious because he wouldn't tell me anything about her.
She paused and looked at me, and after a while I said, "Uh-huh," inviting her to go on.
It was one Saturday night in the spring, I remember, not long after our 19th birthday, and George had spent the better part of an hour dandying himself up for this unknown girl. That night he seemed to take a sort of stupid, delight in spiting me. He refused to answer my questions about his girl, or even mention her name. Finally, after he had set his tie straight and slicked his hair down for what seemed like the 1000th time, he dared to wink at me, maliciously, I thought, in my jealousy, as he went out into the night. That did it. Something snapped. I stamped my foot and rushed upstairs to my room for a good cry, and in the middle of crying, I had my idea.
You decided to, swap identities with your brother to have a look at his girl for yourself, I broke in. Am I right? She nodded in answer, staring at the fire, ashamed of herself, I thought, after all this time.
Yes, I did, she said. For the first time, I used my power for my own ends, and mean and despicable ends they were. But this time, it wasn't like before. There was no instantaneous, involuntary flowing of my psyche, as it were. No immediate change of personality. I had to force it, to concentrate and push myself. But in a short period of time, before I even knew it, well, there I was.
There you were, in Uncle George's body?
Yes, in his body, looking out through his eyes, holding in his hand the cool, slender hand of a very pretty girl. I had expected the girl, of course, and yet, confused and blustering, letting go of her hand, I jumped back and bumped into a man standing behind me. The girl was saying, "George, what's wrong?" in a whisper, and people were staring. We were in a second-show picture house queue. Finally, I managed to mumble an answer, in a horribly hoarse, unfamiliar, frightened voice. George's voice, obviously, and my fear. And then the girl moved closer and kissed me gently on the cheek. She did. But of course she would, wouldn't she, if I were George? "Why, you jumped then like you'd been stung," she started to say. But I wasn't listening, Peter, for I had jumped again, even more violently, shrinking away from her in a kind of horror. I must have gone crimson, standing there in that queue, with all those unfamiliar people looking at me, and I had just been kissed by a girl. You see, I wasn't thinking like George at all. I just wished with all my heart that I hadn't interfered. And before I knew it, I had George's body in motion, and was running down the road, the picture-house queue behind me, and the voice of this sweet little girl echoing after me in pained and astonished disbelief. Altogether, my spiteful adventure had taken only a few minutes, and when at last I was able to do so, I controlled myself, or rather George's self, and hid in a shop doorway. It took another minute or two before I was composed sufficiently to manage a return trip. But at last I made it, and there I was, back in my room. I had been gone no more than 7 or 8 minutes all told, but I wasn't back to exactly where I started out from. Oh, George hadn't gone rushing downstairs again in a hysterical fit, like that time when I sat his exam for him, though, of course, the period of transition had been a much longer one on that occasion. But he had at least moved off the bed. I found myself standing beside the window. She paused. "And afterwards?" I prompted her, fascinated. "Afterwards?" she echoed me, considering it. "Well, George was very quiet about it. No, that's not quite true. It's not that he was quiet, rather that he avoided me more than ever, to such an extent that I hardly ever saw him, no more than a glimpse at a time as he came and went. Mother and Father didn't notice George's increased coolness towards me, but I certainly did. I'm pretty sure it was then that he had finally recognized the source of this thing that came at odd times, like some short-lived insanity to plague him. Yes, and looking back, I can see how I might easily have driven George completely insane. But of course, from that time on, he was forewarned." "Forewarned?" I repeated her. "And the next time he—" "The next time?" She turned her face so that I could see the fine scars on her otherwise smooth left cheek. I had always wondered about those scars. "I don't remember a great deal about the next time. Shock, I suppose. A mental block, you might call it. But anyway, the next time was the last time. There was a boy who took me out once or twice, and I remember that when he stopped calling for me it was because of something George had said to him. 6 months had gone by since my shameful and abortive experiment, and now I deliberately put it out of my mind as I determined to teach George a lesson. You must understand, love, that this boy I mentioned, well, he meant a great deal to me. Anyway, I was out to get my own back. I didn't know how George had managed to make it up with this girl, but he had. I was going to put an end to their little romance once and for all. It was a fairly warm early October, I remember, when my chance eventually came, a Sunday afternoon, and George was out walking with his girl. I had it planned minutely. I knew exactly what I must say, how I must act, what I must do. I could do it in 2 minutes flat, and be back in my own body before George knew what was going on. For the first time, my intentions were deliberately malicious.
I waited for my aunt to continue, and after a while again prompted her. And was this when—
Yes. This was when he walked me through the window. Well, he didn't exactly walk me through it. I believe I leapt, or rather, he leapt me, if you see what I mean. One minute I was sitting on a grassy bank with the same sweet little girl, and the next there was this awful pain. My whole body hurt, and it was my body, for my consciousness was suddenly back where it belonged. Instantaneously, inadvertently, I was myself. But I was lying crumpled on the lawn in front of the house. I remember seeing splinters of broken glass and bits of yellow-painted wood from my shattered bedroom window, and then I went into a faint with the pain. George came to see me in the hospital. Once. He sneered when my parents had their backs turned. He leaned over my bed and said, "Got you, Hester." Just that, nothing more. I had a broken leg and collarbone. It was 3 weeks before they let me go home. By then, George had joined the Merchant Navy, and my parents knew that somehow I was to blame. They were never the same to me from that time on. George had been the apple of the family eye, if you know what I mean. They knew that his going away, in some unknown way, had been my fault. I did have a letter from George, well, a note. It simply warned me never to do it again, that there were worse things than falling through windows.
And you never did, do it again?
No, I didn't dare. I haven't dared since. There are worse things, love, than being walked through a window, and if George hates me still as much as he might. But I've often wanted to do it again. George has 2 children, you know.
I nodded an affirmation. Yes, I've heard Mother mention them. Joe and Doreen?
That's right. She nodded. They're hardly children any more, but I think of them that way. They'll be in their 20s now, your cousins. George's wife wrote to me once many years ago. I've no idea how she got my address. She did it behind George's back, I imagine. Said how sorry she was that there was trouble in the family. She sent me photographs of the kids. They were beautiful. For all I know, there may have been other children later, even grandchildren.
I don't think so, I told her. I think I would have known. They're still pretty reserved, my folks, but I would have learned that much, I'm sure. But tell me, how is it that you and Mother aren't closer? I mean, she never talks about you, my mother, and yet you are her sister.
Your mother is 2 years younger than George and me, my aunt informed me. She went to live with her grandparents down south when she was 13. Sis, you see, was the brilliant one. George was a bit dim. I was clever enough, but Sis, she was really clever. Our parents sent Sis off to live with Granny, where she could attend a school worthy of her intelligence. She stayed with Gran from then on. We simply drifted apart. Mind you, we'd never been what you might call close, not for sisters. Anyhow, we didn't come together again until she married and came back up here to live, by which time George must have written to her and told her 1 or 2 things. I don't know what or how much he told her, but, well, she never bothered with me. And anyway, I was working by then, and had a flat of my own. Years passed. I hardly ever saw Sis. A little boy came along. You, love. I fell in with a spiritualist group, making real friends for the first time in my life, and, well, that was that. My interest in spiritualism, various other ways of mine that didn't quite fit the accepted pattern, the unspoken thing I had done to George. We drifted apart, you understand?
I nodded. I felt sorry for her, but of course I could not say so. Instead, I laughed awkwardly and shrugged my shoulders. Who needs people? She looked shocked.
We all do, love.
Then for a while she was quiet, staring into the fire.
"I'll make a brew of tea," she suddenly said, then looked at me and smiled in a fashion I well remembered. "Or should we have cocoa?" "Cocoa!" I instinctively laughed, relieved at the change of subject. She went into the kitchen, and I lit a cigarette. Idle for the moment, I looked about me, taking up the loose sheets of paper that Aunt Hester had left on her occasional table. I saw at once that many of her jottings were concerned with extracts from exotic books. I passed over the piece she had read out to me, and glanced at another sheet. Immediately my interest was caught. The 3 passages were all from the Holy Bible. "Regard not them that have familiar spirits, neither seek after wizards, to be defiled by them." Leviticus chapter 19, verse 31. "Then said Saul unto his servants, Seek me a woman that hath a familiar spirit, that I may go to her and inquire of her. And his servants said to him, Behold, there is a woman that hath a familiar spirit at Endor." 1 Samuel chapter 28, verses 6 and 7. "Many of them also which used curious arts brought their books together, and burned them before all men." Acts chapter 19, verse 19. The 3rd sheet contained a quote from today's Christian. "To dabble in matters such as these is to reach within demoniac circles, and it is by no means rare to discover scorn and skepticism transformed to hysterical possession in persons whose curiosity has led them merely to attend so-called spiritual seances. These things of which I speak are of a nature as serious as any in the world today, and I am only one among many to utter a solemn warning against any intercourse with spirit forces or the like, whereby the unutterable evil of demonic possession could well be the horrific outcome." Finally, before she returned with a steaming jug of cocoa and 2 mugs, I read another of Aunt Hester's extracts. This one, again, from Fiery's Notes on the Necronomicon. "Yea, and I discovered how one might, be he an adept, and his familiar spirits powerful enough, control the wanderings or migration of his essence into all manner of beings and persons, even from beyond the grave of sod or the door of the stone sepulchre." I was still pondering this last extract an hour later, as I walked Harden's night streets towards my lodgings at the home of my friend. 3 evenings later, when by arrangement I returned to my aunt's cottage in Old Castle Ilden, she was nervously waiting for me at the gate, and whisked me breathlessly inside. She sat me down, seated herself opposite, and clasped her hands in her lap almost in the attitude of an excited young girl. "Peter, love, I've had an idea, such a simple idea that it amazes me I never thought of it before." "An idea? How do you mean, Aunt Hester? What sort of idea? Does it involve me?" "Yes, I'd rather it were you than any other. After all, you know the story now." I frowned as an oddly foreboding shadow darkened latent areas of my consciousness. Her words had been innocuous enough as of yet, and there seemed no reason why I should suddenly feel so uncomfortable, but— "The story?" I finally repeated her. "You mean this idea of yours concerns Uncle George?" "Yes, I do," she answered. "Oh, love, I can see them. If only for a brief moment or 2, I can see my nephew and niece. You'll help me. I know you will." The shadow thickened darkly, growing in me, spreading from hidden to more truly conscious regions of my mind. "Help you? You mean you intend to—" I paused, then started to speak again as I saw for sure what she was getting at, and realized that she meant it. "But haven't you said that this stuff was too dangerous? The last time you—" "Oh, yes, I know," she impatiently argued, cutting me off. "But now, well, it's different. I won't stay more than a moment or 2, just long enough to see the children, and then I'll get straight back, here. And there'll be precautions. It can't fail, you'll see."
Precautions? Despite myself, I was interested. Yes. She began to talk faster, growing more excited with each passing moment. The way I've worked it out is perfectly safe. To start with, George will be asleep. He won't know anything about it. When his sleeping mind moves into my body, why, it will simply stay asleep. On the other hand, when my mind moves into his body, then I'll be able to move about and use your brother as a keyhole, I blurted, surprising even myself. She frowned, then turned her face away. What she planned was wrong. I knew it, and so did she. But if my outburst had shamed her, it certainly had not deterred her. Not for long. When she looked at me again, her eyes were almost pleading. I know how it must look to you, love, but it's not so. And I know that I must seem to be a selfish woman, but that's not quite true either. Isn't it natural that I should want to see my family? They are mine, you know. George, my brother, his wife, my sister-in-law, their children, my nephew and niece. Just a peep, if that's the way you see it. But, love, I need that peep. I'll only have a few moments, and I'll have to make them last me for the rest of my life. I began to weaken. How will you go about it? First, a glance, she eagerly answered, again reminding me of a young girl. Nothing more, a mere glance. Even if he's awake, he won't ever know I was there. He'll think his mind wandered for the mere second. If he is asleep, though, then I'll be able to, wake him up, see his wife. And if the children are still at home, why, I'll be able to see them too. Just a glance. But suppose something does go wrong, I asked bluntly, coming back to earth. Why, you might come back and find your head in the gas oven. What's to stop him from slashing your wrists? That only takes a second, you know. That's where you come in, love. She stood up and patted me on the cheek, smiling cleverly. You'll be right here to see that nothing goes wrong. But, and to be doubly sure, she cut me off, why, I'll be tied in my chair. You can't walk through windows when you're tied down now, can you? Half an hour later, still suffering inwardly from that as yet unspecified foreboding, I had done as Aunt Hester directed me to, tying her wrists to the arms of her cane chair with soft but fairly strong bandages from her medicine cabinet in the bathroom. She had it all worked out, reasoning that it would be very early morning in Australia, and that her brother would still be sleeping. As soon as she was comfortable, without another word, she closed her eyes and let her head fall slowly forward onto her chest. Outside, the sun still had some way to go to setting. Inside, the room was still warm, yet I shuddered oddly with a deep, nervous chilling of my blood. It was then that I tried to bring the thing to a halt, calling her name and shaking her shoulder, but she only brushed my hand away and hushed me. I went back to my chair and watched her anxiously. As the shadows seemed visibly to lengthen in the room and my skin cooled, her head sank even deeper onto her chest, so that I began to think she had fallen asleep. Then she settled herself more comfortably yet, and I saw that she was still awake, merely preparing her body for her brother's slumbering mind. In another moment I knew that something had changed. Her position was as it had been. The shadows crept slowly still. The ancient clock on the wall ticked its regular chronological message. But I had grown inexplicably colder, and there was this feeling that something had changed. Suddenly there flashed before my mind's eye certain of those warning jottings I had read only a few nights earlier, and there and then I was determined that this thing should go no further. Oh, she had warned me not to do anything to frighten or disturb her, but this was different. Somehow I knew that if I didn't act now— "Hester! Aunt Hester!" I jumped up and moved towards her, my throat dry, and my words cracked and unnatural-sounding, and she lifted her head and opened her eyes. For a moment I thought that everything was all right. Then she cried out and stood up. ripped bandages falling in tatters from strangely strong wrists. She mouthed again, staggering and patently disoriented. I fell back in dumb horror, knowing that something was very wrong, and yet unable to put my finger on the trouble. My aunt's eyes were wide now and bulging, and for the first time she seemed to see me, stumbling towards me with slack jaw and tongue protruding horribly between long teeth and drawn-back lips. It was then that I knew what was wrong, that this frightful thing before me was not my aunt, and I was driven backward before its stumbling approach, warding it off with waving arms and barely articulate cries. Finally, stumbling more frenziedly now, clawing at empty air inches in front of my face, it spoke. "No!" the awful voice gurgled over its wriggling tongue. "No, Hester! You fool! I warned you!" And in that same instant I saw not an old woman, but the horribly alien figure of a man in a woman's form. More grotesque than any drag artist, the thing pirouetted in grim, constricting agony, its strange eyes glazing even as I stared in a paralysis of horror. Then it was all over, and the frail scarecrow of flesh, purple tongue still protruding from frothing lips, fell in a crumpled heap to the floor. That's it. That's the story. Not a tale I've told before, for there would have been too many questions, and it's more than possible that my version would not be believed. Let's face it, who would believe me? No, I realized this as soon as the thing was done, and so I simply got rid of the torn bandages and called in a doctor. Aunt Hester died of a heart attack, or so I'm told, and perhaps she did, straining to do that which, even with her powers, should never have been possible. During this last fortnight or so since it happened, I've been trying to convince myself that the doctor was right, which I was quite willing enough to believe at the time. But I've been telling myself lies. I think I've known the real truth ever since my parents got the letter from Australia. And lately, reinforcing that truth, there have been the dreams and the daydreams. Or are they? This morning I woke up to a lightless void, a numb, black, silent void, wherein I was incapable of even the smallest movement, and I was horribly, hideously frightened. It lasted for only a moment, that's all. But in that moment it seemed to me that I was dead, or that the living me inhabited a dead body. Again and again I find myself thinking back on the mad Arab's words as reported by Joachim Fury. Even from beyond the grave of sod. And in the end I know that this is indeed the answer. That is why I'm flying tomorrow to Australia. Ostensibly I'm visiting my uncle's wife, my Australian aunt. But really I'm only interested in him, in Uncle George himself. I don't know what I'll be able to do, or even if there is anything I can do. My efforts may well be completely useless, and yet I must try to do something. I must try, for I know now that it's that, or find myself once again, perhaps permanently, locked in that hellish, nighted place of black oblivion and insensate silence, in the dead and rotting body of my Uncle George, already buried 3 weeks when Aunt Hester put her mind in his body, the body she's now trying to vacate in favor of mine. The Whisperer. The first time Miles Benton saw the little fellow was on the train. Benton was commuting to his office job in the city, and he sat alone in a second-class compartment. The little fellow, a very ugly little man from what Benton could see of him out of the corner of his eye, with a lopsided hump and dark or dirty features like a gnomish gypsy, entered the compartment and took a seat in the far corner. He was dressed in a floppy, black, wide-brimmed hat that fell half over his face, and a black overcoat longer than himself that trailed to the floor. Benton was immediately aware of the smell, a rank stench which quite literally would have done credit to the lowliest farmyard, and correctly deduced its source. Despite the dry, acrid smell of stale tobacco from the ashtrays and the lingering odor of grimy stations, the compartment had seemed positively perfumed prior to the advent of the hunchback. The day was quite chill outside, but Benton nevertheless stood up and opened the window, pulling it down until the draught forced back the fumes from his fellow passenger. He was then obliged to put away his flapping newspaper and sit back, his collar upturned against the sudden cold blast, mentally cursing the smelly little chap for fouling his compartment. A further 5 minutes saw Benton's mind made up to change compartments. That way he would be removed from the source of the odorous irritation, and he would no longer need to suffer this intolerable blast of icy air. But no sooner was his course of action determined than the ticket collector arrived, sliding open the door and sticking his well-known and friendly face inside the compartment. "Morning, sir," he said briskly to Benton, merely glancing at the other traveler. "Tickets, please." Benton got out his ticket and passed it to be examined. He noticed with satisfaction as he did so that the ticket collector wrinkled his nose and sniffed suspiciously at the air, eyeing the hunchback curiously. Benton retrieved his ticket, and the collector turned to the little man in the far corner. "Your ticket, sir, if you don't mind." He looked the little chap up and down disapprovingly. The hunchback looked up from under his black floppy hat and grinned. His eyes were jet and bright as a bird's. He winked and indicated that the ticket collector should bend down, expressing an obvious desire to say something in confidence. He made no effort to produce a ticket. The ticket collector frowned in annoyance, but nevertheless bent his ear to the little man's face. He listened for a moment or two to a chuckling, throaty whisper. It actually appeared to Benton that the hunchback was chortling as he whispered his obscene secret into the other's ear, and the traveler could almost hear him saying, "Filthy postcards. Very dirty pictures." The look on the face of the ticket collector changed immediately. His expression went stony hard. "Aye, aye," Benton said to himself. "The little blighter's got no ticket. He's for it now." But no, the ticket collector said nothing to the obnoxious midget, but straightened and turned to Benton. "Sorry, sir," he said, "but this compartment's private. I'll have to ask you to leave." "But," Benton gasped incredulously, "I've been traveling in this compartment for years. It's never been a private compartment before." "No, sir, perhaps not," said the ticket collector undismayed, "but it is now. There's a compartment next door. Just a couple of gents in there. I'm sure it'll do just as well." He held the door open for Benton, daring him to argue the point further. "Sir?" "Ah, well," Benton thought resignedly, "I was wanting to move." Nevertheless, he looked down aggressively as he passed the hunchback, staring hard at the top of the floppy hat. The little man seemed to know. He looked up and grinned, cocking his head on one side and grinning. Benton stepped quickly out into the corridor and took a deep breath. "Damn!" he swore out loud. "Your pardon, sir?" inquired the ticket collector, already swaying off down the corridor. "Nothing," Benton snapped in reply, letting himself into the smoky, crowded compartment to which he had been directed. The very next morning, Benton plucked up his courage. He had never been a very brave man. Stopped the ticket collector and asked him what it had all been about. Who had the little chap been? What privileges did he have that an entire compartment had been reserved especially for him, the grim little gargoyle? To which the ticket collector replied, "Eh? An hunchback?
Are you sure it was this train, sir? Why, we ain't had no private reserved compartments on this here train since it became a commuter special. And as for a hunchback, well—"
"But surely you remember asking me to leave my compartment. This compartment?" Benton insisted.
"Here, you're pulling me leg, ain't you, sir?"
laughed the ticket collector good-naturedly. He slammed shut the compartment door behind him and smilingly strode away, without waiting for an answer, leaving Benton alone with his jumbled and whirling thoughts. "Well, I never," the commuter muttered worriedly to himself. He scratched his head and then, philosophically, began to quote a mental line or two from a ditty his mother had used to say to him when he was a child. "The other day upon the stair I saw a man who wasn't there." Benton had almost forgotten about the little man with the hump and sewer-like smell by the time their paths crossed again. It happened one day some 3 months later, with spring just coming on, when, in acknowledgment of the bright sunshine, Benton decided to forego his usual sandwich lunch at the office for a noonday pint at the Bull and Bush. The entire pub, except for one corner of the bar, appeared to be quite crowded, but it was not until Benton had elbowed his way to the corner in question that he saw why it was unoccupied, or rather, why it had only one occupant. The smell hit him at precisely the same time as he saw, sitting on a bar stool with his oddly humped back to the regular patrons, the little man in black with his floppy, broad-brimmed hat. That the other customers were aware of the cesspool stench was obvious. Benton watched in fascination the wrinkling all about him of at least a dozen pairs of nostrils. And yet not a man complained. And more amazing yet, no one even attempted to encroach upon the little fellow's territory in the bar corner. No one, that is, except Benton. Holding his breath, Benton stepped forward and rapped sharply with his knuckles on the bar just to the left of where the hunchback sat. "Beer, barman. A pint of best, please." The barman smiled chubbily and stepped forward, reaching out for a beer pump and slipping a glass beneath the tap. But even as he did so, the hunchback made a small gesture with his head, indicating that he wanted to say something. Benton had seen all this before, and all the many sounds of the pub, the chattering of people, the clink of coins, and the clatter of glasses, seemed to fade to silence about him as he focused his full concentration upon the barman and the little man in the floppy hat. In slow motion, it seemed, the barman bent his head down towards the hunchback, and again Benton heard strangely chuckled whispers as the odious dwarf passed his secret instructions. Curiously, fearfully, in something very akin to dread, Benton watched the portly barman's face undergo its change, heard the hiss of the beer pump, saw the full glass come out from beneath the bar to plump down in front of the hunchback. Hard-eyed, the barman stuck his hand out in front of Benton's nose.
"That's $50 to you, sir."
"But," Benton gasped, incredulously opening and closing his mouth. He already had a coin in his hand, with which he had intended to pay for his drink, but now he pulled his hand back.
$50, sir,"
the barman repeated ominously, snatching the coin from Benton's retreating fingers.
"And would you mind moving down the bar, please? It's a bit crowded this end."
In utter disbelief, Benton jerked his eyes from the barman's face to his now empty hand, and from his hand to the seated hunchback, and as he did so the little man turned his head towards him and grinned. Benton was aware only of the bright, bird-like eyes beneath the wide brim of the hat, not of the darkness surrounding them. One of those eyes closed suddenly in a wink, and then the little man turned back to his beer.
"But,"
Benton again croaked his protest at the publican,
"that's my beer he's got."
He reached out and caught the barman's rolled-up sleeve, following him down the bar until forced by the press of patrons to let go. The barman finally turned.
"Beer, sir?"
The smile was back on his chubby face.
"Certainly. $50 to you, sir."
Abruptly, the bar sounds crashed in again upon Benton's awareness as he turned to elbow his way frantically, almost hysterically, through the crowded room to the door. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that the little man, too, had left. A crush of thirsty people had already moved into the space he had occupied in the bar corner. Outside, in the fresh air, Benton glared wild-eyed up and down the busy street, and yet he was half afraid of seeing the figure his eyes sought. The little man, however, had apparently disappeared into thin air.
"God damn him!"
Benton cried in sudden rage, and a passing policeman looked at him very curiously indeed. He was annoyed to notice that the policeman followed him all the way back to the office. At noon the next day, Benton was out of the office as if at the crack of a starting pistol. He almost ran the 4 blocks to the Bull and Bush, pausing only to straighten his tie and tilt his bowler a trifle more aggressively in the mirror of a shop window. The place was quite crowded, as before, but he made his way determinedly to the bar, having first checked that the air was quite clean. Ergo, that the little man with the hump was quite definitely not there. He immediately caught the barman's eye.
"Bartender, a beer, please.
And," he lowered his voice,
"a word, if you don't mind."
The publican leaned over the bar confidentially, and Benton lowered his tone still further to whisper,
Who is he? The little chap. Is he perhaps the boss of the place? Quite a little, eccentric, isn't he?"
"Eh?" said the barman, looking puzzledly about.
"How do you mean, sir?"
The genuinely puzzled expression on the portly man's face ought to have told Benton all he needed to know. But Benton simply could not accept that, not a second time.
"I mean the hunchback."
He raised his voice in desperation.
"The little chap in the floppy black hat who sat in the corner of the bar only yesterday, who stank to high heaven and drank my beer. Surely you remember him?"
The barman slowly shook his head and frowned, then called out to a group of standing men.
"Joe, here a minute."
A stocky chap in a cloth cap and tweed jacket detached himself from the general hubbub and moved to the bar.
"Joe,"
said the barman,
"you were in here yesterday lunch. Did you see how was it, sir?"
He turned back to Benton.
"A little chap with a floppy black hat and a hump."
Benton patiently, worriedly repeated himself.
"He was sitting in the bar corner, had a pong like a dead rat."
Joe thought about it for a second, then said,
"You're sure you got the right pub, Gov? I mean, we gets no tramps or weirdos in here. Harry won't have 'em, will you, Harry?"
He directed his question at the barman.
"No, he's right, sir. I get upset with weirdos. Won't have 'em."
"But this is the Bull and Bush, isn't it?" Benton almost stammered, gazing wildly about, finding unaccustomed difficulty in speaking.
"That's right, sir,"
answered Harry the barman, frowning heavily now and watching Benton sideways.
"But—" "Sorry, Chief,"
the stocky Joe said with an air of finality.
"You've got the wrong place. Must have been some other pub."
Both the speaker and the barman turned away a trifle awkwardly, Benton thought, and he could feel their eyes upon him as he moved dazedly away from the bar towards the door. Again, lines remembered of old repeated themselves in his head. "He wasn't there again today. Oh, how I wish he'd go away."
"Here, sir!"
cried the barman, suddenly remembering.
"Do you want a beer or not, then?"
"No," Benton snarled. Then, on impulse,
"Give it to him when next he comes in."
Over the next month or so, certain changes took place in Benton, changes which would have seemed quite startling to anyone knowing him of old. To begin with, he had apparently broken 2 habits of very long standing. One, instead of remaining in his compartment aboard the morning train and reading his newspaper, as had been his wont for close on 9 years, he was now given to spending the first half-hour of his journey peering into the many compartments while wandering up and down the long corridor, all the while wearing an odd, part puzzled, part apologetic expression. 2, he rarely took his lunch at the office anymore, but went out walking in the city instead, stopping for a drink and a sandwich at any handy local pub, but never the Bull and Bush, though he always ensured that his strolling took him close by the latter house, and had anyone been particularly interested, then Benton might have been noticed to keep a very wary eye on the pub, almost as if he had it under observation. But then, as summer came on, and no new manifestations of Benton's problem came to light, he began to forget all about it, to relegate it to that category of mental phenomena known as daydreams, even though he had known no such phenomena before. And as the summer waxed, so the nagging worry at the back of his mind waned, until finally he convinced himself that his daydreams were gone for good. But he was wrong. And if those 2 previous visitations had been dreams, then the third could only be classified as nightmare. July saw the approach of the holiday period, and Benton had long had places booked for himself and his wife at a sumptuously expensive and rather exclusive coastal resort, far from the small Midlands town he called home. They went there every year. This annual spree allowed Benton to indulge his normally repressed escapism, when for a whole fortnight he could pretend that he was other than a mere clerk among people who usually accepted his fantasies as fact, thereby reinforcing them for Benton. He could hardly wait for it to come round, that last Friday evening before the holidays, and when it did he rode home in the commuter's special in a state of high excitement. Tomorrow would see him off to the sea and the sun. The cases were packed, the tickets arranged. A good night's rest now, and then in the morning. He was whistling as he let himself in through his front door, but the tone of his whistle soon went off-key as he stepped into the hall. Dismayed, he paused and sniffed, his nose wrinkling. Out loud he said, "Huh! The drains must be off again." But there was something rather special about that poisonous smell, something ominously familiar. And all of a sudden, without fully realizing why, Benton felt the short hairs at the back of his neck begin to rise. An icy chill struck at him from nowhere. He passed quickly from the hall into the living room, where the air seemed even more offensive. And there he paused again as it came to him in a flash of fearful memory just what the awful stench of ordure was, and where and when he had known it before. The room seemed suddenly to whirl about him as he saw, thrown carelessly across the back of his own easy chair, a monstrously familiar hat, a floppy hat, black and wide-brimmed. The hat grew beneath his hypnotized gaze, expanding until it threatened to fill the whole house, his whole mind. But then he tore his eyes away and broke the spell. From the upstairs bedroom came a low, muted sound, a moan of pain or pleasure, and as an incredibly obscene and now well-remembered chuckling whisper finally invaded Benton's horrified ears, he threw off Shock's invisible shackles to fling himself breakneck up the stairs. "Ellen!" he cried, throwing open the bedroom door, just as a second moan sounded. And then he staggered, clutching at the wall for support, as the scene beyond the door struck him an almost physical blow. The hunchback lay sprawled naked upon Benton's bed, his malformed back blue-veined and grimy. The matted hair of his head fell forward onto Ellen's white breasts, and his filthy hands moved like crabs over her arched body. Her eyes were closed, her mouth open and panting. Her whole attitude was one of complete abandon. Her slender hands clawed spastically at the hunchback's writhing, scurvy thighs. Benton screamed hoarsely, clutching wildly at his hair, his eyes threatening to pop from his head, and for an instant time stood still. Then he lunged forward and grabbed at the man, a great power bursting inside him, the strength of both God and the devil in his crooked fingers. But in that same instant the hunchback slipped from the far side of the bed and out of reach. At an almost impossible speed, the little man dressed, and as Benton lurched drunkenly about the room, he flitted like a gray bat back across the bed. As he went, his face passed close to Ellen's, and Benton was aware once again of that filthy whispered chuckle as the hunchback sprang to the floor and fled the room. Mad with steadily mounting rage, Benton hardly noticed the sudden slitting of his wife's eyes, the film that came down over them like a silky shutter. But as he launched after the hunchback, Ellen reached out a naked leg, deliberately tripping him and sending him flying out onto the landing. By the time he regained his feet, to lean panting against the landing rail, the little man was at the hall door, his hat once more drooping about grotesque shoulders. He looked up with eyes like malignant jewels in the shadow of that hat, and the last thing that the tormented householder saw, as the hunchback closed the door softly behind him, was that abhorrent, omniscient wink. When he reached the garden gate some 20 seconds later, Benton was not surprised to note the little man's complete disappearance. Often during the space of the next fortnight, Benton tried to think back on the scene which followed immediately upon the hunchback's departure from his house. But he was never able to resolve it to his satisfaction. He remembered the blind accusations he had thrown, the venomous bile of his words, his wife's patent amazement, which had only served to enrage him all the more, the shock on Ellen's reddening face as he had slapped her mercilessly from room to room. He remembered her denial, and the words she had screamed after locking herself in the bathroom. "Madman! Madman!" she had screamed. And then she had left, taking her already packed suitcase with her. He had waited until Monday, mainly in a vacant state of shock, before going out to a local ironmonger's shop to buy himself a sharp, long-bladed Italian knife. It was now the 14th day, and still Benton walked the streets. He was grimy, unshaven, hungry, but his resolution was firm. Somewhere he would find the little man in the outsize overcoat and black floppy hat, and when he did, he would stick his knife to its hilt in the hunchback's slimy belly, and he would cut out the vile little swine's brains through his loathsomely winking eyes. In his mind's eye, even as he walked the night streets, Benton could see those eyes gleaming like jewels, quick and bright and liquid, and faintly in his nostrils there seemed to linger the morbid stench of the hybrid creature that wore those eyes in its face. And always his mother's ditty rang in his head. "The other day upon the stair I saw a man who wasn't there. He wasn't there again today. Oh, how I wish—" But no, Benton did not wish the little man away. On the contrary, he desperately wanted to find him. 14 days of madness and delirium. But through all the madness, a burning purpose had shone out like a beacon. Who, what, why? Benton knew not, and he no longer wanted to know. But somewhere, starting the first Tuesday after that evening of waking nightmare, each morning he had caught the commuter special as of old, to prowl its snake-like corridor and peer in poisonously through the compartment windows. Every lunchtime he had waited in a shop doorway across the street from the Bull and Bush until closing time, and in between times he had walked the streets in all the villages between home and the city, because somewhere, home. He tasted the word bitterly. Home. Ha! That was a laugh. And all this after 11 years of reasonably harmonious married life. He thought again, suddenly, of Ellen. then of the hunchback, then of the two of them together, and in the next instant his mind was lit by a bright flash of inspiration. 14 days. 14 days including today. And this was Saturday night. Where would he be now if this whole nightmare had never happened? Why, he would be on the train with his wife going home from their holiday. Could it possibly be that— Benton checked his watch, his hand shaking uncontrollably. 10 to 9. The 9 o'clock train would be pulling into the station in only 10 more minutes. He looked wildly about him, reality crashing down again as he found himself in the back alleys of his hometown. Slowly the wild light went out of his eyes to be replaced by a strangely warped smile as he realized that he stood in an alley only a few blocks away from the railway station. They didn't see him as they left the station. Ellen in high heels and a chic outfit, the hunchback, as usual, in his ridiculous overcoat and floppy black hat. But Benton saw them. They were, it still seemed completely unbelievable, arm in arm. Ellen radiant as a young bride, the little man reeking and filthy, and as Benton heard again that obscene chuckle, he choked and reeled with rage in the darkness of his shop doorway. Instantly the little man paused and peered into the shadows where Benton crouched. Benton cursed himself and shrank back. Although the street was almost deserted, he had not wanted his presence known just yet. But his presence was known. The hunchback lifted up Ellen's hand to his lips in grotesque chivalry and kissed it. He whispered something loathsomely. And then, as Ellen made off without a word down the street, he turned again to peer with firefly eyes into Benton's doorway. The hiding man waited no longer. He leapt out into view, his knife bright and upraised, and the hunchback turned without ceremony to scurry down the cobbled street, his coat fluttering behind him like the wings of a great crippled moth. Benton ran too, and quickly the gap between them closed as he drove his legs in a vengeful fury. Faster and faster his breath rasped as he drew closer to the fugitive hunchback, his hand lifting the knife for the fatal stroke. Then the little man darted round a corner into an alleyway. No more than a second later, Benton, too, rushed wildly into the darkness of the same alley. He skidded to a halt, his shoes sliding on the cobbles. He stilled his panting forcibly. Silence. The little devil had vanished again. No, there he was, cringing like a cornered rat in the shadow of the wall. Benton lunged, his knife making a crescent of light as it sped toward the hunchback's breast, but like quicksilver, the target shifted as the little man ducked under his pursuer's arm to race out again into the street, leaving the echo of his hideous chuckle behind him. That whispered chuckle drove Benton to new heights of raging bloodlust, and, heedless now of all but the chase, he raced hot on the hunchback's trail. He failed to see the taxi's lights as he ran into the street, failed to hear its blaring horn. Indeed, he was only dimly aware of the scream of brakes and tortured tires, so that the darkness of oblivion as it rushed in upon him came as a complete surprise. The darkness did not last. Quickly, Benton swam up out of unconsciousness, to find himself crumpled in the gutter. There was blood on his face, a roaring in his ears. The street swam round and round. "Oh, God," he groaned, but the words came out broken, like his body, and faint. Then the street found its level and steadied. An awful, dull ache spread upwards from Benton's waist until it reached his neck. He tried to move, but couldn't. He heard running footsteps and managed to turn his head, lifting it out of the gutter in an agony of effort. Blood dripped from a torn ear. He moved an arm just a fraction, fingers twitching.
"God, mister, what were you doing? What were you doing?"
the taxi driver gabbled.
"Oh, Jesus, you heard. It wasn't my fault. It wasn't me."
"Never mind," Benton gasped, pain threatening to pull him under again as the ache in his lower body exploded into fresh agony. "Just get me, into your car and hospital, or doctor." "Sure, yes," the man cried, quickly kneeling. If Benton's nose had not been clogged with mucus and drying blood, he would have known of the hunchback's presence even before he heard the terrible chuckling from the pavement. As it was, the sound made him jerk his damaged head round into a fresh wave of incredible pain. He turned his eyes upwards. Twin points of light stared down at him from the darkness beneath the floppy hat. "I suppose you're satisfied now?" he painfully inquired, his hand groping uselessly, longingly for the knife which now lay halfway across the street. And then he froze. Tortured and racked though his body was, desperate as his pain and injuries were, Benton's entire being froze. As in answer to his choked question, the hunchback slowly, negatively shook his shadowed head. Dumbfounded, amazed, and horrified, Benton could only gape, even his agony forgotten, as he helplessly watched from the gutter a repeat performance of those well-known gestures, those scenes remembered of old, and now indelibly imprinted upon his mind. The filthy whispering in the taxi-driver's ear, the winking of bright bird eyes, the mazed look spreading like pale mud on the frightened man's face. Again the street began to revolve about Benton as the taxi-driver walked as if in a dream back to his taxi. Benton tried to scream, but managed only a shuddering cough. Spastically his hand found the hunchback's grimy ankle, and he gripped it tight. The little man stood like an anchor, and once more the street steadied about them as Benton fought his mangled body in a futile attempt to push it to its feet. He could not. There was something wrong with his back, something broken. He coughed, then groaned and relaxed his grip, turning his eyes upwards again to meet the steady gaze of the hunchback. "Please," he said. But his words were drowned out by the sudden sound of a revving engine, by the shriek of skidding tires savagely reversing, and the last thing Benton saw, other than the black bulk of the taxi looming and the red rear lights, was the shuttering of one of those evil eyes in a grim farewell wink. Some few minutes later, the police arrived at the scene of the most inexplicable killing it had ever been their lot to have to attend. They had been attracted by the crazed shrieking of a white-haired, utterly lunatic taxi driver. No sharks in the Med. Customs was non-existent. People bring duty-frees out of Greece, not in. As for passport control, a pair of tanned, hairy, bored-looking characters in stained, too-tight uniforms and peaked caps were in charge. One to take your passport, find the page to be franked, scan photograph and bearer both with a blank gaze that took in absolutely nothing, unless you happen to be female and stacked, in which case it took in everything and more, then pass the passport on. Jeff Hammond thought, "I wonder if that's why they call them passports." The second one took the little black book from the first and hammered down on it with his stamp, impressing several pages, but no one else, then handed the important document back to its owner, but grudgingly, as if he didn't believe you could be trusted with it. This second one, the one with the rubber stamp, had a brother. They could be, probably were, twins. 5'8"-ish, late 20s, lots of shoulders and no hips, raven hair shiny with grease, so tightly curled it looked permed, brown eyes utterly vacant of expression. The only difference was the uniform, the fact that the brother on the home and dry side of the barrier didn't have one. Leaning on the barrier, He twirled cheap, yellow-framed, dark-lensed glasses like glinting propellers, observed almost speculatively the incoming holidaymakers. He wore shorts, frayed where they hugged his thick thighs, barely long enough to be decent. Hung like a bull, Jeff thought. It was almost embarrassing. Dressed for the benefit of the single girls, obviously. He'd be hoping they were taking notes for later. His chances might improve if he were 2 inches taller and had a face, but he didn't. The face was as vacant as the eyes. Then Jeff saw what it was that was wrong with those eyes. Beyond the barrier, the specimen in the bulging shorts was wall-eyed. Likewise his twin punching the passports. Their right eyes had white pupils that stared like dead fish. The one in the booth wore lightly tinted glasses, so that you didn't notice until he looked up and stared directly at you, which in Jeff's case he hadn't. But he was certainly looking at Gwen. Then he glanced at Jeff, patiently waiting, and said, "Together, you?" His voice was a shade too loud, making it almost an accusation. Different names on the passports, obviously. But Jeff wasn't going to stand here and explain how they were just married, and Gwen hadn't had time to make the required alterations. That really would be embarrassing. In fact, and come to think of it, it might not even be legal. Maybe she should have changed it right away, or got something done with it anyway in London. The honeymoon holiday they'd chosen was one of those get-it-while-it's-going deals, a last-minute half-price seat filler, a gift horse. And they'd been pushed for time. But what the hell? This was 1987, wasn't it? "Yes," Jeff finally answered. "Together." "Ah," the other nodded, grinned, appraised Gwen again with a raised eyebrow, before stamping her passport and handing it over. Wall-eyed bastard, Jeff thought. When they passed through the gate in the barrier, the other wall-eyed bastard had disappeared. Stepping through the automatic glass doors from the shade of the airport building into the sunlight of the coach terminus was like opening the door of a furnace. It was a replay of the moment when the plane's air-conditioned passengers trooped out across the tarmac to board the buses waiting to convey them to passport control. You came out into the sun fairly crisp, but by the time you'd trundled your luggage to the curbside and lifted it off the trolley, your armpits were already sticky. 1 o'clock, and the temperature must have been hovering around 85 for hours. It not only beat down on you, but, trapped in the concrete, beat up as well. Hammer blows of heat. A mini-skirted courier, English as a rose and harassed as hell, her white blouse soggy while her blue and white hat still sat jaunty on her head, came fluttering, clutching her millboard with its bulldog clip and thin sheaf of notes. "Mr. Hammond and Miss—" She glanced at her notes. "Pinter?" "Mr. and Mrs. Hammond," Jeff answered. He lowered his voice and continued confidentially. "We're all proper, legitimate, and true. Only our identities have been altered in order to protect our passports." She said. Too deep for her, Jeff thought, sighing inwardly. "Yes," said Gwen sweetly, "we're the Hammonds." "Oh," the girl looked a little confused. "It's just that—" "I haven't changed my passport yet," said Gwen, smiling. "Ah!" Understanding finally dawned. The courier smiled nervously at Jeff, turned again to Gwen. "Is it too late for congratulations?" 4 days, Gwen answered. "Well, congratulations anyway." Jeff was eager to be out of the sun. "Which is our coach?" he wanted to know. Could it possibly be air-conditioned?" There were several coaches parked in an untidy cluster a little farther up the curb. Again, the courier's confusion, also something of embarrassment showing in her bright blue eyes.
You're going to Atsladi?
Jeff sighed again, this time audibly. It was her business to know where they were going. It wasn't a very good start.
Yes,
she cut in quickly, before he or Gwen could comment.
Atsladi, but not by coach. You see, your plane was an hour late. The coach for Atsladi couldn't be held up for just one couple. But it's okay. You'll have the privacy of your own taxi, and, of course, SkyMed will foot the bill.
She went off to whistle up a taxi, and Jeff and Gwen glanced at each other, shrugged, sat down on their cases. But in a moment the courier was back, and behind her a taxi came rolling, nosing into the curb. Its driver jumped out, whirled about, opening doors, the boot, stashing cases, while Jeff and Gwen got into the back of the car. Then, throwing his straw hat down beside him as he climbed into the driving seat and slammed his door, the young Greek looked back at his passengers and smiled. A single gold tooth flashed in a bar of white, but the smile was quite dead, like the grin of a shark before he bites, and the voice, when it came, was phlegmy, like pebbles colliding in mud.
Atsladi, yes?
Yeah, Jeff began, paused, and finished, yes. Atsladi, right. Their driver was the wall-eyed passport stamper's wall-eyed brother.
I Spiros,
he declared, turning the taxi out of the airport.
And you?
Something warned Jeff against any sort of familiarity with this one. In all this heat, the warning was like a breath of cold air on the back of his neck.
I'm Mr. Hammond, he answered stiffly. This is my wife.
Gwen turned her head a little and frowned at him.
She began.
My wife, Jeff said again. She looked surprised, but kept her peace. Spiros was watching the road where it narrowed and wound. Already out of the airport, he skirted the island's main town and raced for foothills rising to a spine of half-clad mountains. Atsladi was maybe half an hour away, on the other side of the central range. The road soon became a track, a thick layer of dust over potholed tarmac and cobbles. In short, a typical Greek road. They slowed down a little through a village where white-walled houses lined the way, with lemon groves set back between and behind the dwellings, and were left with bright flashes of bougainvillea-framed balconies, burning like after-images on their retinas. Then Spiros gave it the gun again. Behind them all was dust kicked up by the spinning wheels and the suction of the cars passing. Jeff glanced out of the fly-specked rear window. The cloud of brown dust chasing after them seemed ominous in the way it obscured the so-recent past. And turning front again, Jeff saw that Spiros kept his strange eye mainly on the road ahead, and the good one on his rear view. But watching what? The dust? No, he was looking at Gwen. The interior mirror was angled directly into her cleavage. They had been married only a very short time. The day when he'd take pride in the jealousy of other men, in their coveting his wife, was still years in the future. Even then, look but don't touch would be the order of the day. Right now it was watch where you're looking, and possession was 99.9% of the law. As for the other 0.1%, well, there was nothing much you could do about what the lecherous bastards were thinking. Jeff took Gwen's elbow, pulled her close, and whispered, "Have you noticed how tight he takes the bends? He does it so we'll bounce about a bit. He's watching how your tits jiggle." She'd been delighted in the scenery, hadn't even noticed Spiros, his eyes, or anything. For a beautiful girl of 23, she was remarkably naive, and it wasn't just an act. It was one of the things Jeff loved best about her. Only 18 months her senior, Jeff hardly considered himself a man of the world, but he did know a rat when he smelled one. In Spiros's case, he could smell several sorts. "He what?" Gwen said out loud, glancing down at herself. One button too many had come open in her blouse, showing the edges of her cups. Green eyes widening, she looked up and spotted Spiros's rear view. He grinned at her through the mirror and licked his lips, but without deliberation. He was naive, too, in his way. In his different sort of way. "Sit over here," said Jeff out loud, and she did up the offending button and the one above it. "The view is much better on this side." He half stood, let her slide along the seat behind him. Both of Spiros's eyes were now back on the road. 10 minutes later, they were up into a pass through gorgeous pine-clad slopes, so steep they came close to sheer. Here and there, scree slides showed through the greenery, or a thrusting outcrop of rock. "Mountains," Spiros grunted, without looking back. "You have an eye for detail," Jeff answered. Gwen gave his arm a gentle nip, and he knew she was thinking, "Sarcasm is the lowest form of wit, and it doesn't become you." Nor cruelty, apparently. Jeff had meant nothing special by his eye remark, but Spiros was sensitive. He groped in the glove compartment for his yellow-rimmed sunshades, put them on, and drove in a stony silence for what looked like being the rest of the journey. Through the mountains they sped, and the west coast of the island opened up like a gigantic travel brochure. The mountains seemed to go right down to the sea, rocks merging with that incredible, aching blue. And they could see the village down there, Achlati, like something out of a dazzling dream, perched on both sides of a spur that gentled into the ocean. "Beautiful," Gwen breathed. "Yes," Spiros nodded. "Beautiful, the village." Like many Greeks speaking English, his definite articles all sounded like "the." "For fish, for the swims, the sun is beautiful." After that it was all downhill, winding, at times precipitous, but the view was never less than stunning. For Jeff, it brought back memories of Cyprus. Good ones, most of them, but one bad one that always made him catch his breath, clench his fists. The reason he hadn't been too keen on coming back to the Med in the first place. He closed his eyes in an attempt to force the memory out of his mind, but that only made it worse, the picture springing up that much clearer. He was a kid again, just 5 years old, late in the summer of '67. His father was a staff sergeant medic, his mother with the QARANCs. Both of them were stationed at the Kaia, a sovereign base area garrison just up the coast from Larnaca, where they had a married quarter. They'd met and married in Berlin, spent 3 years there, then got posted out to Cyprus together. With 2 years done in Cyprus, Jeff's father had a year to go to complete his 22. After that last year in the sun, there was a place waiting for him in the ambulance pool of one of London's big hospitals. Jeff's mother had hoped to get on the nursing staff of the same hospital. But before any of that, Jeff had started school in Decalia. But on those rare weekends, when both of his parents were free of duty, they'd all go off to the beach together. And that had been his favorite thing in all the world. The beach, with its golden sand and crystal-clear, safe, shallow water. But sometimes, seeking privacy, they'd take a picnic basket and drive east along the coast until the road became a track, then find a way down the cliffs, and swim from the rocks up around Cape Greco. That's where it had happened. "Jeff!" Gwen tugged at his arm, breaking the spell. He was grateful to be dragged back to reality. "Were you sleeping?" "Daydreaming," he answered. "Me too," she said. "I think I must be. I mean, just look at it." They were winding down a steep ribbon of road cut into the mountain's flank, and Achlati was directly below them. A coach coming up squeezed by, its windows full of browned-off faces. Holiday-makers going off to the airport, going home. Their holidays were over. But Jeff's and Gwen's was just beginning, and the village they had come to was truly beautiful. Especially beautiful because it was unspoiled. This was only Achladi's second season. Before they'd built the airport, you could only get here by boat. Very few had bothered. Jeff's vision of Cyprus and his bad time quickly receded. While he didn't consider himself a romantic like Gwen, still he recognized Achladi's magic. And now he supposed he'd have to admit that they'd made the right choice. White-walled gardens, red tiles, green-framed windows, some flat roofs and some with a gentle pitch, bougainvillea cascading over white-arched balconies, a tiny white church on the point of the spur where broken rocks finally tumbled into the sea, massive ancient olive trees in walled plots at every street junction, and grapevines on trellises giving a little shade and dappling every garden and patio. That, at a glance, was Achladi. A high wall kept the sea at bay, not that it could ever be a real threat, for the entire front of the village fell within the harbor's crab's claw moles. Steps went down here and there from the sea-wall to the rocks. A half-dozen towels were spread wherever there was a flat or gently inclined surface to take them, and the sea bobbed with a half-dozen heads, snorkels, and face masks. Deep water here, but a quarter-mile to the south, beyond the harbor wall, a shingle beach, stretched like the webbing between the toes of some great beast for maybe 100 yards, to where a second claw-like spur came down from the mountains. As for the rest of this western coastline, as far as the eye could see both north and south, it looked like sky, cliff, and sea to Jeff. Cape Greco all over again. But before he could go back to that...
"Is Villa Eleni, yes?"
Spiros's gurgling voice intruded.
"Him have no road, no can drive. I carry thee bags."
The road went right down the ridge of the spur to the little church. Halfway it was crossed at right angles by a second motor road, which contained and serviced a handful of shops. The rest of the place was made up of streets too narrow or too perpendicular for cars. A few ancient scooters putt-putted and sputtered about. Donkeys clip-clopped here and there, but that was all. Spiros turned his vehicle about at the main junction, the only real road junction, and parked in the shade of a giant olive tree. He went to get the luggage. There were 2 large cases, 2 small ones. Jeff would have shared the load equally, but found himself brushed aside. Spiros took the elephant's share and left him with the small fry. He wouldn't have minded, but it was obviously the Greek's chance to show off his strength. Leading the way up a steep cobbled ramp of a street, Spiros's muscular buttocks kept threatening to burst through the thin stuff of his cut-down jeans. And because the holiday-makers followed on a little way behind, Jeff was aware of Gwen's eyes on Spiros's tanned, gleaming thews. There wasn't much of anywhere else to look. "Him Tarzan you Jane," he commented, but his grin was a shade too dry. "Who you?" she answered, her nose going up in the air. "Cheetah?" Up, said Jeff. Anyway, she relented. "Your bottom's nicer, more compact." He saved his breath, made no further comment. Even the light cases seemed heavy. If he was Cheetah, that must make Spiros Kong. The Greek glanced back once, grinned in his fashion, and kept going. Breathing heavily, Jeff and Gwen made an effort to catch up, failed miserably. Then, toward the top of the way, Spiros turned right into an arched alcove, climbed 3 stone steps, put down his cases, and paused at a varnished pine door. He pulled on a string to free the latch, shoved the door open, and took up his cases again. As the English couple came round the corner, he was stepping inside. "The Villa Eleni," he said, as they followed him in. Beyond the door was a high-walled courtyard of black and white pebbles, laid out in octopus and dolphin designs. A split-level patio fronted the villa, a square box of a house, whose one redeeming feature had to be a retractable sun-awning shading the windows and most of the patio. It also made an admirable refuge from the dazzling white of everything. There were whitewashed concrete steps climbing the side of the building to the upper floor, with a landing that opened onto a wooden-railed balcony with its own striped awning. Beach towels and an outsized lady's bathing costume were hanging over the rail, drying, and all the windows were open. Someone was home, maybe. Or maybe sitting in a shady taverna, sipping on iced drinks. Downstairs, a key with a label had been left in the keyhole of a louvered, fly-screened door. Jeff read the label, which said simply, "Mr. Hammond." The booking had been made in his name. "This is us," he said to Gwen, turning the key. They went in, Spiros following with the large cases. Inside, the cool air was a blessing. Now they would like to explore the place on their own, but the Greek was there to do it for them, and he knew his way around. He put the cases down, opened his arms to indicate the central room. "For sit, talk, the resting." He pointed to a tiled area in one corner with a refrigerator, sink unit, and 2-ring electric cooker. "For the toast, coffee. The fish and chips, eh?" He shoved open the door of a tiny room tiled top to bottom, containing a shower, wash basin, and WC. "And this one," he said, without further explanation. Then 5 strides back across the floor took him to another room, low-ceilinged, pine-beamed, with a Lindian double bed built in under louvered windows. He cocked his head on one side. "And the bed, just one." "That's all we'll need," Jeff answered, his annoyance building. "Yes," Gwen said. "Well, thank you, Spiros, you're very kind, and we'll be fine now." Spiros scratched his chin, went back into the main room, and sprawled in an easy-chair. "Outside is hot," he said. "Here she is cool. Creo, you know." Jeff went to him. "It's very hot," he agreed, "and we're sticky. Now we want to shower, put our things away, look around. Thanks for your help. You can go now." Spiros stood up, and his face went slack, his expression more blank than before. His walleye looked strange through its tinted lens. "Go now," he repeated. Jeff sighed. "Yes, go." The corner of Spiros's mouth twitched, drew back a little to show his gold tooth. "I fetch from airport. Carry cases." "Ah," said Jeff, getting out his wallet. "What do I owe you?" He'd bought drachmas at the bank in London. Spiros sniffed, looked scornful, half turned away. 1,000, he finally answered bluntly. "That's about £4.50, Gwen said from the bedroom doorway. "Sounds reasonable." "Except that it was supposed to be on SkyMed," Jeff scowled. He paid up anyway and saw Spiros to the door. The Greek departed, sauntered indifferently across the patio to pause in the arched doorway, and look back across the courtyard. Gwen had come to stand beside Jeff in the double doorway under the awning. The Greek looked straight at her and licked his fleshy lips. The vacant grin was back on his face. "I see you," he said, nodding with a sort of slow deliberation. As he closed the door behind him, Gwen muttered, "Not if I see you first." Ugh. "I am with you," Jeff agreed. "Not my favorite local character." "Spiros," she said. "Well, and it suits him to a T. It's about as close as you can get to Spider.
and that one is about as close as you can get.
They showered, felt exhausted on the bed, but not so exhausted that they could just lie there without making love. Later, with suitcases emptied and small valuables stashed out of sight, and spare clothes all hung up or tucked away, dressed in light, loose gear, sandals, sunglasses, it was time to explore the village.
And afterwards, Gwen insisted, we're swimming.
She'd packed their towels and swimwear in a plastic beach bag. She loved to swim, and Jeff might have, too, except... But as they left their rooms and stepped out across the patio, the varnished door in the courtyard wall opened to admit their upstairs neighbors. And for the next hour all thoughts of exploration and a dip in the sea were swept aside. The elderly couple who now introduced themselves gushed. There was no other way to describe it. He was George, and she was Petula.
"My dear,"
said George, taking Gwen's hand and kissing it,
"such a stunning young lady, and how sad that I've only 2 days left in which to enjoy you."
He was maybe 64 or 5, ex-handsome, but sagging a bit now, tall, if a little bent, and brown as a native. With a small gray mustache and faded blue eyes, he looked as if he'd— No, in all probability he had piloted Spitfires in World War II. Alas, he wore the most blindingly colorful shorts and shirt that Gwen had ever seen. Petula was very large, about as tall as George, but 2 of him in girth. She was just as brown, though, and so, presumably, didn't mind exposing it all, seemed equally, if not more, energetic, and was never at a loss for words. They were a strange, paradoxical pair, very upper crust, but at the same time very much down to earth. If Petula tended to speak with plums in her mouth, certainly they were of a very tangy variety.
"He'll flatter you to death, my dear,"
she told Gwen, ushering the newcomers up the steps at the side of the house and onto the high balcony.
"But you must never take your eyes off his hands. Stage magicians have nothing on George. 40 years ago he magicked himself into my bedroom, and he's been there ever since."
"She seduced me," said George, bustling indoors.
"I did not."
Petula was petulant.
"What? Why, he's quite simply a wolf in a Joseph suit."
"A Joseph suit?" George repeated her. He came back out onto the balcony with brandy sours in a frosted jug, a clattering tray of ice cubes, slices of sugared lemon, and an egg cup of salt for the sours. He put the lot down on a plastic table, said, "Ah, glasses," and ducked back inside again.
"Yes,"
his wife called after him, pointing at his Bermudas and Hawaiian shirt.
"Your clothes of many colors?"
It was all good fun, and Jeff and Gwen enjoyed it. They sat round the table on plastic chairs, and George and Petula entertained them. It made for a very nice welcome to Achlati indeed.
"Of course,"
said George after a while, when they'd settled down a little,
"we first came here 8 years ago, when there were no flights, just boats. Now that people are flying in,"
he shrugged.
2 more seasons and there'll be belly dancers and hot dog stands. But for now it's just perfect. Will you look at that view?"
The view from the balcony was very fetching.
"From up here we can see the entire village," said Gwen. "You must point out the best shops, the bank or exchange or whatever, all the places we'll need to know about."
George and Petula looked at each other, smiled knowingly.
"Oh?"
said Gwen. Jeff checked their expressions, nodded, made a guess.
"There are no places we need to know about." "Well, 3, actually," said Petula. 4, if you count Dimmy's, the taverna. Oh, there are other places to eat, but Dimmy's is the place. Except I feel I've spoilt it for you now. I mean, that really is something you should have discovered for yourself. It's half the fun, finding the best place to eat. What about the other 3 places we should know about? Gwen inquired. Will knowing those spoil it for us, too? Knowing them in advance, I mean.
Good Lord, no. George shook his head. Vital knowledge, young lady.
The baker's, said Petula, for fresh rolls, daily.
She pointed it out, blue smoke rising from a cluster of chimney pots.
Also the booze shop, for booze.
Also daily, said George, pointing, right there on that corner, where the bottles glint. Do you know they have an ancient metaxa so cheap you wouldn't—
And, Petula continued, the path down to the beach, which is over there.
But tell us, said George, changing the subject, are you married, you two? Or is that too personal?
Oh, of course they're married, Petula told them, but very recently, because they still sit so close together, touching, you see.
Ah, said George, then we shan't have another elopement.
You know, my dear, you really are an old idiot, said Petula, sighing. I mean, elopements are for lovers to be together, and these 2 already are together.
Jeff and Gwen raised their eyebrows.
An elopement?
Gwen said.
Here? When did this happen?
Right here, yes, said Petula.
10 days ago. On our first night, we had a young man downstairs, Gordon, on his own. He was supposed to be here with his fiancée, but she's jilted him. He went out with us, had a few too many indimmies, and told us all about it. A Swedish girl, very lovely, blonde creature, was also on her own. She helped steer him back here, and I suppose tucked him in. She had her own place, mind you, and didn't stay.
But the next night she did, George enthused.
And then they ran off, said Petula brightly. Eloped. As simple as that. We saw them once on the beach the next morning, following which—
Gone, said George.
Maybe their holidays were over, and they just went home, said Gwen reasonably.
No, George shook his head. Gordon had come out on our plane. His holiday was just starting. She'd been here about a week and a half, was due to fly out the day after they made off together.
They paid for their holidays and then deserted them?
Jeff frowned.
Doesn't make any sense.
Does anything, when you're in love? Petula sighed. The way I see it, said George, they fell in love with each other and with Greece and went off to explore all the options.
Love?
Gwen was doubtful.
On the rebound? If she'd been a mousy little thing, I'd quite agree, said Petula. But no, she really was a beautiful girl.
And him a nice lad, said George, a bit sparse, but clean, good-looking.
Indeed, they were very much like you two, his wife added. I mean, not like you, but like you.
Cheers, said Jeff, wryly. I mean, I know I'm not Mr. Universe, but—
Tight in the bottom, said Petula. That's what the girls like these days. You'll do all right.
See, said Gwen, nudging him. Told you so. But Jeff was still frowning.
Didn't anyone look for them? What if they'd been involved in an accident or something?
No, said Petula.
They were seen boarding a ferry in the main town. Indeed, one of the local taxi drivers took them there, Spiros.
Gwen and Jeff turned to look at each other. A strange fish, that one, said Jeff. George shrugged. Oh, I don't know. You know him, do you? It's that eye of his which makes him seem a bit sinister.
Maybe he's right, Jeff thought.
Shortly after that, their drinks finished, they went off to start their explorations. The village was a maze of cobbled, whitewashed alleys. Even as tiny as it was, you could get lost in it, but never for longer than the length of a street. Going downhill, no matter the direction, you'd come to the sea. Uphill, you'd come to the main road, or if you didn't, then turn the next corner and continue uphill, and then you would. The most well-trodden alley, with the shiniest cobbles, was the one that led to the hard-packed path, which in turn led to the beach. Pass the booze shop on the corner twice, and you'd know where it was, always. The window was plastered with labels, some familiar and others entirely conjectural. Inside, steel shelving went floor to ceiling, stacked with every conceivable brand, even the more exotic and, back home, wildly expensive stuffs were on view, often in ridiculously cheap 3-liter duty-free bottles with their own chrome taps and display stands.
Courvoisier,
said Gwen appreciatively.
Grand Marnier, surely,
Jeff protested.
What? 5 pints of Grand Marnier? At that price, can you believe it? But that's to take home. What about while we're here? Coconut liqueur, she said. Or better still, mint chocolate, to complement our midnight coffees.
They found several small tavernas, too, with people seated outdoors at tiny tables under the vines. Chicken portions and slabs of lamb sputtering on spits, small fishes sizzling over charcoal, moussaka steaming in long trays. Dimmy's was down on the harbor, where a wide, low wall kept you safe from falling in the sea. They had a Greek salad, which they divided 2 ways, tiny cubes of lamb roasted on wooden slivers, a half-bottle of local white wine costing pennies. As they ate and sipped the wine, so they began to relax. The hot sunlight was tempered by an almost imperceptible breeze off the sea.
Jeff said, Do you really feel energetic? Damned if I do.
She didn't feel full of boundless energy, no, but she wasn't going down without a fight.
If it was up to you, she said, we'd just sit here and watch the fishing nets dry, right? Nothing wrong with taking it easy, he answered. We're on holiday, remember? Your idea of taking it easy means being bone idle, she answered. I say, we're going for a dip, then back to the villa for siesta, and and can we have the before the siesta?
He kept a straight face.
And then we'll be all settled in, recovered from the journey, ready for tonight. Insatiable. Okay, he shrugged. Anything you say, but we swim from the beach, not from the rocks.
Gwen looked at him suspiciously.
That was almost too easy.
Now he grinned.
It was the thought of, well, that did it, he told her.
Lying on the beach, panting from their exertions in the sea, with the sun lifting the moisture off their still pale bodies, Gwen said,
I don't understand. You swim very well. I've always thought so. So what is this fear of the water you complain about? First, Jeff answered, I don't swim very well. Oh, for 100 yards I'll swim like a dolphin. Any more than that, and I do it like a brick. I can't float. If I stop swimming, I sink. So don't stop. When you get tired, you stop. What was it that made you frightened of the water? He told her. I was a kid in Cyprus, a little kid. My father had taught me how to swim. I used to watch him diving off the rocks, maybe 20 or 30 feet high, into the sea. I thought I could do it too. So one day, when my folks weren't watching, I tried. I must have hit my head on something on the way down, or maybe I simply struck the water all wrong. When they spotted me floating in the sea, I was just about done for. My father dragged me out. He was a medic, the kiss of life and all that. So now I'm not much for swimming, and I'm absolutely nothing for diving. I will swim, for a splash, in shallow water like today, but that's my limit, and I'll only go in from a beach. I can't stand cliffs, height. It's as simple as that. You married a coward. So there. No, I didn't, she said. I married someone with a great bottom. Why didn't you tell me all this before? You didn't ask me. I don't like to talk about it because I don't much care to remember it. I was just a kid. and yet I knew I was going to die. And I knew it wouldn't be nice. I still haven't got it out of my system, not completely. And so the less said about it, the better.
A beach ball landed close by, bounced, rolled to a standstill against Gwen's thigh. They looked up. A brown, burly figure came striding. They recognized the frayed, bulging shorts. Spiros.
"Hello,"
he said, going down into a crouch close by, forearms resting on his knees.
"The beach, the ball. I swim, play. You swim?"
This to Jeff.
"You come swim, throwing the ball?"
Jeff sat up. There were half a dozen other couples on the beach. Why couldn't this jerk pick on them? Jeff thought to himself, I'm about to get sand kicked in my face.
"No," he said out loud, shaking his head. "I don't swim much." "No swim? You fighting the big fish, the sharks?"
Sharks? Now Gwen sat up. From behind their dark lenses, she could feel Spiros's eyes crawling over her. Jeff shook his head.
"There are no sharks in the Med," he said.
"Him right." Spiros laughed, high-pitched, like a woman, without his customary gurgling, a weird sound.
"No sharks. I make the jokes."
He stopped laughing and looked straight at Gwen. She couldn't decide if he was looking at her face or her breasts. Those damned sunglasses of his.
"You come swim, lady, with Spiros? Play in the water?"
"My God!" Gwen sputtered, glowering at him. She pulled her dress on over her still damp, very skimpy swimming costume, packed her towel away, picked up her sandals. When she was annoyed, she really was annoyed. Jeff stood up as she made off, turned to Spiros.
"Now listen," he began.
"Ah,
"You go now. Is okay. I see you."
He took his ball, raced with it down the beach, hurled it out over the sea. Before it splashed down, he was diving low and flat, striking the water like a knife. Unlike Jeff, he swam very well indeed. When Jeff caught up with his wife, she was stiff with anger, mainly angry with herself.
"That was so rude of me," she exploded. "No, it wasn't," he said. "I feel exactly the same about it. But he's so damned persistent. I mean, he knows we're together, man and wife. The bed, just one. How dare he intrude?"
Jeff tried to make light of it.
"You're imagining it," he said. "And you? Doesn't he get on your nerves?" "Maybe I'm imagining it, too. Look, he's Greek, and not an especially attractive specimen. Look at it from his point of view. All of a sudden, there's a gaggle of dolly birds on the beach, dressed in stuff his sister wouldn't wear for undies. So he tries to get closer, for a better view, as it were, so that he can get a walleye full. He's no different to other blokes. Not quite as smooth, that's all."
"Smooth?" She almost spat the word out.
"He's about as smooth as a badger's bottom," said Jeff. "Yes, I know. If I'd known you were such a bum fancier, I mightn't have married you."
And at last she laughed, but shakily. They stopped at the booze shop and bought brandy and a large bottle of Coca-Cola, and mint chocolate liqueur, of course, for their midnight coffees. That night Gwen put on a blue and white dress, very Greek, if cut a little low in the front, and silver sandals. Tucking a handkerchief into the breast pocket of his white jacket, Jeff thought, "She's beautiful." With her heart-shaped face, and the way her hair framed it, cut in a page-boy style that suited its shiny black sheen, and her green eyes, he'd always thought she looked French. But tonight she was definitely Greek, and he was so glad that she was English, and his. Dimmy's was doing a roaring trade. George and Petula had a table in the corner overlooking the sea. They had spread themselves out in order to occupy all 4 seats, but when Jeff and Gwen appeared, they waved, called them over.
"We thought you'd drop in,"
George said as they sat down, and to Gwen, "You look charming, my dear." "Now I feel I'm really on my holidays." Gwen smiled. "Honeymoon, surely," said Petula. "Shh," Jeff cautioned her. "In England they throw confetti. Over here it's plates." "Your secret is safe with us," said George. "Holiday, honeymoon, whatever," said Gwen. "Compliments from handsome gentlemen. The stars reflected in the sea, a full moon rising, and bouzouki music floating in the air. And the mouth-watering smells of good Greek grub," Jeff cut in. "Have you ordered?" He looked at George and Petula. "A moment ago," Petula told him. "If you go into the kitchen there, Dimmy will show you his menu. Live, as it were. Tell him you're with us, and he'll make an effort to serve us together. Starter, main course, a pudding, the lot." "Good," Jeff said, standing up. "I could eat the saddle off a donkey." "Eat the whole donkey," George told him. "The one who's going to wake you up with his racket at 6:30 tomorrow morning." "You don't know Jeff," said Gwen. "He'd sleep through a Rolling Stones concert." "And you don't know Atslati donkeys," said Petula. In the kitchen, the huge, bearded proprietor was busy, fussing over his harassed-looking cooks. As Jeff entered, he came over. "Good evenings, sir. You are new in Atslati?" "Just today," Jeff smiled. "We came here for lunch, but missed you." "Ah," Demetrios gasped, shrugged apologetically. "I was sleeps. Every day, for 2 hours, I sleeps. Where you stay?" "The Villa Eleni." "Eleni. Is me," Demetrios beamed. "I am Villa Eleni. I mean, I owns it. Eleni is the name my wife's." "It's a beautiful name," said Jeff, beginning to feel trapped in the conversation. "We're with George and Petula." "You are eating? Good, good, I show you." Jeff was given a guided tour of the ovens and the sweets trolley. He ordered, keeping it light for Gwen. "And here," said Demetrios, "for your lady." He produced a filigreed silver metal brooch in the shape of a butterfly, with dimmies worked into the metal of the body. Gwen wouldn't like it especially, but politic to accept it. Jeff had noticed several female patrons wearing them, Petula included. "That's very kind of you," he said. Making his way back to their table, he saw Spiros was there before him. Now where the hell had he sprung from, and what the hell was he playing at? Spiros wore tight blue jeans, his image obviously, and a white T-shirt stained down the front. He was standing over the corner table, one hand on the wall where it overlooked the sea, the other on the table itself. Propped up, still he swayed. He was leaning over Gwen. George and Petula had frozen smiles on their faces, looked frankly astonished. Jeff couldn't quite see all of Gwen, for Spiros's bulk was in the way. What he could see, of the entire mini-tableau, printed itself on his eyes as he drew closer. Adrenaline surged in him, and he began to breathe faster. He barely noticed George standing up and sliding out of view. Then, as the bouzouki tape came to an end and the taverna's low babble of sound seemed to grow that much louder, Gwen's outraged voice suddenly rose over everything else. "Get your filthy paws off me!" she cried. Jeff was there. Petula had drawn as far back as possible. No longer smiling, her hand was at her throat, her eyes staring in disbelief. Spiros's left hand had caught up the V of Gwen's dress. His fingers were inside the dress and his thumb outside. In his right hand he clutched a pin like the one Demetrios had given to Jeff. He was protesting. "But I giving it. I putting it on your dress. Is nice, this one. We friends. Why you shout? You know like Spiros?" His throaty, gurgling voice was slurred. Waves of ouzo fumes literally wafted off him like the stench of a dead fish. Jeff moved in, knocked Spiros's elbow away where it leaned on the wall. Spiros must release Gwen to maintain his balance. He did so, but still crashed half over the wall. For a moment, Jeff thought he would go completely over into the sea, but he just lolled there, shaking his head, and finally turned it to look back at Jeff. There was a look on his face which Jeff couldn't quite describe. Drunken stupidity slowly turning to rage, maybe. Then he pushed himself upright, stood swaying against the wall, his fists knotting and the muscles in his arms bunching. "Hit him now," Jeff's inner man told him. "Do it, and he'll go clean over into the sea. It's not high, 7 or 8 feet, that's all. It'll sober the bastard up, and after that he won't trouble you again." But what if he couldn't swim? "You know he swims like a fish, like a bloody shark." "You think you better than Spiros, eh?" The Greek wobbled dangerously, steadied up, and took a step in Jeff's direction. "No!" The voice of the bearded Demetrios was shattering in Jeff's ear. Massive, he stepped between them, grabbed Spiros by the hair, half dragged, half pushed him towards the exit. "No! Everybody thinks he's better," he cried, "because everybody is better. Out!" He heaved Spiros, yelping, into the harbor's shadows. "I tell you before, Spiros, drink all the ouzo in Atzadi is your business, but not let it ruin my business. Then comes the real troubles." Gwen was naturally upset. It spoiled something of the evening for her. But by the time they had finished eating, things were about back to normal. No one else in the place, other than George and Petula, had seemed especially interested in the incident anyway. At around 11, when the taverna had cleared a little, the girl from SkyMed came in. She came over. "Hello, Julie," said George, finding her a chair. And, flatterer born, he added, "How lovely you're looking tonight, but of course you look lovely all the time." Petula tut-tutted. "George, if you hadn't met me, you'd be a gigolo by now, I'm sure." "Mr. Hammond," Julie said, "I'm terribly sorry. I should have explained to Spiros that he'd recover the fare for your ride from me. Actually, I believed he understood that, but apparently he didn't. I've just seen him in one of the bars, and asked him how much I owed him. He was a little upset, wouldn't accept the money, told me I should see you." "Was he sober yet?" Jeff asked sourly. Not very, I'm afraid." "Has he been a nuisance?" Jeff coughed. "Only a bit of a one." "It was 1,000 drachmas," said Gwen. The courier looked a little taken aback. "Well, it should only have been 700. "He did carry our bags, though," said Jeff. "Ah, maybe that explains it. Anyway, I'm authorized to pay you 700. "All donations are welcome," Gwen said, opening her purse and accepting the money. "But if I were you, in future I'd use someone else. This Spiros isn't a particularly pleasant fellow." "Well, he does seem to have a problem with the ouzo," Julie answered. "On the other hand—" "He has several problems." Jeff was sharper than he meant to be. After all, it wasn't her fault. "He also has the best beach," Julie finished. "Beach?" Jeff raised an eyebrow. "He has a beach?" "Didn't we tell you?" Petula spoke up. 2 or 3 of the locals have small boats in the harbor. For a few hundred drachmas, they'll take you to one of a handful of private beaches along the coast. They're private because no one lives there, and there's no way in except by boat. The boatmen have their favorite places, which they guard jealously and call their beaches, so that the others don't poach on them. They take you in the morning or whenever, collect you in the evening. Absolutely private, ideal for picnics, romance." She sighed. "What a lovely idea," said Gwen, "to have a beach of your own for the day." "Well, as far as I'm concerned," Jeff told her, "Spiros can keep his beach." "Uh-oh," said George. "Speak of the devil." Spiros had returned. He averted his face and made straight for the kitchens in the back. He was noticeably steadier on his feet now. Demetrios came bowling out to meet him, and a few low-muttered words passed between them. Their conversation quickly grew more heated, becoming rapid-fire Greek in moments. And Spiros appeared to be pleading his case. Finally, Demetrios shrugged, came lumbering towards the corner table with Spiros in tow.
"Spiros, he's sorry," Demetrios said, "for tonight. Too much ouzo. He just won't be friendly."
"He's right," said Spiros, lifting his head. He shrugged helplessly.
"The ouzo."
Jeff nodded. "Okay, forget it," he said, but coldly.
"Is okay?"
Spiros lifted his head a little more. He looked at Gwen. Gwen forced herself to nod. "It's okay." Now Spiros beamed, or as close as he was likely to get to it. But still, Jeff had this feeling that there was something cold and calculating in his manner.
"I make it good,"
Spiros declared, nodding.
"One day I take you the best beach for the picnic. Very private. 2 peoples, no more. I no take the money, nothing. Is good?"
"Fine," said Jeff. "That'll be fine."
"Okay."
Spiros smiled his unsmile, nodded, turned away. Going out, he looked back.
"I'm sorry,"
he said again, and again, his shrug.
"The ouzo."
"Hardly eloquent," said Petula when he'd disappeared. "But better than nothing," said George. "Things are looking up." Gwen was happier now. Jeff was still unsure how he felt. He said nothing.
"Breakfast is on us,"
George announced the next morning. He smiled down on Jeff and Gwen, where they drank coffee and tested the early morning sunlight at a garden table on the patio. They were still in their dressing gowns, eyes bleary, hair tousled. Jeff looked up, squinting his eyes against the hurtful blue of the sky, and said,
"I see what you mean about that donkey. What the hell time is it, anyway?"
8:15, said George. "You're lucky. Normally he's at it, an hour earlier than this." From somewhere down in the maze of alleys, as if summoned by their conversation, the hideous braying echoed yet again as the village gradually came awake. Just before 9, they set out, George and Petula guiding them to a little place bearing the paint-daubed legend, Breakfast Bar. They climbed steps to a pine-railed patio set with pine tables and chairs, under a varnished pine frame supporting a canopy of split bamboo. Service was good. The English food hot, tasty, and very cheap. The coffee dreadful.
"Yuck,"
Gwen commented, understanding now why George and Petula had ordered tea. "Take a note, Mr. Hammond," she said. "Tomorrow no coffee, just fruit juice."
"We thought maybe it was us being fussy," said Petula, "else we'd have warned you."
"Anyway," George sighed, "here's where we have to leave you. For tomorrow we fly, literally. So today we're shopping, picking up our duty-frees, gifts, the postcards we never sent, some Greek cigarettes."
"But we'll see you tonight, if you'd care to," said Petula.
"Delighted," Jeff answered.
"What, Zorba's dance, moussaka, and a couple or 3 of those giant metexes that Dimmy serves? Who could refuse?"
"Not to mention the company," said Gwen.
"About 8:30, then,"
said Petula, and off they went. "I shall miss them," said Gwen.
"But it will be nice to be on our own for once."
Jeff leaned over to kiss her.
"Hello,"
came a now familiar gurgling voice from below. Spiros stood in the street beyond the rail, looking up at them, the sun striking sparks from the lenses of his sunglasses. Their faces fell, and he couldn't fail to notice.
"Is okay?"
He quickly held up a hand.
"I no stay. I busy. Today I make the taxi, later the boat."
Gwen gave a little gasp of excitement, clutched Jeff's arm. "The private beach," she said. "Now that's what I'd call being on our own." And to Spiros, "If we're ready at 1 o'clock, will you take us to your beach?"
"Of course," he answered. "At 1 o'clock. I near Dimmy's. My boat, him called Spiros, like me. You see him?"
Gwen nodded. "We'll see you then." Good, Spiros nodded. He looked up at them a moment longer, and Jeff wished he could fathom where the man's eyes were. Probably up Gwen's dress, but then he turned and went on his way. Now we shop, Gwen said. They shopped for picnic items. Nothing gigantic, mainly small things. Slices of salami, hard cheese, 2 fat tomatoes, fresh bread, a bottle of light white wine, some feta, eggs for boiling, and a liter of crystal-clear bottled water. And as an afterthought, 6 small pats of butter, a small jar of honey, a sharp knife, and a packet of doilies. No wicker basket. Their little plastic cool box would have to do, and one of their pieces of shoulder luggage for the blanket, towels, and swim things. Jeff was no good for details. Gwen's head, to the contrary, was only happy buzzing with them. He let her get on with it, acted as beast of burden. In fact, there was no burden to mention. After all, she was shopping for just the 2 of them, and it was as good a way as any to explore the village stores and see what was on offer. While she examined this and that, Jeff spent the time comparing the prices of various spirits with those already noted in the booze shop. So the morning passed. At 11:30 they went back to the Villa Eleni for, and a shower, and afterwards Gwen prepared the foodstuffs while Jeff lazed under the awning. No sign of George and Petula. 84 degrees of heat as they idled their way down to the harbor. The village had closed itself down through the hottest part of the day, and they saw no one they knew. Sparrow's boat lolled like a mirrored blot on the stirless ocean, and Jeff thought, even the fish will be finding this a bit much. Also, I hope there's some shade on this blasted beach. Sparrows appeared from behind a tangle of nets. He stood up, yawned, adjusted his straw hat like a sunshade on his head. "The boat," he said in his entirely unnecessary fashion, as he helped them climb aboard. Sparrow's, the boat, was hardly 100% seaworthy. Jeff saw that immediately. In fact, in any other ocean in the world she'd be condemned. But this was the Mediterranean in July. Barely big enough for 3 adults, the boat rocked a little as Sparrows yanked futilely on the starter. Water seeped through boards, rotten and long since sprung, black with constant damp and badly caulked. Sparrows saw Jeff's expression where he sat with his sandals in 1/2 inch of water. He shrugged. "Is nothings," he said. Finally, the engine coughed into life, began to purr, and they were off. Sparrows had the tiller. Jeff and Gwen faced him from the prow, which now lifted up a little as they left the harbor and cut straight out to sea. It was then, for the first time, that Jeff noticed Sparrow's furtiveness, the way he kept glancing back toward Achladi, as if anxious not to be observed. Unlikely that they would be, for the village seemed fast asleep. Or perhaps he was just checking landmarks, avoiding rocks or reefs or what have you. Jeff looked overboard. The water seemed deep enough to him. Indeed, it seemed much too deep, but at least there were no sharks. Well out to sea, Sparrows swung the boat south and followed the coastline for maybe 2.5 to 3 miles. The highest of Achladi's houses and apartments had slipped entirely from view by the time he turned in towards land again, and sought a bite in the seemingly unbroken march of cliffs. The place was landmarked. A fang of rock had weathered free, shaping a stack that reared up from the water to form a narrow, deep channel between itself and the cliffs proper. In former times, a second greater stack had crashed oceanward, and now lay like a reef, just under the water across the entire frontage. In effect, this made the place a lagoon, a sandy beach to the rear, safe water, and the reef of shattered, softly matted rocks where the small waves broke. There was only one way in. Spiros gentled his boat through the deep water between the crooked outcrop and the overhanging cliff. Clear of the channel, he nosed her into the beach and cut the motor. As the keel grated on grit, he stepped nimbly between his passengers and jumped ashore, dragging the boat a few inches up onto the sand. Jeff passed him the picnic things, then steadied the boat while Gwen took off her sandals and made to step down where the water met the sand. But Spiros was quick off the mark. He stepped forward, caught her up, carried her 2 paces up the beach, and set her down. His left arm had been under her thighs, his right under her back, cradling her. But when he set her upon her own feet, his right hand had momentarily cupped her breast, which he'd quite deliberately squeezed. Gwen opened her mouth, stood gasping her outrage, unable to give it words. Jeff had got out of the boat and was picking up their things to bring them higher up the sand. Spiros, slapping him on the back, stepped round him and shoved the boat off, splashed in shallow water a moment before leaping nimbly aboard. Gwen controlled herself, said nothing. She could feel the blood in her cheeks, but hoped Jeff wouldn't notice. Not here, miles from anywhere. Not in this lonely place. No, there must be no trouble here. For suddenly it had dawned on her just how very lonely it was. Beautiful, unspoiled, a lover's idol. But oh, so very lonely. "You all right, love?" said Jeff, taking her elbow. She was looking at Spiros, standing silent in his boat. Their eyes seemed locked. It was as if she didn't see him, but the mind behind the sunglasses, behind those disparate, dispassionate eyes. A message had passed between them. Jeff sensed it, but couldn't fathom it. He had almost seemed to hear Spiros say yes and Gwen answer no. "Gwen," he said again. "I see you," Spiros called, grinning. It broke the spell. Gwen looked away, and Jeff called out, 6:30, right?" Spiros waggled a hand this way and that, palm down, as if undecided. 6:30, something," he said, shrugging. He started his motor, waved once, chugged out of the bay between the jutting Sentinel Rock and the cliffs. As he passed out of sight, the boat's engine roared with life, its throaty growl rapidly fading into the distance. Gwen said nothing about the incident. She felt sure that if she did, then Jeff would make something of it. Their entire holiday could so easily be spoiled. It was bad enough that for her the day had already been ruined, so she kept quiet, and perhaps a little too quiet. When Jeff asked her again if anything was wrong, she told him she had a headache. Then, feeling a little unclean, she stripped herself quite naked and swam while he explored the beach. Not that there was a great deal to explore. He walked the damp sand at the water's rim to the southern extreme, and came up against the cliffs where they curved out into the sea. They were quite unscalable, towering maybe 80 or 90 feet to their jagged rim. Walking the 100 or so yards back the other way, the thought came to Jeff that if Spiros didn't come back for them, that is, if anything untoward should happen to him, they'd just have to sit it out until they were found. Which, since Spiros was the only one who knew they were here, might well be a long time. Having thought it, Jeff tried to shake the idea off, but it wouldn't go away. The place was quite literally a trap. Even a decent swimmer would have to have at least a couple of miles in him before considering swimming out of here. Once lodged in Jeff's brain, the concept rapidly expanded itself. Before, he had looked at the faded yellow and bone-white facade of the cliffs against the incredible blue of the sky with admiration. The beach had been every man's dream of tranquility, privacy, Eden with its own Eve. The softly lapping ocean had seemed like a warm, soothing bath, reaching from horizon to horizon. But now, the place was so like Cape Greco, except at Greco there had always been a way down to the sea and up from it. The northern end of the beach was much like the southern, the only difference being the great fang of rock protruding from the sea. Jeff stripped, swam out to it, was aware that the water here was a great deal deeper than back along the beach. But the distance was only 30 feet or so, nothing to worry about, and there were hand and footholds galore around the base of the pillar of upthrusting rock. He hauled himself up onto a tiny ledge, climbed higher, not too high, sat on a projecting fist of rock with his feet dangling, and called to Gwen. His voice surprised him, for it seemed strangely small and panting. The cliffs took it up, however, amplified and passed it on. His shout reached Gwen where she splashed. She spotted him, stopped swimming, and stood up. She waved, and he marveled at her body, her tip-tilted breasts displayed where she stood like some lovely Mediterranean nymph, all unashamed. Venus rising from the waves. Except that here the waves were little more than ripples. He glanced down at the water and was at once dizzy. The way it lapped at the rock and flowed so gently in the worn hollows of the stone, all fluid and glinting motion, and Jeff's stomach following the same routine, seeming to slosh loosely inside him. Damn this terror of his! What was he but 8, 9 feet above the sea? God, he might as well feel sick standing on a thick carpet. He stood up, shouted, jumped outward toward Gwen. Down he plunged into cool liquid blue and fought his way to the surface and swam furiously to the beach. There he lay, half in, half out of the water, his heart and lungs hammering, blood coursing through his body. It had been such a little thing, something any 10-year-old child could have done, but to him it had been such an effort, and an achievement. Elated, he stood up, sprinted down the beach, threw himself into the warm, shallow water just as Gwen was emerging. Carried back by him, she laughed, splashed him, finally submitted to his hug. They rolled in 12 inches of water, and her legs went round him. And there, where the water met the sand, they grew gentle, then fierce. And when it was done, the sea laved their heat and rocked them gently, slowly dispersing their passion. About 4 o'clock they ate, but very little. They weren't hungry. The sun was too hot. The silence, at first enchanting, had turned to a droning, sun-scorched monotony that beat on the ears worse than a city's roar. And there was a smell. When the light breeze off the sea swung in a certain direction, it brought something unpleasant with it. To provide shade, Jeff had rigged up his shirt, slacks, and a large beach towel on a frame of drifted bamboo between the brittle, sand-papered branches of an old tree washed halfway up the sand. There, in this tatty makeshift teepee, they'd spread their blanket, retreated from the pounding sun. But as the smell came again, Jeff crept out of the cramped shade, stood up, and shielded his eyes to look along the wall of the cliffs. "It comes from over there," he said, pointing. Gwen joined him. "I thought you'd explored," she said. "Along the tide line," he answered, nodding slowly. "Not along the base of the cliffs. Actually, they don't look too safe, and they overhang a fair bit in places. But if you'll look where I'm pointing, there, where the cliffs are cut back, is that water glinting?" "A spring?" She looked at him. "A waterfall?" "Hardly a waterfall," he said. "More a dribble. But what is it that's dribbling? I mean, springs don't stink, do they?" Gwen wrinkled her nose. "Sewage, do you think?" "Yuck," he said. "But at least it would explain why there's no one else here. I'm going to have a look." She followed him to the place where the cliffs were notched in a V. Out of the sunlight they both shivered a little. They'd put on swimwear for simple decency's sake in case a boat should pass by. But now they hugged themselves as the chill of damp stone drew off their stored heat and brought goose pimples to flesh which sun and sea had already roughened. And there, beneath the overhanging cliff, they found in the shingle a pool formed of a steady flow from on high. Without a shadow of doubt, the pool was the source of the carrion stench, but here in the shade its water was dark, muddied, rippled, quite opaque. If there was anything in it, then it couldn't be seen. As for the waterfall, it forked high up in the cliff, fell in twin streams, one of which was a trickle. Leaning out over the pool at its narrowest, shallowest point, Jeff cupped his hand to catch a few droplets. He held them to his nose, shook his head. "Just water," he said. "It's the pool itself that stinks." "Or something back there." Gwen looked beyond the pool into the darkness of the cave formed of the V and the overhang. Jeff took up a stone, hurled it into the darkness and silence. Clattering echoes sounded. And a moment later, flies, a swarm of them, disturbed where they'd been sitting on cool, damp ledges. They came in a cloud out of the cave, sent Jeff and Gwen yelping, fleeing for the sea. Jeff was stung twice. Gwen escaped injury. The ocean was their refuge, shielding them while the flies dispersed or returned to their vile-smelling breeding ground. After the murky, poisonous pool, the sea felt cool and refreshing. Muttering curses, Jeff stood in the shallows while Gwen squeezed the craters of the stings in his right shoulder and bathed them with salt water. When she was done, he said bitterly, "I've had it with this place. The sooner the Greek gets back, the better." His words were like an invocation. Toweling themselves dry, they heard the roar of Spiros's motor, heard it throttle back, and a moment later his boat came nosing in through the gap between the rock and the cliffs. But instead of landing, he stood off in the shallow water. "Hello!" he called, in his totally unnecessary fashion. "You're early," Jeff called back, and under his breath, "Thank God." "Early, yes," Spiros answered, "but I have the troubles." He shrugged. Gwen had pulled her dress on, packed the last of their things away. She walked down to the water's edge with Jeff. "Troubles?" she said, her voice a shade unsteady. "The boat," he said, and pointed into the open, lolling belly of the craft, where they couldn't see. "I hitting the rock when I leave Atlanti. Is okay, but—" And he made his 50-50 sign, waggling his hand with the fingers open and the palm down. His face remained impassive, however. Jeff looked at Gwen, then back to Spiros. "You mean it's unsafe?" "For 3 people's unsafe, maybe." Again the Greek's shrug. "I thinks I take the lady first. Is okay, I come back. Is bad, I find other boat." "You can't take both of us." Jeff's face fell. Spiros shook his head. "Maybe big problems," he said. Jeff nodded. "Okay," he said to Gwen. "Go just as you are. Leave all this stuff here and keep the boat light." And to Spiros, "Can you come in a bit more?" The Greek made a clicking sound with his tongue, shrugged apologetically. "The boat is broked. I not want the more breakings. You swim?" He looked at Gwen, leaned over the side, and held out his hand. Keeping her dress on, she waded into the water, made her way to the side of the boat. The water only came up to her breasts, but it turned her dress into a transparent, clinging film. She grasped the upper strake with one hand and made to drag herself aboard. Spiros, leaning backwards, took her free hand. Watching, Jeff saw her come half out of the water, then saw her freeze. She gasped loudly and twisted her wet hand in Spiros's grasp, tugged free of his grip, flopped back down into the water. And while the Greek regained his balance, she quickly swam back ashore. Jeff helped her from the sea. "Gwen," he said. Spiros worked his starter, got the motor going. He commenced a slow, deliberate circling of the small bay. "Gwen?" Jeff said again. "What is it? What's wrong?" She was pale, shivering. She finally started to speak. "He had an erection. Jeff, I could see it bulging in his shorts, throbbing. My God, and I know it was for me. And the boat." "What about the boat?" Anger was building in Jeff's heart and head, starting to run cold in his blood. "There was no damage, none that I could see anyway. He just wanted to get me into that boat on my own." Spiros could see them talking together. He came angling close into the beach, called out, "I bring thee better boat. Half an hour is safer. I see you." He headed for the channel between the rock and the cliff, and in another moment passed from sight. "Jeff, we're in trouble," Gwen said, as soon as Spiros had left. "We're in serious trouble." "I know it," he said. "I think I've known it ever since we got here. That bloke's as sinister as they come." "And it's not just his eye, it's his mind," said Gwen. "He's sick." Finally, she told her husband about the incident when Spiros had carried her ashore from the boat. "So that's what that was all about," he growled. "Well, something has to be done about him. We'll have to report him." She clutched his arm. "We have to get back to Atslati before we can do that," she said quietly. "Jeff, I don't think he intends to let us get back." That thought had been in his mind, too, but he hadn't wanted her to know it. He felt suddenly helpless. The trap seemed sprung, and they were in it. But what did Spiros intend, and how could he possibly hope to get away with it, whatever it was? Gwen broke into his thoughts. "No one knows we're here. Just Spiros." "I know," said Jeff. "And what about that couple who—" He let it tail off. It had just slipped from his tongue. It was the last thing he'd wanted to say. "Do you think I haven't thought of that?" Gwen hissed, gripping his arm more tightly yet. "He was the last one to see them. Getting on a ferry, he said. But did they?" She stripped off her dress. "What are you doing?" he asked breathlessly. "We came in from the north," she answered, wading out again into the water. "There were no beaches between here and Atslati." "What about to the south?" "There are other beaches than this one. We know that. Maybe there's one just half a mile away, maybe even less, if I can find one where there's a path up the cliffs." "Gwen," he said. "Gwen!" Panic was rising in him to match his impotence, his rage and terror. She turned and looked at him, looked helpless in her skimpy bikini, and yet determined, too, and to think he'd considered her naive. Well, maybe she had been, but no more. She managed a small smile, said, "I love you." "What if you exhaust yourself?" He could think of nothing else to say. "I'll know when to turn back," she said. Even in the hot sunlight he felt cold, and knew she must too. He started towards her, but she was already into a controlled crawl, heading south out across the submerged rocks. He watched her out of sight round the southern extreme of the jutting cliffs, stood knotting and unknotting his fists at the edge of the sea. For long moments Jeff stood there, cold inside and hot out, and at the same time cold all over. Then the sense of time fleeting by overcame him. He ground his teeth, felt his frustration overflow. He wanted to shout, but feared Gwen would hear him and turn back. But there must be something he could do. With his bare hands? Like what? A weapon. He needed a weapon. There was the knife they'd bought just for their picnic. He went to their things and found it. Only a 3-inch blade, but sharp. Hand to hand, it must give him something of an advantage. But what if Spiros had a bigger knife? He seemed to have a bigger or better everything else. One of the drifted tree's branches was long, straight, slender. It pointed like a mocking, sand-papered wooden finger at the unscalable cliffs. Jeff applied his weight close to the main branch. As he lifted his feet from the ground, the branch broke, sending him to his knees in the sand. Now he needed some binding material. Taking his unfinished spear with him, he ran to the base of the cliffs. Various odds and ends had been driven back there by past storms: plastic Coke bottles, fragments of driftwood, pieces of cork, a nylon fishing net tangled round a broken barrel. Jeff cut lengths of tough nylon line from the net, bound the knife in position at the end of his spear. Now he felt he had a real advantage. He looked around. The sun was sinking leisurely towards the sea, casting his long shadow on the sand. How long since Spiros left? How much time left till he got back? Jeff glanced at the frowning needle of the sentinel rock. A sentinel, yes, a watcher. Or a watchtower. He put down his spear, ran to the northern point, and sprang into the sea. Moments later he was clawing at the rock, dragging himself from the water, climbing, and scarcely a thought of danger, not from the sea or the climb, not from the deep water or the height. At 30 feet the rock narrowed down. He could lean to left or right, and scan the sea to the north, in the direction of Atslati. Way out on the blue, sails gleamed white in the brilliant sunlight. On the far horizon a smudge of smoke, nothing else. For a moment, the merest moment, Jeff's old nausea returned. He closed his eyes and flattened himself to the rock, gripped tightly where his fingers were bedded in cracks in the weathered stone. A mass of stone shifted slightly under the pressure of his right hand, almost causing him to lose his balance. He teetered for a second, remembered Gwen. The nausea passed, and with it all fear. He stepped a little lower, examined the great slab of rock which his hand had tugged loose, and suddenly an idea burned bright in his brain. Which was when he heard Gwen's cry, thin as a keening wind, shrilling into his bones from along the beach. He jerked his head round, saw her there in the water inside the reef, wearily striking for the shore. She looked all in. His heart leaped into his mouth, and without pause he launched himself from the rock, striking the water feet first and sinking deep. No fear or effort to it this time. No time for any of that. Surfacing, he struck for the shore. Then back along the beach, panting his heart out, flinging himself down in the small waves where she kneeled, sobbing, her face covered by her hands. "Gwen, are you all right? What is it, love? What's happened? I knew you'd exhaust yourself." She tried to stand up, collapsed into his arms, and shivered there. He cradled her where earlier they'd made love, and at last she could tell him. I stayed close to the shore," she gasped, gradually getting her breath. "Or rather, close to the cliffs. I was looking for a way up. I'd gone about a third of a mile, I think. Then there was a spot where the water was very deep and the cliffs sheer. Something touched my legs, and it was like an electric shock. I mean, it was so unexpected there in that deep water, to feel something slimy touching my legs like that. Ugh!" She drew a deep breath. "I thought, God, sharks! But then I remembered there are no sharks in the Med. Still, I wanted to be sure, so I turned, made a shallow dive, and looked to see what... She broke down into sobbing again. Jeff could do nothing but warm her, hug her tighter yet. "Oh, but there are sharks in the Med, Jeff," she finally went on. "One shark, anyway. His name is Spiros. A spider? No, he's a shark. Under the sea there I saw a girl, naked, tethered to the bottom with a rope round her ankle, and down in the deeps a stone holding her there." "My God," Jeff breathed. Her thighs, belly were covered in those little green swimming crabs. She was all bloated, puffy, floating upright on her own internal gases. Fish nibbled at her. Her nipples were gone. "The fish!" Jeff gasped, but Gwen shook her head. "Not the fish," she rasped. Her arms and breasts were black with bruises. Her nipples had been bitten through, right through. "Oh, Jeff, Jeff!" She hugged him harder than ever, shivering hard enough to shake him.
I know what happened to her. It was him, Spiros."
She paused, trying to control her shivering, which wasn't only the after-effect of the water. And finally she continued,
"After that I had no strength, but somehow I made it back."
"Get dressed," he told her then, his voice colder than she'd ever heard it. "Quickly! No, not your dress, my trousers, shirt. The slacks will be too long for you. Roll up the bottoms. But get dressed, get warm." She did as he said. The sun, sinking, was still hot. Soon she was warm again, and calmer. Then Jeff gave her the spear he'd made and told her what he was going to do. There were two of them, as like as peas in a pod. Jeff saw them, and the pieces fell into place. Spiros and his brother. The island's codes were tight. These two looked for loose women, loose in their narrow eyes anyway, and from the passports of the honeymooners it had been plain that they weren't married, which had made Gwen a whore in their eyes, like the Swedish girl who'd met a man and gone to bed with him. As easy as that. So Spiros had tried it on, the easy way at first, by making it plain that he was on offer. Now that that hadn't worked, now it was time for the hard way. Jeff saw them coming in the boat and stopped gouging at the rock. His fingernails were cracked and starting to bleed, but the job was as complete as he could wish. He ducked back out of sight, hugged the sentinel rock, and thought only of Gwen. He had one chance, and mustn't miss it. He glanced back over his shoulder. Gwen had heard the boat's engine. She stood halfway between the sea and the waterfall with its foul pool. Her spear was grasped tightly in her hands. Like a young Amazon, Jeff thought. But then he heard the boat's motor cut back and concentrated on what he was doing. The putt-putt-putt of the boat's exhaust came closer. Jeff took a chance, glanced round the rim of the rock. Here they came, gentling into the channel between the rock and the cliffs. Spiros's brother wore slacks. Both men were naked from the waist up. Spiros had the tiller. And his brother had a shotgun. One chance, only one chance. The boat's nose came inching forward, began to pass directly below. Jeff gave a mad yell, heaved at the loose wedge of rock. For a moment he thought it would stick and put all his weight into it, but then it shifted, toppled. Below, the two Greeks had looked up, eyes huge in tanned, startled faces. The one with the shotgun was on his feet. He saw the falling rock in the instant before it smashed down on him and drove him through the bottom of the boat. His gun went off, both barrels, and the shimmering air near Jeff's head buzzed like a nest of wasps. Then, while all below was still in a turmoil, he aimed himself at Spiros and jumped. Thrown about in the stern of his sinking boat, Spiros was making ready to dive overboard when Jeff's feet hit him. He was hurled into the water, Jeff narrowly missing the swamped boat as he, too, crashed down into the sea. And then a mad flurry of water as they both struck out for the shore. Spiros was there first, crying out, wild, outraged, frightened. He dragged himself from the sea. He looked round and saw Jeff coming through the water, saw his boat disappear with only ripples to mark its passing, and no sign of his brother, and started at a lopsided run up the beach. Towards Gwen. Jeff swam for all he was worth, flew from the sea up onto the land. Gwen was running, heading for the V in the cliff under the waterfall. Spiros was right behind her, arms reaching. Jeff came last, the air rasping in his lungs, hell's fires blazing in his heart. He'd drawn blood and found it to his liking. But he stumbled, fell, and when he was up again he saw Spiros closing on his quarry. Gwen was backed up against the cliff, her feet in the water at the shallow end of the vile pool. The Greek made a low, apish lunge at her, and she struck at him with her spear. She gashed his face even as he grabbed her. His hand caught in the loose material of Jeff's shirt, tearing it from her so that her breasts lolled free. Then she stabbed at him again, slicing him across the neck. His hands flew to his face and neck. He staggered back from her, tripped and sat down in chest-deep water. Jeff arrived panting at the pool, and Gwen flew into his arms. He took the spear from her, turned it towards Spiros. But the Greek was finished. He shrieked and splashed in the pool like the madman he was, seemed incapable of getting to his feet. His wounds weren't bad, but the blood was everywhere. That wasn't the worst of it. The thing he'd tripped on had floated to the surface. It was beginning to rot, but it was, or had been, a young man. Rubbery arms and legs tangled with Spiros's limbs, a ghastly, gaping face tossed with his frantic threshing. A great black hole showed where the bloated corpse had taken a shotgun blast to the chest, the shot that had killed him. For a little while longer Spiros fought to be rid of the thing, screamed aloud as its gaping, accusing mouth screamed horribly, silently at him, then gave up and flopped back, half in, half out of the water. One of the corpse's arms was draped across his heaving, shuddering chest. He lay there with his hands over his face and cried. And the flies came swarming, like a black, hostile cloud from the cave to settle on him. Jeff held Gwen close, guided her away from the horror down the beach to a sea which was a deeper blue now. "It's okay," he kept saying, as much for himself as for her. "It's okay. They'll come looking for us, sooner or later." As it happened, it was sooner. Vanessa's voice. I still can't believe that it happened that way. I get this feeling that I must have missed something, that I was mistaken. An earthquake, perhaps, or some other perfectly normal and explicable physical phenomenon, as opposed to... And yet, well, I have Jim's letter, and I have the evidence of my own 5 senses, which I've always believed to be sound enough. The letter, more a note really, is quite a simple thing, delivered to me by a solicitor. Afterwards. Jim knew what was coming, I think. Certainly he had a good idea, but of course he had lived with it, with the growing manifestations which only he recognized, with the guilt. Perhaps, I keep trying to convince myself, that's all it was, a guilt complex that got out of control, that took over. But that hardly explains the end of it all. What I saw and heard, or rather didn't hear, and the medical evidence. I've known Jim always. He was the type of person you seem always to have known. He was there at school, clever enough, but nothing outstanding, played the recorder and 2-finger piano. He was there in town, at the dances, a good-looker, in the pubs, a witty conversationalist. He never had a lot of money, but sufficient. Charm, for want of a better word, was Jim's forte. If he'd been Italian, then Jim would have made a damn good gigolo. But he was English, and usually the soul of sincerity. If he'd been a politician, then you'd vote for him. He was a nice person. No teacher ever caned him at school, no girl ever refused him a dance, no one ever interrupted one of his funny stories, and not even the bums tried to impose upon him. Yes, he certainly had something. A combination of Prince Charming without a princedom, and young Frank Sinatra without a voice. But Vanessa had the voice. I didn't know Vanessa when first they took up with each other. Jim had a flat in town, sufficient for a bachelor, always upside down but clean, the type of place you could take a friend for coffee, or a last drink after they'd called time, without feeling embarrassed. Jim didn't pay much for the place. He got on well with his landlord, and there hadn't been a lot of trouble in the 5 years he'd been there. The first I knew of Vanessa was when I noticed how much neater Jim's place was. Immaculate? Not quite that, no. It was just a flat, all said and done. But what a woman does for a house, Vanessa had done for Jim's flat. I said nothing. At that time I knew nothing. But I guessed there was a woman somewhere. Why not? He'd had girlfriends before, though none had ever made her presence so plainly known as this one. Then one evening Jim phoned and asked me out for a drink. He wanted me to meet Vanessa. I went, I saw, I didn't like. They say opposites attract. Well, then things were as they should be, for this girl was surely Jim's opposite. She was blonde, blue-eyed, and beautiful, and she knew it. She could sing, and she knew that, too. That first night I got filled up to here with it. With her singing, I mean. Now, I don't know opera from rock and roll. I might just be able to tell you the difference between Geely and Chuck Berry, or Ray Charles and Chopin. But that night I learned things. Or at least I should have learned things, if I'd been at all interested, and if it hadn't all been layered on so thick and sticky. Vanessa was excited, Jim explained, because she'd just been sent for by someone big in the music world down in London, which was as far as he got, for that was where Vanessa took over. Her voice needed exposure, she told me. She'd had enough of these one-night stands at local dance halls. She needed a manager, a well-organized tour, or even better, a recording contract. After all, well, ballads were okay, and the occasional sentimental pop number, but she had a near-opera voice, and she didn't want to ruin it. And so on, for 3 solid hours, with every musical term or name in the business thrown in for good measure. What amazed me was that Jim seemed to lap it all up like so much spilled honey. He savored every word of it, every beautifully formed word from Vanessa's beautifully formed mouth. If he wasn't in love with her, he was in love with her love of her. And, I don't know, perhaps it was because he was such a good listener, but whenever she stopped to sip her drink or light a cigarette, Vanessa seemed to find Jim almost as fascinating as she found herself. He had plainly charmed her, but it was patent he was no less charmed himself. She was a year or 2 older than his 25, possibly more mature, too, despite her blatant vanity. I asked myself if this affair could last, and I answered that it couldn't. A girl so very much in love with herself needed no such love from a man, certainly not from Jim. I knew he didn't have sufficient drive anyway to keep up with her demands. For Vanessa would require more than love. She would require admiration for breakfast, dinner, and supper. And while love's young flame burns brightly, still it invariably burns down the candle. There would be others, I guessed, with longer candles than Jim, who could wait him out until his love and admiration might seem to Vanessa to be on the wane, and then step in armed with refreshing flattery to drive him out. All this from a first drink with a girl, one I had never met before. I have always prided myself on being able to read characters, but I could never have foreseen the end of it. Next spring they were married. In between, I hadn't seen much of them. I knew, though, that before they married, they had been hard-pressed to find any time to spend together. Vanessa's singing had been taking her all over the country. That was why Jim had quit his job to become her manager proper. It had worked quite well, it seemed, and their engagement had followed quickly. It was only after the wedding that Vanessa decided she needed a manager with a bit more acumen, someone with a real in the business. And of course, being Jim, her husband stepped aside and agreed, and they went on, with success following success for Vanessa, and Jim being ever the more pushed back out of things, and, I guessed, beginning to feel just a bit sorry for himself. I hadn't known, however, that he'd taken seriously to booze. The first I knew of it was when I heard how Vanessa had missed out on what had looked like being a good contract with a small but established recording company. Jim had apparently been to blame. He hadn't liked the way one of the company's executives had seemed to have more than a merely speculative eye on his wife. After a late-night party, at which Jim had consumed far more than his fair share of alcoholic refreshments, there had been an argument, and the sad executive had lost some teeth. Later it came out that Jim's apprehensions had been quite without foundation. The man he had hit was queer as a 9-bob note, quite harmless. His manner towards Vanessa had meant nothing. He was that way with every girl who worked for him, and with the men, too. Only with them he meant it. Vanessa had been furious, but Jim had managed to win her over by telling her that she would only be wasting her talents with such a piddling little company anyway. And, of course, knowing how good she was, and that therefore he must be perfectly correct, she had forgiven him. A year went by. Jim's drinking got worse, as he was pushed more and more into the background. Their quarrels grew more frequent, and yet at better times they still seemed to find a mutual fascination, though such times were now few and far between. Came the time, about 15 months after their marriage, when Vanessa appeared to have reached her musical ceiling and was on a rapid decline. She had grown, too, to morbidly bewailing her fate and to blame all failures on Jim. After all, hadn't he been responsible that time for ruining what could have been her big chance? And didn't he live off her like a leech, following her all over the country and drinking what few pounds she picked up just as fast as she made them? Truth to tell, Jim had lost a lot of his charm. In just a year his drinking had taken a heavy toll. Vanessa, on the other hand, though she had also started to argue with her manager, was still very beautiful, and her voice was better than ever, with the right breaks. Those breaks finally came one night on a stage in a dance hall in the Midlands. For some time, it later came out, an agent from one of the big companies had been following her about, just listening. In the dressing room, he finally approached and asked Vanessa if she could talk to him. He was going to a party. Would she come along? He wanted to talk business. Vanessa agreed. She was delighted. She knew that her voice had been in very good form that night. Moreover, she had argued again with her manager, something to do with Jim's drinking, and he had promptly ripped up her contract and walked out on her. At the party, held at a large private house on the outskirts of Nottingham, Jim had tinkled the piano and thrown back the gin, while Vanessa sang blues and ballads to the delight of the guests, and in particular the handsome agent, Tony Hanks, whose eyes never left her. Perhaps it was the way Hanks watched her, his open admiration, and not only for her voice, and certainly the drink had much to do with it. But Jim soon began to sour, and his piano playing too. The trouble started when Hanks went over to the piano and laid a hand on Jim's shoulder. No one heard what he said for sure. Something like, "Okay, move over, son. I'm still sober. Perhaps Vanessa can follow me. She certainly couldn't be expected to follow you." At least that's what Jim told me Hank said when I met him later. Of course he had flared up, tried to land one on the agent's nose, and Hanks had spread him all over the piano. When Jim came to, he found himself lying on his back in the shallow water of the fish pond in the garden. The party was over, and the last guests were straggling home. A cartoon drunk with a balloon told him that Vanessa had gone off in tears with Hanks right after the fight. And though they later patched it up between them, that was really the beginning of the end. Jim came back to his flat in town, here, where eventually I heard all his troubles out, and he stayed for a week nursing his injured pride. But at the end of that first week he wrote Vanessa a letter which she answered. and within a month he went off again after her. By that time, though, she had signed a touring contract with Tony Hanks, and the agent had become her manager and closest companion. There was no funny business between them, you understand. But now, though the money was starting to roll in thick and fast, Jim seemed to find himself in the background even more than before. It seemed as though he was never able to spend a minute alone with his wife, and always he lived with the knowledge that her money was buying his booze. And so, after a time, it was decided that he should come back to the Midlands to live. Jim and Vanessa, they had made a sort of pact between them. I met him a few weeks after he got back. He was a very different man to the one I had known only a few years earlier, gaunt and haggard, with all the symptoms of a seasoned alcoholic. Jim, nevertheless, was at last making a try of it. He had found work, forced himself to cut down on his drinking. He was saving his money and gradually drawing about himself the trappings of former pride and strength, what little he ever had. He told me about the arrangement that he and Vanessa had come to. They would give themselves time to think things over. Jim would come back to his flat. She would follow her career. At the end of a year, they would see what was to be done about things. They would see how things stood between them. No, all was not over between them, not yet, not quite. And Jim's working and self-imposed sobriety was his way of showing Vanessa that he could still make a go of life, and that therefore they could make a go of their marriage, despite differences of ambition, character, and personality. It was not very long after this that Vanessa bought the house between Leicester and Loughborough, a lonely old place not far out of Woodhouse. From then on, whenever she had a weekend to play with, she'd spend her time there with Jim. Plainly, she, too, was trying hard to make a go of it, but of course her career, her voice, always came first. And always, sooner or later, the time would come around when she must be off chasing her career. Hanks would pick her up in his big car, and her husband would be left alone once more in the rambling, old-fashioned house, for he had again given up his flat to move in there. When she was with him at the house, things were good for Jim, and I visited once or twice. At such times, Vanessa's personality and ego dominated all, but Jim seemed happy even if he was back to his drinking, and anyway, who was I to complain or comment? All too soon came the time when Vanessa had to be away for what looked like being the better part of a year, and that hit Jim badly. Plainly, he was very much in love with her. Nevertheless, the year went by, and towards the end of it, Vanessa's first record boosted her to stardom overnight. Within a few days of the record's release, she was appearing on popular television shows as regular as clockwork. Her beautiful voice could be heard on every jukebox in the country. And then Jim was invited to her big success party. You would think he'd long have been warned off parties, wouldn't you? The celebration was to be at the home of Vanessa's parents in Hardin on the northeast coast, a small town perched upon the cliffs and overlooking the North Sea. This, if things worked out, was to be their venue for the reunion proper, as they had planned it more than a year earlier. In all that time, though their letters had been pretty regular, the pair had spent no more than a dozen or so weekends together, and in the last 4 months they had not been together at all. The big day came round at last, and Jim caught a train for the northeast. But he missed his evening connection in York, and so got into Hardin more than an hour late that night. Vanessa's parents were quite well-to-do, of old Hardin stock, and it looked to Jim as though the whole town was in attendance at their big house on the cliffs. Music played, guests laughed and chattered about the gardens, and in and out of the many rooms, lights blazed and accentuated the gaiety. A summer breeze brought the tang of ocean to Jim as he got out of his taxi and walked down the lighted path to the house, and it brought the sound of Vanessa's voice. Never had he heard her sing so beautifully, a soul-rending ballad of unrequited love. And as she came to the end of her song on a high, sustained note, Jim paused in the door of that room where the guests of honor were gathered to hear Vanessa sing. Tony Hanks was at the piano, and Vanessa sat beside him, looking as lovely as Jim had ever seen her. And just as she looked up to see him standing there, so her handsome manager leaned over to kiss her on the cheek. I suspect that it was more a feeling of hurt in his heart than anger, though certainly there must have been a lot of frustration there, too. But whatever it was, it sent Jim striding across the room to yank the agent from his seat at the piano and smack him soundly all about the room. Jim was sober this time, and now the memory of the indignities he had suffered at the hands of this man, real and imagined, rose up in his mind to sting him again. Too, the element of surprise was on his side. Hanks stood no chance, but bounced from wall to wall in the disarrayed room until Jim ended it with a beautiful punch to the agent's jaw. It was only then, when the scene was over, all bar the recriminations and the clearing up, that Jim noticed Vanessa, shocked and weeping, standing alone in a corner of the room and tenderly holding her throat. During the fight she had tried to separate the two men, and a wild blow from her husband had caught her in the throat. Some reunion. What could Jim say? What could he do? He had won this round of his own little personal battle with Tony Hanks, but had completely lost the last round of his fight for compatibility. Vanessa could see now quite clearly that they could never hit it off, not while she had her career, her voice. He came back yet again to the Midlands, this time to pine his heart out and write letter after letter, with no response, no answer, and eventually no hope. It seemed that Vanessa just did not want to know. Then he found out about her voice. Jim found out? The whole country found out, through the medium of the daily newspapers. To Vanessa's credit, she managed to keep the true story quiet. The public only heard about her accident, how she had somehow hurt her throat, the fact that her voice might never be the same again. And it never was. Within the space of another month, Tony Hanks had her to the best specialists in Europe to no avail. Her vocal cords were irreparably damaged. She would never sing again, and from then on the end came very quickly. The final phase began when Vanessa's parents wrote Jim at the old place near Woodhouse. He was still living there, hoping against hope that Vanessa would show up there sooner or later. The letter begged him to go up to Hardin and talk to Vanessa. She was suffering terribly from depression, acting and talking wildly, threatening suicide, continually restless, living on her nerves. Hanks, cutting his losses, had finally walked out on her. Her parents believed that if only Jim could get her to come back to the Midlands with him, that everything could be smoothed over. She often mentioned his name in her troubled dreams. Jim must come up to Hardin. The way Vanessa was going, well, she would probably end up in a home. And so off Jim went again to the northeast, and to tragedy. He was with her when it happened. Again the newspapers carried the story of a woman tormented by the collapse of her career, a collapse incidental upon a personal, tragic accident. How she had been unable to bear the thought of a life without song. How she had taken that life in a wild leap from the cliffs at Hardin-on-the-Coast. After the funeral, Jim came back to the Midlands to stay, this time for good. He was the very epitome of heartbreak, and it seemed to me that in only a very short time he became the merest ghost of a man. The house was his now, and an expensive affair it would prove to be. Vanessa had left no will, and her money, what little was left following her tour of the finest European throat specialists, was tied up with the recording company. Money or none, Jim made no attempt to return to work, but spent his time wandering about the large, lonely house and through the ancient streets of nearby Woodhouse. Occasionally he would come to see me in town. On those very rare occasions I would get the impression that he wanted to tell me something, but he never did. He did ask me something once, though, something which, looking back now that it's all over, I find very relevant. At the time I thought nothing of it. "What do you think," he'd asked me, "about the next world?" "Eh? You mean life after death? Well, you know me, Jim. So far as I'm concerned, it's all worms and dust. No life after death, because there's simply nothing left for life to exist in. And no reason why it should. No, when we shake off this mortal coil, we shake off life, past, present, and future. The world goes on, but the dead are gone." He seemed strangely relieved. "Who said that?" at last. "I did." He laughed, but I thought his laughter was awfully dry and strained. In fact, that was the last time I ever heard Jim laugh. I saw him in town only once more after that, and he looked so ill on that occasion, so haunted, that from then on I hardly let a day pass without I would talk to him on the telephone, just to be sure he was all right. I have said that he was ill, that he looked haunted, but in addition he seemed to have developed a nervous tic, a diseased twitch that pulled the flesh spasmodically at the corner of his mouth. And he seemed always to be listening for something no one else could hear. I began to hear it put about by people we both knew, that old Jim was pretty weird these days. Funny, you know. I didn't agree, but I couldn't disagree either. For that last time I saw him in town, in a cafe in broad daylight, over coffee, and in the middle of a perfectly ordinary routine conversation, he had suddenly silenced me with a raised finger to whisper, "Listen. Shh. You hear that?" But other than the chatter of people conversing over coffee and biscuits, the clinking of cups, and the traffic noises from outside, there had been nothing. Then came the day of his telephone call. He was hysterical on the other end of the line, screaming into the phone, pleading with me to go up to Woodhouse, to the old place, at once. "It's getting worse," he screamed. "Can't you hear it? Even over the phone? Dave, I think I'm going to go out of my mind." I told him to hang on, stay right where he was. I would be over immediately. And then I drove out of town like I've never driven before or since. The god of motorists must surely have been on my side that day, for the wonder is that I didn't get picked up for speeding or jumping red lights in town. But whether the gods were with me or not, I was soon out on the country roads, and then I really put my foot down. Why I should have been in such a panic personally, I still don't know, unless it was his voice, Jim's plainly terrified, trembling voice, when he asked, "Can't you hear it? Even over the phone?" All I had heard was his hoarse, panicked breathing, and in the tinny distance a crackling of faraway static. After skidding to a halt in a spray of gravel chips, vaulting the garden gate and rushing up the path to the house, I discovered the door to the old place to be open. Not bothering to knock or announce my arrival in any way, I quickly let myself in. The place was as I had previously known it, a little unlived in, perhaps, as well it might seem in the absence of Vanessa's great energy and Dora. And at first I thought it was empty, that Jim had managed to get a grip on himself and had gone out. Then I heard the wind. At least, it sounded like the wind. Or the ghost of a wind, a keening, eerie wail that went on and on monotonously, a sound which finally I traced to the library. It was Jim, kneeling on the carpeted floor by the old piano, head in hands, eyes glaring in a dead white face, rocking to and fro in a lunatic rhythm. He saw me, and keened all the louder, froth dribbling from drawn-back lips. I crossed the room and took him by the shoulder. Jim, what? Now! He screamed, shaking off my hand. Now, do you hear it? His glaring eyes burned into mine for a moment before he returned to his wailing and rocking. I felt the hair on my neck abruptly stiffen and glanced over my shoulder in spontaneous apprehension. Empty. The room was empty of life except for myself and my poor friend, and yet— could I hear something? A distant voice, lifted high in a malevolent, magnificently sustained note? No, of course not. My alert imagination and nothing more. But then a tremulous tinkling drew my disbelieving eyes to the ornate chandelier, depending in glittering glass tiers from the center of the ceiling. The chandelier was vibrating, its multifaceted baubles thrumming visibly, resonating in sympathy with— what? And wine glasses, too, in their rosewood cabinet across the room, humming and moving, dancing to some unheard rhythm, giving testimony to an unseen presence. The chandelier, the wine glasses. My eyes moved jerkily from one to the other and back again, comprehending and yet refusing to believe. A sharp splintering sound yanked my head round to the windows. A diagonal crack had appeared in one of the panes, and even as I stared, an adjacent window shivered to fragments in its frame. A succession of sharp explosions sounded from the cabinet of glasses, but these were almost drowned out as Jim's keening became a high-pitched scream of purest agony. "The singing!" he screamed. "For God's sake, can't you hear her voice? Her beautiful, awful voice!" Sweat burst out in glistening globules on his parchment forehead and face, and he pressed his hands even tighter to his head. Still I could hear nothing but the continuous disintegration of protesting glass, and now glass fragments were flying in all directions from the wildly gyrating chandelier. Jim drew back his hands from his head and clapped at his ears, clapped so hard I thought he must crush his head between his palms. He did this 3 or 4 times, an expression of indescribable pain etched in acid lines upon his wetly gleaming features. And then, as the chandelier finally shook itself free from the ceiling to crash down onto the carpet, his eyes popped almost from their sockets, and he toppled over like a felled tree to lie motionless at my feet. His eyes continued to stare madly, but they were quickly glazing over. The house was suddenly dreadfully still, and, whimpering, I fled at last, leaving Jim's lifeless body behind me where it lay. A week or so later, his letter came from his solicitor, telling how, on impulse, he'd pushed Vanessa from the cliffs that night when she'd asked for a divorce, asking me to let the world know that she hadn't taken her own life. Her parents had been completely mistaken. She hadn't needed Jim at all, hadn't wanted him. In fact, she had grown to loathe him. Her mind had finally focused upon him, and had identified him as the cause of all her disappointments, and, not unreasonably, the personified destruction of all her dreams. Certainly she had called his name in her sleep, but her parents had not heard the curses that accompanied those cries for Jim in the night. Personally, well, I still refuse to believe in life after death. But if the will is strong enough, and if there is a purpose, perhaps something lingers on, for a while at least. But that it should have happened that way. I haven't been to the police yet, and this is the first time I ever refused Jim anything. It couldn't do anyone any good to know the whole story. It could only serve to blacken a dead man's name, and in any case I know that he's been punished enough. The autopsy showed Jim's death to have been caused by a bursting of the brain. His eardrums were little more than tatters, and every membrane of his body had been ruptured. The Statement of Henry Worthy. 1. Difficult as it is to find a way in which to tell the truth of the hideous affair, I know that if I am to avoid later implication in the events leading up to and relevant to the disappearance of my poor nephew, Matthew Worthy, it is imperative that the tale be told. And yet, the very nature of that alien and foulest of afflictions which contaminated Matthew is sufficient, merely thinking back on it in the light of what I know now, to cause me to look over my shoulder in apprehension and to shudder in an involuntary spasm. This in spite of the fact that it is far from chilly here in my study, and despite the effects of the large draught of whiskey I have just taken, a habit rapidly grown on me over the last few days. Better, I suppose, to start at the very beginning. At that time in early July of this year of our Lord, 1931, when Matthew came down from Edinburgh to visit. He was a fine young man, tall, with a strong, straight back and a good, wide-browed, handsome face. He had a shock of jet hair, which took him straight to the hearts of the more eligible young ladies of Ely-on-the-Moor, and of the neighboring village of High Marsk, which also fell within the boundaries of my practice. But strangely, at only 21 years of age, Matthew had little interest in the young women of the two villages. His stay, he calculated, would be too short to acquire any but the remotest of friendships. He was far too busy with his studies to allow himself to be anything but mildly interested in the opposite sex. Indeed, Matthew's professors had written to inform me of the brilliance of their pupil, predicting a great future for him. In the words of one of these learned gentlemen, "It is more apparent every day from the intensity of his studies, the freshness with which he views every aspect of his work, and the hitherto untried methods which he employs in many of his tasks and experiments, that the day will come when he will be, for he surely has the potential, one of the greatest scientists in his field in the country, and perhaps the whole world. Already he emulates many of the great men who, not so very long ago, were his idols, and the time draws ever nearer when he will have the capacity to exceed even the greatest of them." And now Matthew is gone. I do not say dead. No, he is, as I myself may well soon be, departed. And yet it is my hope that I might still be able to release him from the hell which at present is his prison. When Matthew came down to Yorkshire, it was not without a purpose. He had read of how, 25 years ago, the German genius Horst Graumer found two completely unknown botanical specimens on the moors. This was shortly before that fatal ramble from which Graumer never returned. Since the German's disappearance, despite frequent visits to the moors by various scientific bodies, no further evidence of the Graumer specimens had been found. Now that the original plants at the University of Cologne were nothing more than mummified fragments, in spite of all precautions taken to preserve them, Matthew had decided that it was time someone else explored the moors. For unless they had been faked, the Graumer specimens were unique in botany, and before his disappearance, Graumer himself had described them as being sehr sonderbare, mysteriöse Unkräuter, very strange and mysterious weeds. So it was that shortly before noon, on the 7th day of July, Matthew set out over the moors, taking with him a rucksack, some food, and a rope. The latter was to ensure, in the event of his finding what he sought on some steep incline, that he would experience no difficulty in collecting specimens. With the fall of night he still had not returned, and although a search party was organized early the next morning, no trace of him could be found. Just as Horst Graumer had disappeared a quarter of a century earlier, so now had my nephew apparently vanished from the face of the earth. I was ready to give Matthew up for dead when, on the morning of the 14th, he stumbled into my study with twigs and bits of bracken sticking to the material of his rough climbing clothes. His hair was awry, he was bearded, the lower legs of his trousers were strangely slimed and discolored, yet apart from his obvious weariness and grimy aspect, he seemed perfectly sound and well-nourished. Seeing this, my first joy at having him back turned to a rage in which I demanded to know what the devil the young skelp meant by worrying people half to death. And where in the name of heaven had he been this last week? And did he not know that the entire countryside had been in an uproar over him? And so on. Matthew apologized profusely for everything, and condemned himself for his own stupidity. But when his story was told, I did not have it in me to blame him for what had happened, and rightly so. It seemed that he had climbed a particularly steep knoll somewhere on the moors. Upon reaching the summit, a mist had set in which prevented his exploration of the peak. Before the mist settled, however, he had been overjoyed to find a single misshapen weed that he did not recognize, and which, so far as he knew, was as yet unclassified. He believed it to be similar to the much sought-after Graumer specimens. Intending first to study the plant in its natural surroundings, he did not uproot it, but left it as it was. He merely sat down, marked his rough position on a map he had taken with him, and waited for the mist to clear. After about an hour, by which time he was thoroughly drenched, he gave up all hope of the mist clearing before nightfall, and set about making the descent. He found that in the opaque grayness of the mist, the downward route he had chosen was considerably more difficult to maneuver than the one by which he had climbed. Indeed, the knoll's steepness, plus the fact that he was wet and uncomfortable, caused him to slip and slither for a short distance down the wild slope. Suddenly, as his slide was coming to an end, he bumped over the edge of a narrow crack in the earth, broke through the bracken which partly covered it, and shot into space with his arms wildly flailing. He fell some distance before landing on his back on a dry ledge at the bottom of the crevice. When he somewhat dazedly had a look around, he was surprised that he had not suffered a serious injury. He had fallen some 20 feet onto a bank of sandy shingle. The place was a sort of pothole, with walls which were so sheer that in places they overhung. It was plainly impossible to climb out unaided. At his feet was a motionless, slimy green pool that narrowed to a mere channel at a point where it vanished under a low archway of limestone at one end of the defile. The true horror of his situation dawned on him fully when he realized that he had lost his rucksack, and further that his rope was useless to him, as he had no grappling hook. It fully appeared that unless a miracle occurred, and he could somehow devise a means of getting out, he would be forced to spend the rest of his days in this dank and cheerless place. And those days would not be too many, with nothing but the evil-looking water of the scummy pool as sustenance. He did have a small pocket first-aid kit that I had given him in case of emergencies, and this he used as best he could to clean up his few bruises and abrasions. After sitting thus occupied, recovering himself, and regaining a little of his composure, Matthew took to exploring his prison. The place had a perceptibly foreboding aura about it, and hanging in the air was a sickly sweet smell, so heavy it seemed almost a taste rather than an odor. All was silent except for a distant drip, drip, drip of water. Little light entered the hole from above, but Matthew was not too disheartened, for the stone walls were covered with a gray, semi-luminescent moss that gave off a dim light. He had left Ely-on-the-Moor before noon, and he calculated that by now it must be about 7 in the evening. He knew that in another hour or so I would begin to worry about him. But what could he do about it? He was virtually a prisoner, and try as he might, he could think of no practical way out. Upon examining his rope, he saw that it was badly frayed in 2 places. He cursed himself for not having checked it before setting out, then hung it over a projecting rock, and swung on it to test its capacity to take his weight. The rope broke twice before he was finally left with a serviceable length of no more than 20 feet or so. He tied one end of this remaining piece of rope to a fairly large stone, but upon tossing it upwards, was dismayed to find that it only reached a point a good 2 or 3 feet short of the lip of the crevice. All he could do now, he decided, was sit it out and hope that some search party would find him. He realized that no such search party would exist until early morning at the soonest, and so knew that it was pointless to try calling for help. It did not become noticeably darker, though he knew it must fast be approaching night, and he put this down to the fact that the moss on the walls was supplementing the natural light. He knew his fancy to be correct when, a short while later, he saw twinkling through the crack above him the first stars in the night sky. Thoroughly tired now, he sat down in the driest place he could find and fell asleep. But his sleep was troubled by nightmare visions of weird events and strange creatures. He awoke several times, stifled by the unnatural and oppressive warmth of the place, to find the echoes of his own cries of terror still ringing in the hole's foul atmosphere. Even when wide awake the next morning, the dreams persisted in his memory. In them he had seemed to understand all of the horrible and strangely threatening occurrences. In one of these dreams there had been a misty landscape of queer rock formations, unfamiliar trees and giant ferns, plants which, to the best of Matthew's knowledge, had not existed on earth since the dawn of time. He had been one of a crowd of loathsome ape-like beings, ugly, with flat faces and sloping foreheads. They had approached a forbidden place, a hole in the earth from which nameless vapors poured out a ghastly stench. They had captives, these ape-men, creatures like themselves, yet monstrously different, who had defied the laws. These prisoners had lately trespassed upon this holy ground, unbidden by the priests, and they had also dared to spy upon the god-things conjured in horrible rituals by those same hierophants. Because of the horror of what they saw, they had practiced sedition, calling for the overthrow of the priests and the expulsion of those gods from outside. Fearing that this call might somewhere be heard, the god-things had paused momentarily in their horrific pleasures to order their priests to punish the offenders, whom they would make recognizable through growing physiological differences. And indeed those captives were different. They were slimy to the touch, and seemed to exude a dreadful moisture which stank evilly. They stumbled rather than walked, apparently afflicted with some nervous disorder which caused their steps to be short and jerky. But when, in his dream, Matthew had looked closer at those prisoners of the ape-men, then he had seen that he was wrong. They suffered from no nervous disorder. The trouble was all physical. Their legs appeared to be joined from knee to groin by some ghastly fungoid growth, and their arms were similarly fastened to their sides. Their eyes were almost completely scaled over, and their mouths were gone, closed forever by strips of the horrid, scaly substance which was apparently growing over their whole bodies. Matthew knew somehow that this terrible leper growth was the first phase of their punishment for what they had dared to do, and that the balance was still to be paid. The entire unholy procession had been led by 3 creatures different again from the rest. Their foreheads were not so sloped, giving them a position somewhat higher on the evolutionary scale, and they were taller by a head than the others. These were the priests, and they wore the only clothing of the entire assembly, coarse, dark cloaks thrown about their shoulders. The priests had carried flaring torches, intoning some weird chant which, while Matthew was unable to remember why, he had known in his dream to be immemorially significant. It had been in the form of an invocation to certain gods of an ancient myth cycle. How he understood anything of the dream was a mystery to him. He remembered that on the few occasions when the beings talked to one another, the tongue they used was not the one he should normally have been conversant with. Indeed, he said he believed it to be a language dead and vanished from the face of the earth for some hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years. Soon the group arrived at the malodorous pit, and at its very rim the priests stood with their torches held high over the hole, while their chanting grew in volume and fervor. The evil-smelling vapors swirled up around them, occasionally enveloping them completely from the view of their followers. And then, suddenly, as the chanting reached a fever pitch, the unfortunate ones were thrust forward, and one after the other were thrown bodily into that eldritch chasm. They were incapable of screaming, for their mouths were scaled over. But even had that not been so, they would not have screamed. No, they seemed somehow to welcome being thrown into the dreadful abyss. As the bodies of the unfortunates vanished in reeking darkness, the priests slowly turned towards Matthew, approaching him with alien and horribly sly smiles upon their faces. Not knowing why he, personally, should suddenly feel so horrified, Matthew nevertheless turned to run, but could only stumble. And in an instant the whole crowd was around him. The evil implication of the looks upon their faces was now all too clear, and he opened his mouth to reject their unspoken accusation. But, horror upon horror, he could barely move his jaws. He tried to raise his arms to protect himself, but could not do so. It was as though his limbs were pinned to his body, and half knowing what he would see, he glanced down at himself. Even this simple movement seemed to be too great an effort for him, but somehow he accomplished it, and saw, he, too, was one of them. His arms were webbed to his sides, and his legs were partly joined. His skin was green and foul, and he stank of an unholy, sickly sweetness. But he was hardly given time to examine these abnormalities, for the horde had already lifted him into the air and borne him to the edge of the pit. That, mercifully, was when he awoke. 2. If my memory serves me correctly, that is the way Matthew related to me the contents of his dream in the hole. There were more dreams later, but I have told of this first one in some detail, for I believe that in an inexplicable way its events are related to the rest of my story. It is my belief that in his slumbers Matthew had seen actual occurrences from the abysmal prehistory of his terrifying prison. On his second day in the hole he waded into the pool, and found it unpleasantly warm and greasy, as though composed of thick vegetable secretions rather than water. A great thirst was on him, but he could not bring himself to drink that foul muck. Finding that the pool was quite shallow, he waded to the archway, and stooped beneath and beyond it. The water, if such it could be called, beyond the arch was only slightly deeper, and the living walls gave off sufficient light for him to see that the same sandy shelf continued in this secondary cave. Wet and slimy, he climbed out onto the shelf and looked about him. There were long, sharp stalactites hanging from above, for here there was no crack in the ceiling, but though these eon-formed stone daggers were fascinating enough in themselves, it was the other things which primarily claimed Matthew's astounded attention. This primeval cavern contained wonders to fill to bursting point the heart of any man of science, and especially a botanist. Protruding from the walls were plants unlike any existing upon the surface of the earth, huge pod-like things, standing on end all around the walls, with their lower roots trailing in the slimy water. Each plant seemed to be growing out of, or depending from, the wall of the cave, or perhaps they had grown up out of the water, later to fasten upon the walls in the manner of certain other climbing, clinging plants. The things were between 5 and 6 feet long, top to bottom, as green as the evil mutations in my nephew's dreams. They were also slimy and exuded a vile fluid, which dripped off them into the pool. Matthew wondered if this constant dripping of vegetable secretions was the reason the pool was so odious. Later, in that secret cave, after he had recovered from his first amazement at this terrific find, he also discovered some water which was at least cleaner than that of the pool. It dripped from the tips of those dagger-like, depending rock formations, and although it had an unpleasant taste, an unwholesome acidity, it went far towards quenching his by now burning thirst. Yet he drank falteringly, as though his whole body instinctively drew back from having anything to do with that unknown hole in the earth. But now he was filled with anger. What a find! A discovery so immense that he was made for life, his future assured, if he could but get out of that accursed pit. It was then that he first saw the means of his salvation. In the gravel of the shelf were many half-buried flat stones. If he could get a sufficient number of these stones to the other side of the natural archway, he could perhaps build them up to form a platform from which to throw his weighted rope over the lip of the crevice. His difficulties were many. There was the unpleasant feel of the water, for which he had developed a morbid dread, the great weight of the large stones, the fact that he quickly exhausted the supply of readily available stones on the surface and had to dig in the sandy shingle for others. It was when he was moving the first of these stones that he noticed, in the dim light, the intricate runic designs cut into their surfaces. Strange, cabalistic signs literally covered them, and although he had no knowledge of their meaning, still they filled him with dread. They reminded him of similar glyphs once glimpsed in the university's rare books department, in the pages of a book by von Junst. And again he experienced that reluctance of soul encountered upon drinking the dripping water. Nonetheless, he progressed with his work until he had a platform of stones almost 3 feet high against the wall of his prison. This took him halfway through his third miserable day in the hole. Though he could now almost reach the lip of the crevice with his weighted rope, he had exhausted his supply of stones, and was too weak from hunger and exhaustion to dig for more. He knew that soon he would be starving, and that if he was ever to complete his task and get out of the place, he must have food. But what to eat? For all he knew, the plants in the inner cave may well be poisonous, but they were his only hope. And so he took his first bite from one of them. That first bite, while it made him feel sick, was nevertheless strangely satisfying. Later he was able completely to fill himself from the plant, and the strength he gained from this singular food source was prodigious. After a while the sickly taste no longer made him feel ill. Indeed, he began to enjoy a narcotic sense of well-being. Just how true this was, the fact that he had deeply drugged himself, was not realized until another evil dream released him from his torpor. He had been in the hole almost 7 days, when his own screaming roused him from the throes of nightmare. He could fairly well gauge just how much time had passed by the heavy stubble grown on his chin. In his new dream, the priest creatures had sealed off the sacrificial cavern with holy inscribed stones, the very stones for which he now dug so frantically in the floor of the pit. But there had been much more than that to the dream. Matthew admitted so much, but would tell me no more of that final nightmare, merely stating that it did not bear relating. With his newfound strength, and in his frantic haste, it took him only a few hours to complete the platform. At last he was able to fling his stone-laden rope up out of the defile, and, amazingly, with his very first attempt came success. The rough stone wedged and held, and without a great deal of effort he was able to haul himself out. Elated, he scrambled down the knoll and hurried back across the moors to Ely. In just a few days, Ely and High Marsk got over the upset that Matthew had caused. The groups which had gathered in the village pubs to chat and wonder about his disappearance themselves dispersed. Then, after Matthew had assured Police Sergeant Meller that the pit was so out of the way as to create no menace to village children, he was able to get down to his studies again. He had unintentionally brought back with him a portion of the plant from which he had eaten. He assured me that in his haste to escape from the pit he would never consciously have thought of it. In fact, his sample was one that he had torn from the plant to eat later, and which he found upon his return still in his pocket, where he had put it. Though the fragment was rapidly deteriorating, it was still firm enough to permit him to study it. And Matthew's studies occupied him completely for the next few days. The hybrid weed he had found atop the knoll was all but forgotten, and the possibility that more such fascinating specimens existed in that area was matterless to him. For the moment all his energies were concentrated on his as yet unidentified sample. One afternoon, 3 or 4 days after his return, I was sitting in my study checking through some notes on the ailments, real or imagined, of some of my elder patients, when Matthew burst unbidden upon me from the corridor. His eyes were quite wild, and he seemed somehow to have aged years. There was a look of absolute puzzlement or shock on his face, and his jaw hung slack in undisguised amazement.
"Uncle," he blurted, "perhaps you can help me. Goodness knows I need help. I just can't understand it, or don't want to. It's not natural." "Natural? Why, it's impossible. And yet there it is." He shook his head in defeat. "Oh," I said. "What's impossible, Matthew?" For a moment he was silent. Then, "Why, that plant, or thing. It has no right to exist. None of them has. At first I thought I must be mistaken, but then I checked and double-checked and checked again, and I know I'm right. They just can't do it." As patiently as I could, I asked, "Who exactly are they, and what is it that they can't do?" "The plants," he told me in an exasperated tone of voice. "They can't reproduce, or if they can, I've no idea how they do it. And that's only a part of it. In attempting to classify the things, I've tried tricks that would get me locked up, if any conventional botanist knew of them. Why, I can't even say for sure that they're plants. In fact, I'm almost certain that they're not, and that leads on to something else." He leaned forward in his chair and stared at me. "Seeing as how I've decided they're not plants, I thought perhaps they might be some obscure animal form, like those sea animals which were mistaken for plants for such a long time. I mean, anemones and the like. I've checked it all out, and no such thing. I've got a whole library of books up there," he indicated with a toss of his head to the upstairs room, "but nothing that's any good to me." "So you're baffled," I said. "But surely you've made some mistake? It's obvious that whatever they are, they must be one or the other, plants or animals. Call in a second opinion." "Never. Certainly not until I've done a lot more work on my own," Matthew cried. "This thing is big, fantastic, a new form of life. But you must excuse me, Uncle. I have to get back to work. There's so much I've got to understand." Suddenly he paused, seeming uneasy. His manner became somehow, furtive. "I've especially got to understand that other thing. The structure of the cells, I mean. It's quite uncanny. How can it be explained? The cell structure is almost human."
And with that he hurried out of my room. For a moment I laughed to myself. Everything is fantastic to the young. Matthew had made a mistake, of course. For if those things were neither animals nor plants, then what, in heaven's name, were they? 3. The ghastly thing started the next morning, showing first of all in small greenish patches of flaky, yet slimy substance on Matthew's arms and chest. Just a few patches at first, but they refused to submit to the application of antiseptic swabs, or the recently introduced fungicidal creams. And within the course of the day, a loathsome green network had spread over the boy's entire frame, so that I was forced to confine him to his bed. I did all I could to reassure and comfort him, and later in the evening hung a notice on my waiting-room door informing my patients, mercifully few and with only trivial complaints, that due to alterations in my work schedule, I was forced to holiday early, and only very urgent calls would be answered. I added to this the address of a friend of mine in Hawthorpe, a consulting doctor whom I contacted with a similar story of altered work schedules, and who willingly accepted my plan for any of my flock who might require medical attention. All this done, I attempted to fathom the horror that had overtaken my nephew, and in this I could only be doomed to failure through the completely alien nature of the thing. The only definite statement of fact I could make about it was that I knew certain of its symptoms. Matthew had hardly eaten at all since his adventure in the pit. Neither had I seen him take any sort of drink, and yet he had shown no signs of hunger. I was not to know it, but the metamorphosis taking place in his body was one which did not yet require to be fed. A new way of feeding was developing. Dazedly, desperately attempting to understand this monstrous thing come so suddenly upon my house, I worked all through the night and into the next morning. But having done everything I could think of to check the vile acceleration of Matthew's affliction, and failing, I suggested calling in a specialist. It was the worst thing I could have done. Matthew reacted like a wild thing, screaming that there was nothing anyone could do for him, and that knowledge of those things in the pit must spread no further. Plainly he believed that the disease had come back with him from the pit on the moors, that he had poisoned his system by eating of those obscene plants, and in all truth I was hardly able to dispute it. Sobbing and shrieking, swearing that he would soon cease to be a bother to me, he made me promise not to tell anyone of the horror, or bring in anyone to see him. I thought I knew his meaning about ceasing to be a bother. In all my textbooks I could find nothing like my nephew's disease. Only leprosy could be said even to approximate it, and leprosy did not have its fantastic acceleration. Reluctantly I calculated that the virulence of Matthew's disease would kill him within a fortnight, and for this reason I agreed to his every request. The next night, out for a breath of badly needed fresh air, I managed to catch Ginger, my cat. Since first Matthew returned from his prolonged ramble, Ginger had refused to enter the house, preferring to howl horribly on the step outside for hours on end. I brought him in and left him in a very agitated state downstairs with a bowl of milk. The next morning, the fourth morning, I think, of the manifestation of the horror, I found Ginger's fearful, death-stiffened corpse on the dispensary floor. One of the room's small window panes was cracked, where the unfortunate and terrified animal had tried to escape. But from what? Animals can sense things too deep for the blunted human mind to grasp, and what Ginger had sensed had frightened him to death. Other animals, too, had noticed something strange about my house, and dogs in particular would come nowhere near the place. Even my pony, tied in a warm lean-to behind the house, had danced nervously in his stall all through those long nights. On the same morning that I found Ginger dead, when I carefully slipped back the sheets from Matthew's sleeping form, doctor though I am, and despite the fact that my experience has included every type of illness and ailment, I recoiled in terror from that which lay upon the bed. 3 hours later, at about 11 in the morning, when I was satisfied that I had done everything I possibly could, I laid down my tools. I had worked with surgical swabs and scrapers, sponges and acids, and my nephew's body beneath the dressings was not a pretty sight. But at least it was clean, for the moment. When the anesthetic wore off and Matthew awoke, though he was obviously in great pain, he managed to tell me of the new dream which had disturbed his sleep. He had seemed to be in a misty place where there was only a voice, continually repeating a phrase in an alien tongue, which, as before, he had somehow been able to understand. The voice had called, "Ye shall not associate with them. Ye shall not know them, or walk among them, or near them." And Matthew had been afraid for his very soul. That afternoon we slept. Both of us were near exhaustion, and it was only later in the evening, when I was disturbed by his cries, that I awoke. He was having yet another nightmare, and I listened intently by his bedside in case he said something new in connection with the horror. Had I roused him then, I might have saved his mind. But I am glad now that I did nothing, being satisfied to sit listening while he rambled in his sleep. It seemed to me that he was better asleep. Whatever dreams he experienced, they could in no way be worse than the reality. I was deeply shocked by the poisonous odor that drifted up from his restless form, for only a few hours earlier I had cleansed him completely of every sign of the horror. I had hoped that my extreme surgical efforts might be sufficient to halt the rapid encroachment of the dread growth, but I had been grasping at straws. That smell made it all too obvious that my hopes had been in vain. Then, as I continued watching, Matthew began to writhe and gibber dementedly. "No, no," he gasped. "I will not stand like this, as though I were part of the place, with the muck dripping off me. I will not." For a long moment his chest rose and fell spasmodically. Then, in a calmer voice, he continued, "No one must learn of the pit. Sinned, committed the ultimate abomination, and soon I must answer the call. No priests, no ceremony for me. Dead before the dinosaurs, and no one must see me. Too many inquisitive minds, curious delvers in mysteries. Spread the thing across the whole world. God knows. Tell no one. No one must know. Ultimate sin. Heaven help me." There was a long pause here, and in Matthew's sleeping attitude I could suddenly detect an air of listening. Finally he began to talk again. "But these voices, who are they? I don't know these names. John Jameson, Houston, Gintrilson, Fethbonder, and the others. What of them? Gonful de Grams, Zgistwell, Nablost, Ungle, Ong." At this point he grew even quieter. His lips drew back from his teeth, and the cords of his neck stood out grotesquely. Cold sweat appeared on his brow, and his low moaning became coarser, merely a cracked whisper. "That other weak, dying voice. Who's that? What's that?
Whisperer, who are you? Your name sounds familiar. No, it's not so. Now his voice fell so low it became a mere hiss of breath. You can't be. Suddenly, with one hoarsely screamed word or name, he sat rigidly upright, wide awake. Eyes bugging, he gazed, terrified, unseeing, about the room. For a moment I was at a loss to understand, but then I saw the foam gathering at the corner of his mouth, and the way his eyes were beginning to roll vacantly in his poisoned, suddenly grinning face. I sat by him then, cradling him in my arms, as, sobbing, he rocked back and forth, completely robbed of his sanity. At the time I did not understand that name he screamed. But now I understand everything. Especially, I know what it was that finally proved too much for my nephew's severely overtaxed mind and body. That which he had dreamed? Matthew did not recover, and from that moment on I had to care for him like a newborn babe. He was incapable of even the most basic rationalization. Yet, in a way, I believe that this was the best thing that could have happened. There was little I could do to help him, physically or mentally, and I had completely given up my brief idea of calling in a specialist. No doctor would ever have dreamed, while the chance remained of the horror being communicable, of risking passing that loathsomeness on to another human being. Which was, of course, the main reason I had stopped practicing. No, I was on my own with Matthew, and all I could do was wait and see what form the advancing terror would take. Up to this time, I myself had shown no sign of having contracted the disease, and after every session with my nephew I made sure that I bathed, cleansing myself thoroughly. True, lately I had shown a loss of appetite, but surely in retrospect that was only to be expected. Which at the time was an additional worry, for I recognized the symptom. Still, I told myself in all probability my fears were purely psychological. Early the following morning, while he slept, I gave Matthew a further anesthetic and removed his dressings. By now I was almost inured to shock, and the sight of that dreadful green network growing in the wounds, in his very flesh, only verified what I had expected. The smell from the uncovered areas was terrible, and I saw that far from being beneficial, my cutting and burning had probably worsened the boy's condition. Indeed, by midday, I knew that there was no hope left for him at all. His arms were webbing to his sides, and his thighs already clung together. The growth was spreading so rapidly over and through him that I knew he had only a day or so left. It is not my intention to tell the way in which the horror increased in Matthew from that time onwards. Suffice to say that I began to lace the baths I was taking with ever-increasing frequency with carbolic, a little more each time, until, when I last bathed, just yesterday, the percentage of acid in the water was sufficient to raise small blisters on my legs. Yet my efforts seemed worthwhile, for even after Matthew got away and shuffled off to the moors 2 days ago, my body was still clean, though my appetite was non-existent. I had hoped, indeed prayed, that this inability of mine to eat was psychological. But again, all my hopes were in vain. There, I have admitted it. Yes, I, too, am infected. Shortly after I started to write this, yesterday evening, after returning from the moors, I noticed the first discolored, scaly spot on the back of my hand. But in my hurry to get done with this, I have jumped ahead of myself. I must go back 2 nights to the evening Matthew vanished into the mist, for the worst is yet to be told.
4. Believing that he only had a few more hours left at the most, and wanting to be near him in case he regained his sanity shortly before passing away, as has happened in Les Outre cases, I had been sitting by Matthew's bed. There I had dropped off to sleep, only to be roused later by the frantic tremblings and quakings from the now totally changed creature before me. By this time, my nephew's only resemblance to anything human was his general outline. His eyes burned with a horrific intensity through the thin slits in the green mask which his face had become. As I came fully awake, I saw the thing. I can barely bring myself to think of it as Matthew, moving. Slowly it bent upward from the waist, trembling and straining in every part, until finally it sat upright. The awful head turned slowly in my direction, and then I heard the last words my nephew was ever to speak.
Water. Bath. Get me to the bath.
The thing had swung the green web which passed for the lower part of its body over the edge of the bed, and somehow had managed to stand. In shuffling steps, still attired in the dressing-gown I had loaned to Matthew in compensation for quartering him in a draughty room, it made for the door. In a moment or two I recovered myself, and went quickly to the aid of my nephew, only to discover that his mutation, whatever human attributes might have been lost, did not lack strength. Matthew's movements were only obstructed by his covering of rapidly stiffening green growth. I had merely to steady him while he grew accustomed to this new shuffling locomotive system. Exactly how I managed I do not recall, but eventually I got the shuffler into the bath, where he sat, propped up and shuddering, until I could half fill the tub with warm water. It was then, after running to and fro half a dozen times with my huge iron kettle, that I noticed something happening in the bath, something which so terrified me that I only just managed to stagger away out of the bathroom before I fainted dead away on the floor. Darkness had fallen by the time I regained consciousness. Remembering what had caused me to faint, I started violently. Then, feeling the stone of the floor against my cheek, I got to my feet. When I had last seen my nephew, or rather the thing which he had become, he had been secreting greenish droplets of some unnameable ichor into the bath. But now, except for that liquid, the bath was empty. Galvanized into frantic haste, I followed the thing's tracks, green droplets which glistened damply on the floor, until I eventually discovered the note on my writing desk. And its message told me that the Matthew thing was still crazed, for its contents were undeniably the ramblings of madness. Numb with shock, horror, and disbelief, I deciphered the almost illegible writing upon a now odious sheet of damp, green-spattered notepaper, and made it out to read, "Water not right. Hungry. Must go to pit. Pool. Don't try to find me. I am all right. Not diseased. M." It was after I followed those evil droplets from my desk to the back door and found it swinging open, after I realized that the entire house could be contaminated, and after I shudderingly, more closely studied the contents of the bath, that I heard the sudden scream from outside. I ran back to the door and threw it open. Staggering towards my house from the moors, and moving in the direction of the village, gasping and panting, was the mist-wreathed figure of Ben Carter, the village poacher.
"Lock your doors, Doctor!"
he hoarsely yelled as he saw me.
"There's something horrible loose on the moors. Something horrible."
Without pausing in his stumbling run, he went by my gate and gradually vanished into the mist. To an extent, I was relieved. He would not be reporting the nature of what he had seen to the police. Not immediately, at any rate, not with that brace of fine hairs swinging round his neck. I watched Ben until the mist had completely swallowed him up, and then I rapidly donned a raincoat and plunged out into the darkness. My task was hopeless. With night already settled on the moors, and a thickening mist to contend with, I stood no chance of finding him. Indeed, I was fortunate in the end, over an hour later, even to find the road back to Ely. Nonetheless, I knew that with the dawn I would have to go out on the moors and try again. I could not leave him out there in that state. What if someone else were to find him? Obviously, Matthew had headed for the pit. His scrawled note had made that much at least clear. But how was I ever to find that terrible place without a clue as to its whereabouts? It was then that I remembered the map upon which Matthew said he had marked his location on the knoll. The map, of course. I found it in his room. I hardly slept at all that night. My dreams would not permit sleep. And early morning found me setting out over the moors. I will not describe the route I took for reasons which must be perfectly obvious. Heaven forbid it, but in the event of my final plan not working, it is best that no one else knows of that place on the moors. Eventually, in mid-morning, I found the terrible hole in the ground where all of this evil had begun. Even to my untrained eyes it was all too plain that there was something hideously wrong with the vegetation around the mouth of that pit. The plants, even those which were common and recognizable, were all strangely withered and mutated. Sehr sonderbare, mysteriöse Unkräuter. I knew that if I was ever to be sure of what I had started to suspect, if I was ever to have definite proof, then I would have to climb down into the hole. All along I had foreseen this, but now the very thought of it was more than sufficient to cause me to shudder horribly, and my flesh was still creeping as I hammered my stake into the earth and made fast my rope, for even up there in the misty morning sunlight the air was tainted with an all-too-familiar smell. Hurriedly now, for I feared my courage would soon desert me, I lowered myself into the hole. Climbing down into dimness, I was immediately aware of the poisonous quality of the atmosphere, but I was given little chance to dwell on the thought, for soon my feet found the platform of stones which Matthew had built. In the feeble light I could see that part of the platform had tumbled down, and close by there was a monstrously suggestive depression in the sandy shingle of the shelf. As I studied this hollow, it suddenly shockingly dawned on me that in his condition Matthew would never have been able to climb down here, even though his rope was still hanging where he had left it. The difficulties he must have faced even in the climbing of the knoll seemed insurmountable. Yet I was certain that he had managed it, and was even now somewhere nearby in the dimness. I was certain because of that depression in the shingle. For while there were other marks in the sand, the signs of my nephew's previous visit, this one was plainly deeper, fresher, and different. It was exactly the kind of hollow one would expect a falling body to make in wet sand. I turned my mind hurriedly away from the thought. Matthew had described the glowing moss on the walls of the place, and sure enough it was there. But I was unwilling to explore any further in its light alone. I took out my pocket torch and switched it on. The torch must have received a bang in my climbing, for its beam was now weak and intermittent. Nor did the mist, which was thickening up above, help any. It only served to shut out the dim light filtering down from the crack. First, I shone the beam of my torch around the pallid walls and over the surface of the soupy water. Then I sought out the natural archway where the pool passed out of sight. Feeling my courage ebbing again, I quickly waded into the pool. The way that slime oozed around my legs made me tremble violently, and I was vastly relieved that the foul muck did not reach the tops of my waders. I went straight to the archway, lowering my head and bending my back to pass beyond it. There, in the dingy confines of the cave, the first things that showed in the flickering light of my torch were the hanging daggers of stone depending from the vaulted ceiling. Then, as I turned to my left, the beam passed over something else, a shape slumped against the wall. Not daring to move, I stood there, shaking feverishly, a cold sweat upon my brow. The only sound other than my pounding heart was the slow drip, drip, drip of falling droplets of God only knows what evil moisture. The hair of my neck bristled in a fearful dread, but as my fear gradually subsided, I began slowly to move again, swinging my torch around to the right. This time, when my beam picked out the thing against the wall, I gripped my torch firmly and moved closer. It was one of the plants, but not quite as Matthew had described them. This one hung soggily from the wall of the cave, and there was no firmness about it. I concluded that it was either dead or dying, and saw that I must be correct when I swung my beam down the length of the thing. A great portion of it had been stripped away. I guessed that this had been the specimen from which my nephew had eaten. Then something else caught my eye, something which very dully reflected the light from my torch. Reaching out with my free hand, I touched the hard object which seemed to be embedded in the plant about halfway up its length. Whatever it was, possibly a metallic crystal of some sort, it came away in my hand, and I put it in my pocket for future reference. More daring now, I moved further into the cave, examining more of the green pods as I came upon them, still finding them frightful in some strange way, but unable to account completely for my fear. And then I stopped dead. I had almost forgotten just what I was looking for, but now I remembered. In a dark corner, one of the plant things stood all alone with its lower roots trailing in the soupy pool. It would have been just like all the other specimens except for one shocking difference. It was wearing the dressing gown I had loaned to Matthew. And more. As I swung my torch beam in disbelief up and down the length of the thing, it blinked at me. It blinked. Thin slits opened and closed where eyes should be, and in that moment of madness, in that instant of utter insanity, as my very mind buckled, I looked into the agonized eyes of Matthew Worthy. How to describe the rest? Oh, I was transformed in one mind-shattering moment. My torch fell from nerveless fingers, and I heard myself scream, a hoarse, babbling scream of horror. I threw up my hands and staggered back, away from what I had seen, away from the brain-blasting abnormality against the wall. Then I turned to flee, full tilt, shrieking, splashing through the vileness of the pool, through a maze of dripping stalactites, past a host of green, insinuously oozing things, bumping in my haste from wall to wall, sometimes coming into contact with slimy obscenities which had no right to exist. And all the time I screamed and babbled shamelessly, even as I clawed my way up the dangling rope and hauled myself out into the daylight, even as I plummeted headlong down the steep slope heedless of life or limb, until I tripped and flew forward into merciful oblivion. Merciful oblivion, I say, and it is the truth. For had I not knocked myself unconscious, I have no doubt that I would have remained permanently mindless. What I had seen had been terrible enough without the other. That other which I had heard had been, if anything, worse. For even as the torch fell from my fingers, and I screamed, other voices had screamed with me, voices which could not be heard physically, for their owners were incapable of physical speech, voices I heard with my mind alone, which were utterly horrible and alien to me and full of eternal misery. When I came to my senses, I was lying at the foot of the knoll. I refrained from an immediate mental examination of what I knew now to be the horrible truth, for therein lay a return to madness. Instead, I brushed myself off, and hurried back as quickly as my throbbing head would allow to Ely. My house and practice lay at the extreme edge of the village, but nonetheless I approached it from the fields, and let myself in at the back door. I burnt my waders immediately, noting especially that the slime upon them blazed fiercely with a sulphurous brightness. Later, after I had scrubbed myself from head to toe, examining each limb minutely and finding no trace of the horror, I remembered the rock crystal I had put in my pocket. In the clear daylight it was obviously not a crystal. It appeared to be more like a bracelet of some sort, and yet this fact did not properly surprise me. The soft metal links must have long since oxidized, for as I examined the rotted thing, all of it, with the exception of a small flat circular disc, crumbled away in my hands. Even this solid circular portion, about 1 1/2 inches across, was mostly slimy and green. I placed it in a flask of dilute acid to clean it, by which time, of course, I knew what it was. As I watched the acid doing its work, I began involuntarily to tremble. My mind was a turmoil of terrible thoughts. I knew what my nephew had become, and presumably the partly eaten thing which had provided this metal clue had also once been human. Certainly it had been some sort of being from any one of many periods of time. I could not help but ask myself, in the latter stages of change, or after the change was complete, could the pit creatures feel anything? Watching the seething mass in the flask, I suddenly began to babble idiotically, and had to battle consciously with myself to stop it. No wonder Matthew had been baffled with regard to the reproductory system of these pitiful horrors. How does a magnet cause a pin to become magnetic? Why will one rotten apple in a barrel ruin all the other fruit? Oh, yes, eating from one of the things had helped Matthew contract the change, but that was not what had started the thing. Proximity was sufficient. Nor was the horror truly a disease, as Matthew had tried to tell me in his awful note, but a devolution, a gestalt of human being and thing, both living, if such could be called life, and dependent one upon the other. This was the sort of thing I was babbling to myself as the acid completed its work, and I shook so that I had to steady myself before I was able to draw out from the acid the flat, now shiny disk. What was it Matthew had dreamed? They had walked this holy ground unbidden. Had that been sufficient in the old days, in prehistory, when the area about the pit must have been far more poisonous than it was now, to bring about the change? I think that even at the beginning Matthew must have partly guessed the truth, for had he himself not told me that he found the cell structure to be almost human? Poor Matthew! That name he screamed before going mad. At last I understood it all. There it all was before me, the final leaping horror, my own nephew, an unwilling, though perhaps not completely unknowing, anthropophagite, a cannibal. For the shiny thing I held in my shuddering hand was a German watch of fairly modern appearance, and on the back was an inscription in German, an inscription so simple that even I, unversed in that language, could translate it to read, "With love, from Goethe to Horst." Since then, it has taken long hours to pull myself together sufficiently to formulate my plan. That plan I have already mentioned, and yet which even now I hardly dare think about. I had fervently hoped that I would never have to use it, but now, with the spread of the poison through my body, it appears that I must. When the ashes of my house have cooled, the police will find this manuscript locked in a safe in the deep, damp cellar. But long before the flames have died down, I shall have returned to the pit. I will take with me as much petrol as I can carry. My plan is simple, really, and I shall know no pain. Nor will the inhabitants of that place know pain, not if a powerful drug may yet affect them. As the anesthetic takes hold, and while I am still able, I shall pour the petrol on the surface of that evil pool. My statement is at an end. Perhaps tonight puzzled observers will wonder at the pillar of sulphurous fire rising over the moors. The Disapproval of Jeremy Cleave. "My husband's eye," she said quite suddenly, peering over my shoulder in something of morbid fascination. "Watching us." She was very calm about it, which ought to say quite a lot about her character. A very cool lady, Angela Cleave. But in view of the circumstances, a rather odd statement, for the fact that I was making love to her at the time, and somewhat more alarming, her husband had been dead for 6.5 weeks. "What?" I gasped, flopping over onto my back, my eyes following the direction of her pointing finger. She seemed to be aiming it at the dresser, but there was nothing to be seen, not anywhere in that huge, entirely extravagant bedroom. Or perhaps I anticipated too much, for while it's true that she had specified an eye for some reason, I was looking for a complete person. This is perhaps readily understandable, the shock and what all. But no such one was there. Thank God. Then there came a rolling sound, like a marble down a gentle slope, and again I looked where she was pointing. Atop the dresser, a shape wobbled into view from the back to the front, being brought up short by the fancy gilt beading around the dresser's top. And she was right. It was an eye, a glass eye, its deep green pupils staring at us somehow morosely. "Arthur," she said in the same breathless, colourless voice, "this really makes me feel very peculiar." And truth to tell, it made me feel that way too. Certainly it ruined my night. But I got up, went to the dresser, and brought the eye down. It was damp, or rather sticky, and several pieces of fluff had attached themselves to it. Also, I fancied it smelled rather. But in a bedroom perfumed as Angela Cleave's, that was hard to say, and not something one would say anyway. "My dear, it's an eye," I said, "only a glass eye." And I took it to the vanity basin and rinsed it thoroughly in cold water. Jeremy's, of course. The vibrations must have started it rolling. She sat up in bed, covering herself modestly with the silk sheet, as if we weren't sufficiently acquainted, and brushed back a lock of damp golden hair from her beautiful brow, and, "Arthur," she said, "Jeremy's eye was buried with him. He desired to be put to rest looking as perfectly natural as possible, not with a patch over that hideous hole in his face." "Then it's a spare," I reasoned, going back to the bed and handing it to her. She took it, an entirely unconscious act, and immediately snatched back her hand so that the thing fell to the floor and rolled under the bed. And, "Ugh," she said. "But I didn't want it, Arthur, and anyway, I never knew he had a spare." "Well, he obviously did," I sighed, trying to get back into bed with her. But she held the covers close and wouldn't have me. "This has quite put me off," she said. "I'm afraid I shall have a headache." And suddenly, for all that she was a cool one, it dawned on me how badly this silly episode had jolted her. I sat on the bed and patted her hand and said, "Why don't you tell me about it, my dear?" "It?" She looked at me curiously, frowning. "Well, it has to be something more than just a silly old glass eye, now, doesn't it? I mean, I've never seen you so shaken." And so she told me. "It's just something he said to me," she explained, "one night when I was late home after the opera. In fact, I believe I'd spent a little time with you that night. Anyway, in that perfectly vulgar way of his, he said, 'Angela, you must be more discreet. Discretion, my girl. I mean, I know we don't have it off as often as you'd possibly like, but you can't accuse me of holding too tight a rein, now, can you? I mean, ha, ha, I don't keep too close an eye on you, eh? Eh? Not both of 'em, anyway. Ha, ha.' So I asked him what on earth he meant. And he answered, 'Well, those damned boyfriends, my dear. Only right you should have an escort, me being incapacitated and all. But I've a position to maintain, and scandal's something I won't hear of. So you just watch your step.'" "Is that all?" I said, when it appeared she'd finished. "But I've always understood that Jeremy was perfectly reasonable about, well, your affairs in general." I shrugged. "It strikes me he was simply trying to protect his good name, and yours." "Sometimes, Arthur," she pouted then, "you sound just like him. I'd hate to think you were going to turn out just like him." "Not at all," I answered at once. "Why, I'm not at all like him. I do everything he didn't do, don't I? And I'm, well, entire. I just can't understand why a fairly civil warning should upset you so, especially now that he's dead. And I certainly can't see the connection between that and this." And I kicked the eye back under the bed, for at that moment it had chosen to trundle out again. "A civil warning?" She looked at me, slowly nodding her agreement. "Well, I suppose it was, really." But then, with a degree more animation, "But he wasn't very civil the next time." "He caught you out again?" "No." She lifted her chin and tossed back her hair peevishly, I thought. "In fact, it was you who caught me out." "Me?" I was astonished. "Yes." She was pouting again. "Because it was that night after the ball, when you drove me home, and we stopped off at your place for a drink and slept late." "Ah," I said. "I suspected there might be trouble that time, but you never told me." "Because I didn't want to put you off, us being so good together, and you being his closest friend and all. Anyway, when I got in, he was waiting up for me, stamping round the place on that pot leg of his, blinking his one good eye furiously at me. I mean, he really was raging. 3:30 in the morning, he snorted. What? What? By God, but if the neighbours saw you coming in, I'll— "Yes," I prompted her. "I'll—" "And then he threatened me," she said. "Angela, darling, I'd already guessed that," I told her. "But how did he threaten you? And what has it to do with this damned eye?" "Arthur, you know how I dislike language." Her tone was disapproving, but on the other hand, she could see that I was getting a bit ruffled and impatient.
Well, he reminded me how much older he was than I, and how he probably only had a few years left, and that when he was gone everything would be mine. But he also pointed out how it wouldn't be very difficult to change his will, which he would if there should be any sort of scandal. Well, of course, there wasn't a scandal, and he didn't change his will. He didn't get the chance, for it was all so very sudden.
And likewise she was suddenly sniffling into the hanky she keeps under the pillow.
Poor Jeremy, she sobbed, over the cliff like that.
And just as quickly she dried up and put the hanky away again. It helps to have a little cry now and then. But there you go, I said triumphantly. You said it yourself. He didn't change the will, so not much of a threat in that.
But that's not all, she said, looking at me straight in the eye now. I mean, you know how Jeremy had spent all of that time with those awful people up those awful rivers? Well, and he told me he'd learned something of their jojo.
Their juju, I felt obliged to correct her.
Oh, jojo juju, she tossed her hair. He said that they set spells when they're about to die, and that, if their last wishes aren't carried out to the letter, then that they send, well, parts of themselves back to punish the ones they held to trust.
Parts of them. I began to repeat her, then tilted my head on one side and frowned at her very seriously. Angela, But off she went, sobbing again, face down in the pillows, and this time doing it properly. Well, obviously the night was ruined. Getting dressed, I told her, but of course that silly glass eye isn't one of Jeremy's parts. It's artificial, so I'm sure it wouldn't count, if we believed in such rubbish in the first place, which we don't. But I do understand how you must have felt, my darling, when you saw it wobbling about up there on the dresser. She looked up and brushed away her tears.
Will I see you tomorrow night?
And she was anxious, poor thing. Of course you will, I told her. Tomorrow and every night. But I've a busy day in the morning, and so it's best if I go home now. As for you, you're to take a sleeping draught and get a good night's sleep, and meanwhile, I got down on my knees and fished about under the bed for the eye. Did Jeremy have the box that this came in?
In that drawer over there, she pointed. What on earth do you want with that?
I'm simply putting it away, I told her, so that it won't bother us again. But as I placed the eye in its velvet-lined box, I glanced at the name of the suppliers. Brackett & Sanders, Jewelers, Brighton, and committed their telephone number to memory. The next day, in the city, I gave Brackett & Sanders a ring, and asked a question or two, and finished by saying, "Are you absolutely sure? No mistake. Just the one? I see. Well, thank you very much, and I'm sorry to have troubled you." But that night I didn't tell Angela about it. I mean, so what? So he'd used 2 different jewelers. Well, nothing strange about that. He got about a fair bit in his time, old Jeremy Cleave. I took her flowers and chocolates, as usual, and she was looking quite her old self again. We dined by candlelight, with a background of soft music and the moon coming up over the garden, and eventually it was time for bed. Taking the open, somewhat depleted box of chocolates with us, we climbed the stairs and commenced a ritual which was ever fresh and exciting despite its growing familiarity. The romantic preliminaries, sweet prelude to boy and girl togetherness. These were broken only once, when she said,
"Arthur, darling, just before I took my draught last night, I tried to open the windows a little. It had got very hot and sticky in here, but that one," and she pointed to one of a pair of large pivot windows, "wouldn't open. It's jammed or something. Do be a dear, and do something with it, will you?"
I tried, but couldn't. The thing was immovable, and fearing that it might very well become hot and sticky again, I then tried the other window, which grudgingly pivoted. "We shall have them seen to," I promised. Then I went to her where she lay, and in the next moment, as I held her in my arms and bent my head to kiss the very tip of a brown, delicious bump, it was perfectly audible, a dull thud from within the wardrobe, and both of us had heard it. Angela looked at me, her darling eyes startled, and mine no less. We both jerked bolt upright in the bed, and— "What?" she said, her mouth staying open a very little, breathing lightly and quickly. "A garment, falling from its hanger," I told her.
"Nevertheless, go and see," she said, very breathlessly. "I'll not be at ease if I think there's something trapped in there."
Trapped in there? In a wardrobe in her bedroom? What could possibly be trapped in there? She kept no cats. But I got out of bed and went to see anyway. The thing fell out into view as soon as I opened the door. Part of a mannequin, a limb from some window-dresser's storeroom, an anatomical specimen from some poor unfortunate's murdered, dismembered torso. At first glance, it might have been any of these things. And indeed, with the latter in mind, I jumped a foot before I saw that it was none of those things, by which time Angela was out of bed into her dressing-gown and hurrying for the door, which wouldn't open. For she has seen it too, and unlike me, she'd known exactly what it was.
"His leg!"
she cried, battering furiously at the door and fighting with its ornate gold-plated handle.
"His bloody, awful leg!"
And, of course, it was. Jeremy Cleave's pot left leg, leather straps and hinged knee-joint and all. It had been standing in there on its foot, and a shoe carton had gradually tilted against it, and finally the force of gravity had won. But at such an inopportune moment— "Darling," I said, turning to her with the thing under my arm, "but it's only Jeremy's pot leg."
"Oh, of course it is,"
she sobbed, finally wrenching the door open and rushing out onto the landing.
"But what's it doing there? It should be buried with him, in the cemetery in Denham."
And then she rushed downstairs. Well, I scratched my head a little, then sat down on the bed with the limb in my hands. I worked its joint to and fro for a while, and peered down into its hollow interior. Pot, of one sort or another, but tough, quite heavy, and utterly inanimate. A bit smelly, though, but not unnaturally. I mean, it probably smelled of Jeremy's thigh. And there was a smear of mud in the arch of the foot, and on the heel, too. By the time I'd given it a thorough bath in the vanity basin, Angela was back, swaying in the doorway, a glass of bubbly in her trembling little hands. And she looked like she'd consumed a fair old bit of the rest of the bottle, too. But at least she'd recovered something of her former control.
"His leg,"
she said, not entering the room while I dried the thing with a fluffy towel. "Certainly," I said. "Jeremy's spare pot leg," and seeing her mouth about to form words. "Now don't say it, Angela. Of course he had a spare, and this is it. I mean, can you imagine if he'd somehow broken one? What then? Do you have spare reading glasses? Do I have spare car keys? Naturally, Jeremy had spare things. It's just that he was sensitive enough not to let you see them, that's all." "Jeremy? Sensitive?" she laughed, albeit hysterically. "But very well, you must be right. And anyway, I've never been in that wardrobe in a donkey's years. Now do put it away. No, not there, but in the cupboard under the stairs, and come to bed and love me." And so I did. Champagne has that effect on her. But afterwards, sitting up in bed in the darkness, while she lay huddled close, asleep, breathing across my chest, I thought about him, the old boy, Jeremy. Adventurer, explorer, wanderer in distant lands, that was him. Jeremy Johnson Cleave, who might have been a sir, a lord, a minister, but chose to be himself. Cantankerous, old-fashioned bugger, and yet in many ways quite modern too. Naive about certain things, the way he'd always trusted me, for instance, to push his chair along the airy heights of the cliff-tops when he didn't much feel like hobbling. But in others, shrewd as a fox, and nobody's fool. Never for very long, anyway. He'd lost his eye to a Nahaki dart somewhere up the Orinoco or some such, and his leg to a croc in the Amazon. But he'd always made it back home, and healed himself up, and then let his wanderlust take him off again. As for Juju, well, the man is liable to see and hear and touch upon some funny things in the far-flung places of the world, and almost certainly he's like to go a bit native, too. The next day, today in fact, or yesterday, since it's now past midnight, was Friday, and I had business which took me past Denham. Now, don't ask me why, but I bought a mixed posy from the florists in the village and stopped off at the old graveyard, and made my way to Jeremy's simple grave. Perhaps the flowers were for his memory. There again, they could have been an alibi, a reason for my being there, as if I needed one. I mean, I had been his friend, after all. Everyone said so, but it's also a fact that murderers do occasionally visit their victims. The marble headstone gave his name and dates, and a little of the Cleave history, then said, "Distant lands ever called him, he ever ventured, and ever returned. Rest in peace." Or pieces? I couldn't resist a wry chuckle as I placed my flowers on his hollow plot. But hollow? "Subsidence, sir," said a voice directly behind me as a hand fell on my arm. Lord, how I jumped! What? I turned my head to see a gaunt, ragged man leaning on his shovel, the local gravedigger. "Subsidence," he said again, his voice full of dialect and undisguised disgust, gravelly as the path he stood on. "Oh, they likes to blame me for it, saying as how I don't pack 'em down tight enough, and all. But the fact is, it's the subsidence. 1 in every half-dozen or so sinks a little, just like old JJ's here. This was his family seat, you know, Denham. Last of the line, he were. And a rummun. But I suppose you knows all that." Yes," I said, "quite. And looking at the concave plot, a little more soil, do you think, before they start blaming it on you again?" He winked and said, "I'll see to her right this minute, sir. So I will. Good day to you." And I left him scratching his head and frowning at the grave, and finally trundling his barrow away, doubtless to fetch a little soil. And all of this was the second thing I wasn't going to report to Angela, but as it happens, I don't suppose it would have made much difference anyway. So, tonight, at fall of dark, I arrived here at their, hers now, country home, and from the moment I let myself in I knew that things weren't right. So would anyone have known, the way her shriek came knifing down the stairs. "Arthur! Arthur!" Her voice was piercing, penetrating, very nearly unhinged. "Is that you? Oh, for God's sake, say it's you!" "But of course it's me, darling. Who else would it be?" I shouted up to her. "Now, what on earth's the matter?"
The matter? The matter? She came flying down the stairs in a toweling robe, rushed straight into my arms. I'll tell you what's the matter. But out of breath she couldn't. Her hair was wet and a mess, and her face wasn't done yet, and, well, she looked rather floppy all over. So that after a moment or so, rather brusquely, I said, "So, tell me." "It's him," she gasped, then a shudder in her voice. "Oh, it's him." And bursting into tears, she collapsed against me so that I had to drop my chocolates and flowers in order to hold her up. "Him?" I repeated her, rather stupidly, for by then I believe I'd begun to suspect that it might indeed be him, after all, or at least something of his doing. "Him!" she cried aloud, beating on my chest. "Him, you fool! Jeremy!"
Well, let reason prevail has always been my family motto, and I think it's to my merit that I didn't break down and start gibbering right there and then along with Angela. Or, on the other hand, perhaps I'm simply stupid. Anyway, I didn't, but picked up my flowers and chocolates. Yes, and Angela too, and carried them all upstairs. I put her down on the bed, but she jumped up at once and commenced striding to and fro, wringing her hands. "Now, what is it?" I said, determined to be reasonable.
"Not in that tone of voice,"
she snarled at me, coming to a halt in front of me with her hands clenched into tight little knots and her face all twisted up.
"Not in that, 'Oh, Angela's being a silly again' voice. I said it's him, and I mean it's him."
But now I was angry too. "You mean he's here?" I scowled at her.
"I mean he's near, certainly," she answered, wild-eyed. "His bloody bits, anyway."
But then, a moment later, she was sobbing again, those deep, racking sobs I just can't put up with. And so once more I carried her to the bed. "Darling," I said, "just tell me all about it, and I'll sort it out from there. And that's a promise."
"Is it, Arthur? Is it? Oh, I do hope so."
So I gave her a kiss and tried one last time, urging, "Now, come on, do tell me about it."
I was in the bath," she started, "making myself nice for you, hoping that for once we could have a lovely quiet evening and night together. So there I am, soaping myself down, and all of a sudden I feel that someone is watching me. And he was, sitting there on the end of the bath. Jeremy!"
"Jeremy," I said flatly, concentrating my frown on her. "Jeremy, the man?"
"No, you fool, the bloody eye!"
And she ripped the wrapper from the chocolates, her favorite liqueurs, as it happens, and distractedly began stuffing her mouth full of them, which was when the thought first struck me. Maybe she's cracked up. But... "Very well," I said, standing up, striding over to the chest of drawers, and yanking open the one with the velvet-lined box. "In that case—" The box lay there, open and quite empty, gaping at me. And at that very moment there came a well-remembered rolling sound, and I'll be damned if the hideous thing didn't come bowling out of the bathroom and onto the pile of the carpet, coming to a halt there with its malefic gaze directed right at me. And bump, bump from the wardrobe. And bump again, a final kick so hard that it slammed the door back on its hinges, and there was Jeremy's pot leg, jerking about on the carpet like a claw freshly wrenched from a live crab. I mean not just lying there, but active, lashing about on its knee hinge like a wild thing. Disbelieving, jaw hanging slack, I backed away from it, backed right into the bed, and sat down there, with all the wind flown right out of me. Angela had seen everything, and her eyes were threatening to pop out of her head. She dribbled chocolate and juice from one corner of her twitching mouth, but still her hand automatically picked up another liqueur. Except it wasn't a liqueur. I waved a fluttery hand, croaked something unintelligible, tried to warn her, but my tongue was stuck to the roof of my mouth, and the words wouldn't come.
"Gurk" was the only thing I managed to get out, and that too late, for already she'd popped the thing into her mouth. Jeremy's eye! But not his glass eye. Oh, and what a horror, and a madness, and an asylum then, as she bit into it, her throat full of chocolate, face turning blue, eyes bulging as she clawed at the bedclothes, going, "Ack, ack, ack," and me trying to massage her throat, and the damned pot leg kicking its way across the floor towards me, and that bloody nightmare glass eye wobbling there for all the world as if its owner were laughing. Then Angela clawed at me one last time and tore my shirt right down the front as she toppled off the bed. Her eyes were standing out like organ stops, and her face was purple, and her dragging nails opened up the shallow skin of my chest in 5 long red bleeding lines. But I scarcely noticed, for Jeremy's leg was still crashing about on the floor, and his eye was still laughing. I started laughing too, as I kicked the leg into the wardrobe and locked it, and chased the eye across the floor and under Angela's dressing-table. I laughed and I laughed until I cried, and perhaps wouldn't have sobered yet, except— What was that? That bumping out there on the landing. And Jeremy is still out there, bumping about even now. He's jammed the windows again so that I can't get out. But I barricaded the door so that he can't get in, and now we're both stuck. I've a sight advantage, though, for I can see, while he's quite blind. I mean, I know he's blind, for his glass eye is in here with me, and his real eye is in Angela, and his leg will come right through the paneling of the wardrobe eventually, I suppose, but when it does, I'll jump on it and pound the thing to pieces. And he's out there, blind as a bat, hopping around on the landing, going gurgle, 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 and stinking like all hell. Well, sod you, Jeremy Johnson Cleave, for I'm not coming out. I'm just going to stay here always. I won't come out for you or for the maid when she comes in the morning, or for the cook or the police or anybody. I'll just stay here with my pillows and my blankets and my thumb, where it's nice and safe and warm, here under the bed. Do you hear me, Jeremy? Do you hear me? I'm not coming out.
The Luststone. 1. The ice was only a memory now, a racial memory whose legends had come down the years, whose evidence was graven in the land in hollow glacial tracts. Of the latter, time would weather the valley eventually, soften its contours, however slowly. But the memories would stay, and each winter the snows would replenish them. That was why the men of the tribes would paint themselves yellow in imitation of the sun god, and stretch themselves in a line across the land east to west, and facing north, and beat back the snow and ice with their clubs, and frighten it back with their screams and their leapings. With their magic they defeated winter, and conjured spring, summer, and autumn, and thus were the seasons perpetuated. The tribes, too, were perpetuated. Each spring the tribal wizards, the witch-doctors, would perform those fertility rites deemed necessary to life, by means of which the grass was made to grow, the beasts to mate, and man, the weapon-maker, to increase and prosper upon the face of the earth. It was the time of the saber-tooth and the mammoth, and it was the springtime of man, the thinking animal, whose destiny is the stars. And even in those far dim primal times there were visionaries. Kelos of the mighty southern tribe was one such. Kelos the chief, the great wizard and seer, whose word was law in the Mid-South. And in that spring, some 10,000 years ago, Kelos lay on his bed in the grandest cave of all caves of the southern tribe, and dreamed his dream. He dreamed of invaders, of men not greatly unlike the men of the tribes, but fiercer far, and with huge appetites for ale, war, and women. Aye, and there were gross-bearded ones, too, whose dragon-prowed ships were as snakes of the sea, whose horned helmets and savage cries gave them the appearance of demons. But Kilos knew that he dreamed only of the far future, and so was not made greatly fearful. And he dreamed that in that distant future there were others who came from the east with fire and thunder, and in his dreams Kilos heard the agonized screams of the descendants of his tribe, men, women, and children, and saw visions of black war, red rape, and rivers of crimson blood. A complex dream it was, and alien, these invaders, with long knives and axes which were not of stone, and again wearing horned helmets upon their heads, to make them more fearsome yet. From the sea they came, building mounds and forts, where they garrisoned their soldiers behind great earthworks. And some of them carried strange banners, covered with unknown runes, and wore kilts of leather, and rode in horse-drawn chairs with flashing spokes in their wheels. And their armies were disciplined, thousands, moving and fighting with one mind. Such were Kilos's dreams, which brought him starting awake. And so often he had dreamed them, that he knew they must be more than mere nightmares. Until one morning, rising from his bed of hides, he saw that it was spring again, and knew what must be done. Such visions as he had dreamed must come to pass. He felt it in his old bones, but not for many years. Not for years beyond his numbering. Very well. The gods themselves had sent Kilos their warning, and now he must act. For he was old, and the earth would claim him long before the first invaders came, and so he must unite the tribes now, and bring them together, and they must grow strong, and their men become great warriors. And there must be that which would remain long after Kilos himself was gone. A reminder, a monument, a power to fuel the loins of the men and make the tribes strong. A driving force to make his people lusty, to ensure their survival. There must be children, many children, and their children in their turn must number thousands, and theirs must number such a number as Kilos could not envisage. Then when the invaders came, the tribes would be ready, unconquerable, indestructible. So Kilos took up his staff and went out into the central plain of the valley, where he found a great stone worn round by the coming and going of the ice. A stone half as tall again as a man above the earth, and as much or more of its mass still buried in the ground. And upon this mighty stone he carved his runes of fertility, powerful symbols that spelled lust. And he carved designs, which were the parts of men and women, the rampant pods and rods of seed, and the ripe breasts and bellies of dawning life. There was nothing of love in what he drew, only of lust, and the need to procreate, for man was much more the animal in those dim, forgotten days, and love, as such, one of his weaknesses. But when Kilos's work was done, still he saw that it was not enough. For what was the stone but a stone? Only a stone carved with cryptic runes and symbols of sexuality, and nothing more. It had no power. Who would remember it in 100 seasons, let alone years? Who would know what it meant? He called all the leaders of the tribes together, and because there was a recent peace in the land, they came. And Kilos spoke to those headmen and wizards, telling them of his dreams and visions, which were seen as great omens. Together the leaders of the tribes decided what must be done. 20 days later, they sent all of their young men and women to Kelos the seer, and their own wizards went with them. Meanwhile, a pit had been dug away from the foot of the great stone, and wedged timbers held back that boulder from tumbling into the pit. And of all the young men and women of the tribes, Kelos and the elders chose the lustiest lad and a broad-hipped lass with the breasts of a goddess, and they were proud to be chosen, though for what they knew not. But when they saw each other, these two, they drew back snarling, for their markings were those of tribes previously opposed in war, and such had been their enmity that even now, when all the people were joined, still they kept themselves apart, each tribe from the other. Now that the pair had been chosen to be together, and because of their markings, origins, and tribal taboos, the greatest of which forbade intercourse between them, they spoke thus. "What is the meaning of this?" cried the young man, his voice harsh, affronted. "Why am I put with this woman? She is not of my tribe. She is of a tribe whose very name offends me. I am not at war with her, but neither may I know her." And she said, "Do my own elders make mock of me? Why am I insulted so? What have I done to deserve this? Take this thing which calls itself a man away from me." But Kelos and the elders held up their hands, saying, "Be at peace. Be at peace with one another. All will be made plain in due time. We bestow upon you a great honor. Do not dishonor your tribes." And the chosen ones were subdued, however grudgingly. And the elders whispered among each other and said, "We chose them, and the gods were our witnesses and unopposed. They are more than fit for the task. Joining them like this may also more nearly fuse their tribes and bring about a lasting peace. It must be right." And they were all agreed. Then came the feasting, of meats dipped in certain spices and herbs known only to the wizards, and flavored with the crushed horn of mammoth, and the drinking of potent ales, all liberally sprinkled with the potions of the wizards. And when the celebrant horde was feasted and properly drunk, then came the oiled and perfumed and grotesquely clad dancers, whose dance was the slow twining dance of the grossly endowed gods of fertility. And as the dance progressed, so drummers took up the beat, until the pulses of the milling thousands pounded and their bodies jerked with the jerkings of the male and female dancers. Finally the dance ended, but still the drummers kept to their madly throbbing beat, while in the crowd lesser dances had commenced, not so practiced, but no less intense and even more lusty. And as the celebrants paired off and fell upon each other, thick pelts were tossed into the pit where the great stone balanced, and petals of spring flowers gathered with the dew upon them, making a bower in the shadow of the boulder. And this was where the chosen couple were made to lie down, while all about the young people of the tribe spent themselves in the ritual spring orgy. But the pair in the pit, though they had been stripped naked, and while they were drunk as the rest, nevertheless held back and drew apart, and scowled at each other through slitted eyes. Kelos stood at the rim and screamed at them, "Make love! Let the earth soak up your juices!" He prodded the young man with a spear and commanded him, "Take her! The gods demand it!" "What? And would you have the trees die, and all the animals, and the ice come down again to destroy us all? Do you defy the gods?" At that the young man would obey, for he feared the gods, but she would not have him. "Let him in!" Kelos screamed at her. "Would you be barren and have your breasts wither, and grow old before your time?" And so she wrapped her legs about the young man. But he was uncertain, and she had not accepted him. Still, it seemed to Kelos that they were joined, and as the orgy climbed to its climax, he cried out his triumph and signaled to a pair of well-muscled youths where they stood back behind the boulder. And coming forward they took up hammers, and with mighty blows knocked away the chalks, holding back the great stone from the pit. The boulder tilted, 300 tons of rock keeling over, and in the same moment Kilos clutched his heart, cried out, and stumbled forward, and toppled into the pit. And the rune-inscribed boulder, with all its designs and great weight, slammed down into the hole with a shock that shook the earth. But such was the power of the orgy, that held them all in sway, that only those who coupled in the immediate vicinity of the stone knew that it had moved at all. Now, with the drumming at a standstill, the couples parted, fell back, lay mainly exhausted. A vast field as of battle, with steam rising as a morning mist, and the two whose task it had been to topple the boulder going amongst them, seeking still willing, however aching flesh in which to relieve their own pent passions. Thus was the deed done, the rite performed, the magic worked, the Luststone come into being, or thus it was intended, and old Kilos, never knowing that, alas, his work was for nothing, for his propitiates had failed to couple. 3 winters after that, the snows were heavy, meat was scarce, and the tribes warred. Then, for a decade, the gods and their seasonal rites were put aside, following which that great ritual orgy soon became a legend, and eventually a myth. 50 years later, the Luststone and its carvings were moss-covered, forgotten. Another 50 saw the stone a shrine. 100 more years passed, and the domed, mossy top of the boulder was hidden in a grove of oaks, a place of the gods, taboo. The plain grew to a forest, and the stone was buried beneath a growing mound of fertile soil. The trees were felled to build mammoth pens, and the grass grew deep, thick, and luxurious. More years saw the trees grow up again into a mighty oak forest, and these were the years of the hunter, the declining years of the mammoth. Now the people were farmers, of a sort, who protected limited crops and beasts against nature's perils. There were years of the long-toothed cats, and years of the wolf, and now and then there were wars between the tribes. And time was the moon that waxed and waned, and the hills growing old and rounded, and forests spanning the entire land, and the tribes flourished and fought and did little else under the green canopy of these mighty forests. Through all of this the stone slept, buried shallow in the earth, keeping its secret, but lovers in the forest knew where to lie when the moon was up, and men, robbed by the years or by their own excesses, could find a wonder there, when forgotten strength returned, however fleetingly, to fill them once more with fire. As for old Kilos's dream, it came to pass, but his remedy was worthless. Buried beneath the sod for 3,000 years, the Luststone lay, and felt the tramping feet of the nomad warrior Celts on the march. 5,000 more years saw the Romans come to Britain, then the Anglo-Saxons, the Vikings, and still the Luststone lay there. There were greater wars than ever Kilos had dreamed, more of rape and murder than he ever could have imagined, war in the sea, on the land, and in the air. And at last there was peace again, of a sort, and finally, 2. Gary Clemens was a human calculator at a betting shop in North London. He could figure the numbers, combinations, and value of a winning ticket to within a doesn't matter a damn faster than the girls could feed the figures into their machines. All the punters knew him. Generally, they'd accept without qualms his arbitration on vastly complicated accumulators and the like. With these sort of qualifications, Gary could hold down a job any place they played the horses, which was handy because he liked to move around a lot, and betting on the races was his hobby. One of his hobbies, anyway. Another was rape. Every time Gary took a heavy loss, then he raped. That way, according to his figuring, he won every time. If he couldn't take it out on the horse that let him down, then he'd take it out on some girl instead. But he'd suffered a spate of losses recently, and that had led to some trouble. He hated those nights when he'd go back to his flat and lie down on his bed and have nothing good to think about for that day. Only bad things, like the 200 he'd lost on that nag that should have come in at 15-1, or the filly that got pipped at the post and cost him a cool $1,000, which was why he'd finally figured out a way to ease his pain. Starting now, he'd take a girl for every day of the week, and that way, when he took a loss, no matter which day it fell on, he'd always have something good to think about that night when he went to bed. If it was a Wednesday, why, he'd simply think about the Wednesday girl, etc. But he'd gone through a bad patch, and so the rapes had to come thick and fast, 1 and sometimes 2 a week. His Monday girl was a redhead he'd gagged and tied to a tree in the center of a copse in a built-up area. He'd spent a lot of time with her, smoked cigarettes in between, and talked dirty and nasty to her, raped her 3 times, differently each time. Tuesday was a 16-year-old kid down at the bottom of the railway embankment. No gag or rope or anything. She'd been so shit-scared that after he was through, she didn't even start yelling for an hour. Wednesday, Gary's favorite, it had been a heavily pregnant colored woman he'd dragged into a burned-out shop right in town. He'd made that one do everything. In the papers the next day, he'd read how she lost her baby. But that hadn't bothered him too much. Thursday had been when it started to get sticky. Gary had dragged this hooker into a street of derelict houses, but hadn't even got started when along came this copper. He'd put his knife in the tart's throat so that she wouldn't yell, and then got the hell out of there. And he'd reckoned himself lucky to get clean away. But on the other hand, it meant he had to go out the next night, too. He didn't like the tension to build up too much. But Friday had been a near disaster, too. There was a house party not far from where he lived, and Gary had been invited. He'd declined, but he was there anyway, in the garden of the house opposite, whose people weren't at home. And when this really stacked piece had left the party on her own about midnight, Gary had jumped her. But just when he'd knocked her cold and was getting her out of her clothes, then the owners of the house turned up and saw him in the garden. He'd had to cut and run like the wind then, and even now it made his guts churn when he thought about it. So he'd kept it quiet for a couple of weeks before starting again, and then he'd finally found his Thursday girl. A really shy thing, getting off a late-night tube, who he'd carried into a parking lot and had for a couple of hours straight. And she hadn't said a word, just panted a lot and been sick. It turned out she was dumb, and Gary chuckled when he read that. No wonder she'd been so quiet. Maybe he should look for a blind one next time. A week later, Friday, he'd gone out again, but it was a failure. He couldn't find anyone. And so the very next night he'd taken his Saturday girl, a middle-aged bag lady. So what the hell? A rape is a rape is a rape, right? He gave her a bottle of some good stuff first, which put her away nicely, then gave her a hell of a lot of bad stuff in as many ways as he knew how. She probably didn't even feel it, wouldn't even remember it. So afterwards he'd banged her face on the pavement a couple of times so that when she woke up, at least she'd know something had happened. Except she hadn't woken up. Well, at least that way she wouldn't be talking about it. And by now he knew they'd have his semen type on record, and that they'd also have him if he just once slipped up. But he didn't intend to. Sunday's girl was a lady taxi driver with a figure that was a real stopper. Gary hired her to take him out of town, directed her to a big house in the country, and stopped her at the bottom of the drive. Then he hit her on the head, ripped her radio out, drove into a wood, and had her in the back of the cab. He'd really made a meal of it, especially after she woke up. But as he was finishing, she got a bit too active and raked his face, which was something he didn't much like. He had a nice face, Gary, and was very fond of it. So almost before he'd known that he was doing it, he'd gutted the whore. But the next day in the papers, the police were talking about skin under her fingernails. And now he knew they had his blood group, but definitely two. And his face was marked, not badly, but enough. So it had been time to take a holiday. Luckily, he'd just had a big win on the GGs. He phoned the bookies and said he wasn't up to it. Couldn't see the numbers too clearly. He was taking time off. With an eye patch and a bandage to cover the damage, he'd headed west and finally holed up in Chichester. But all of that had been 12 days ago, and he was fine now, and he still had to find his girl Friday, and today was Friday, so Gary reckoned he'd rested up long enough. This morning he'd read about a Friday night dance at a place called Atholsford, a hick village just a bus ride away. Well, and he had nothing against country bumpkins, did he? So Atholsford it would have to be. It was the middle of the long, hot summer of '76. The weather forecasters were all agreed for once that this one would drag on, and reserves of water all over the country were already beginning to suffer. This was that summer when there would be shock reports of the Thames flowing backwards, when rainmakers would be called in from the USA to dance and caper, and when a certain government ministry would beg householders to put bricks in their WC cisterns and thus consume less of precious water. The southern beaches were choked morning to night with kids on their school holidays, sun-blackened treasure hunters with knotted hankies on their heads and metal detectors in their hands, and frustrated fishermen with their crates of beer, boxes of sandwiches, and plastic bags of smelly bait. The pubs were filled all through opening hours with customers trying to drown their thirsts or themselves, and the resorts had never had it so good. The nights were balmy for lovers from Land's End to John O'Groats, and nowhere balmier than in the country lanes of the southern counties. Atholsford Estate in Hampshire, one of the few suburban housing projects of the '60s to realize a measure of success, in that its houses were good, its people relatively happy, and after the last bulldozer had clanked away, its countryside comparatively unspoiled, suffered or enjoyed the heat wave no more or less than anywhere else. It was just another small center of life and 20th century civilization. And apart from the fact that Atholsford was rather select, there was little as yet to distinguish it from 100 other estates and small villages in the country triangle of Salisbury, Reading, and Brighton. Tonight being Friday night, there was to be dancing at the barn. As its name implied, the place had been a half-brick, half-timber barn. But the Athelsfordians, being an enterprising lot, 3 of their more affluent members had bought the great vault of a place, done it up with internal balconies, tables, and chairs, built a modest car park to one side, an extension of the village pub's car park, and now it was a dance hall, occasionally used for weddings and other private functions. On Wednesday nights, the younger folk had it for their discotheques, mainly teenage affairs, in return for which they kept it in good repair. But on Friday nights, the barn became the focal point of the entire estate, the barn and the old stage. The old stage was the village pub, its sign a coach with rearing horses confronted by a highwayman in tricorn hat. Joe McGovern, a widower, owned and ran the pub, and many of his customers jokingly associated him with the highwayman on his sign. But while Joe was and always would be a canny Scot, he was also a fair man and down-to-earth. So were his prices. 10 years ago, when the estate was new, the steady custom of the people had saved the old stage and kept it a free house. Now Joe's trade was flourishing, and he had plenty to be thankful for. So, too, Joe's somewhat surly son Gavin. Things to be thankful for, and others he could well do without. Gavin was, for example, extremely thankful for the barn, whose bar he ran on Wednesday and Friday nights, using stock from the old stage. The profits very nicely supplemented the wage he earned as a county council laborer working on the new road. The wage he had earned, anyway, before he'd quit. That had only been this morning, but already he sort of missed the work, and he was sure he was going to miss the money. But, he'd find other work. There was always work for good, strong hands. He had that to be thankful for, too, his health and strength. But he was not thankful for his kid sister, Eileen. Her scrapes and narrow escapes, as he saw her small handful of as yet entirely innocent friendships with the local lads, and her natural, almost astonishing beauty, which drew them like butterflies to bright flowers. It was that, in large part, which made him surly, for he knew that, in fact, she wasn't just a kid sister anymore, and that sooner or later she... Gavin loved his sister all right. Indeed, he had transferred to her all of his affection and protection when their mother died 3 years ago. But having lost his mother, he wasn't going to lose Eileen, too, not if he could help it. Gavin was 22, Eileen 17. He was over 6 feet tall, narrow-hipped, wide in the shoulders, a tapering wedge of muscle with a bullet head to top it off. Most of the village lads looked at Eileen, then looked at Gavin, and didn't look at Eileen again, but those of them who looked at her twice reckoned she was worth it. She was blonde, as her brother was dark, as sweet and slim as he was huge and surly, 5'7", with long, shapely legs and a waist like a wisp, and blue eyes with lights in them that danced when she smiled. The very image of her mother, and that was Gavin's problem, for he'd loved his mother a great deal, too. It was 5:30 p.m., and brother and sister were busy in work clothes, loading stock from the back door of the old stage onto a trolley and carting it across the parking lot to the barn. Joe McGovern ticked off the items on a stock list as they worked, but when Gavin and Eileen were alone in the barn, stacking the last of the bottles onto the shelves behind the bar, suddenly he said to her, "Will you be here tonight?" She looked at her brother. There was nothing surly about Gavin now. There never was when he spoke to her. Indeed, his voice held a note of concern, of agitation, of some inner struggle which he himself couldn't quite put his finger on. And she knew what he was thinking, and that it would be the same tonight as always. Someone would dance with her, and then dance with her again, and then no more, because Gavin would have had a quiet word with him.
"Of course I'll be there, Gavin," she sighed. "You know I will. I wouldn't miss it. I love to dance and chat with the girls, and with the boys, when I get the chance. Why does it bother you so?"
"I've told you often enough why it bothers me," he answered gruffly, breathing heavily through his nose. "It's all those blokes. They've only one thing on their minds. They're the same with all the girls. But you're not just any girl, you're my sister."
"Yes,"
she answered, a trifle bitterly.
"And don't they just know it? You're always there in the background, watching, somehow threatening. It's like having two fathers, only one of them's a tyrant. Do you know, I can't remember the last time a boy wanted to walk me home."
"But you are home," he answered, not wanting to fight, wishing now that he'd kept his peace, if only she was capable of understanding the ways of the world.
"You live right next door." "Then simply walk me," she blurted it out. "Oh, anywhere. Gavin, can't you understand? It's nice to be courted, to have someone who wants to hold your hand."
"That's how it starts," he grunted, turning away. "They want to hold your hand. But who's to say how it finishes, eh?"
"Well, not much fear of that," she sighed again. "Not that I'm that sort of girl, anyway."
And she looked at him archly.
"But even if I was, with you around, straining at the leash like a great hulking watchdog, nothing's very much likely to even get started now, is it?"
And before he could answer, but less harshly now,
"Now, come on," she said. "Tell me what's brought all this on. You've been really nice to me this last couple of weeks. The hot weather may have soured some people, but you've been really sweet, like a big brother should be, until out of the blue like this. I really don't understand what gets into you, Gavin."
It was his turn to sigh.
"Aren't you forgetting something?" he said. "The assault, probably with sexual motivation, just last week, Saturday night, in Lover's Lane."
Perhaps Eileen really ought not to pooh-pooh that, but she believed she understood it well enough.
"An assault," she said. "Motive, probably sexual. The most excitement Athelford has known as long as I can remember. And the victim, Linda Anstey. Oh, my, what a surprise. Ha! Why, Linda's always been that way. Every kid in the school had fooled around with her at one time or another, from playing kids' games to, well, everything. It's the way she is, and everyone knows it. All right, perhaps I'm being unfair to her. She might have asked for trouble, and she might not. But it seems hardly surprising to me that if it was going to happen to someone, Linda would be the one."
"But it did happen," Gavin insisted. "That kind of bloke does exist, plenty of them." He stacked the last half-dozen cans and made for the exit, and changing the subject, as he was wont to do when an argument was going badly for him, or when he believed he'd proved his point sufficiently, said, "Me? I'm for a pint before I get myself ready for tonight. Fancy undiced lemonade, kid?" He paused, turned back towards her, and grinned. But she suspected it was forced. If only she could gauge what went on in his mind. But,
"Oh, all right," she finally matched his grin, "if you're buying."
She caught up with him and grabbed him, standing on tiptoe to give him a kiss.
"But, Gavin, promise me that from now on you won't worry about me so much, okay?"
He hugged her briefly and reluctantly submitted.
"Yeah, all right."
But as she led the way out of the barn and across the car park, with the hot afternoon sun shining in her hair and her sweet, innocent body moving like that inside her coveralls. He looked after her and worried all the harder. Worried the way an older brother should worry, he thought, and yet somehow far more intensely. And the worst of it was that he knew he was being unreasonable and obsessive, and Gavin at once felt his heart hardening. Oh, he recognized well enough the way the village jack-the-lads looked at Eileen, and knew how much they'd like to get their itchy little paws on her, the grubby-minded, horny... But there Gavin's ireful thoughts abruptly evaporated. The scowl left his face, and he frowned as a vivid picture suddenly flashed onto the screen of his mind. It was something he'd seen just this morning, across the fields where they were laying the new road. Something quite obscene, which hadn't made much of an impression on him at the time, but which now... And, astonished, he paused again, for he couldn't for the life of him see how he'd connected up a thing like that with Eileen. And it just as suddenly dawned on him that the reason he knew how the boys felt about his sister was because he sometimes felt that way too. Oh, not about her. No, of course not. But about... a boulder? Well, certainly it had been a boulder that did it to him this morning, anyway. And, Gavin, son, he told himself, sometimes I think you're maybe just a tiny wee bit sick. And then he laughed, if only to himself. But somehow the pictures in his mind just wouldn't go away, and as he went to his upstairs room in the old stage, and slowly changed into his evening gear, so he allowed himself to go over again the peculiar occurrences of the morning. 3. That Friday morning, yes, and it had been hot as a furnace, and every member of the road gang, without exception, looking forward to the coming weekend, to cool beers in cool houses with all the windows thrown open, so that as the heat-shimmering day had drawn towards noon, they'd wearied of the job and put a lot less muscle into it. Also, and to make things worse, this afternoon they'd be a man short, for this was Gavin McGovern's last morning, and he hadn't been replaced yet. And even when he was, well, it would take a long time to find someone else who could throw a bulldozer around like he could. The thing was like a toy in his hands, but, seeing as how he lived in Athelford and had always considered himself something of a traitor anyway, working on the Link Road, he'd finally decided to seek employment elsewhere. Foreman John Sykes wasn't an Athelsfordian, but he made it his business to know something about the people working under him, especially if they were local to the land where he was driving his road. He'd got to know Big Gavin pretty well, he reckoned, and in a way envied him. He certainly wouldn't mind if his old man owned a country pub, but on the other hand he could sympathize with McGovern too. He knew how torn he must feel. This was the one part of his job that Sykes hated. When the people up top said the road goes here, and the people down here said, oh, no, it doesn't, not in our back garden. Puffed up, awkward, defiant little bastards. But at the same time, Sykes could sympathize with them also, even though they were making his job as unpleasant as they possibly could. And that was yet another reason why the work hadn't gone too well this morning. Today it had been a sit-in, when a good dozen of the locals had appeared from the wood at the end of Lover's Lane, bringing lightweight, fold-down garden chairs with them to erect across the road. And there they'd sat with their placards and sandwiches on the new stretch of tarmac, heckling the road gang as they toiled and sweated into their dark-stained vests and tried to build a bloody road which wasn't wanted, and which didn't seem to want to be built. They'd stayed from maybe 9:15 to a minute short of 11, then got up and, like a gaggle of lemmings, waddled back to the village again. Their good deed for the day. God damn. Christ, what a day. For right after that, big trouble, mechanical trouble. Or rather, an obstruction which had caused mechanical trouble. Not the more or less passive, placard-waving obstruction of people, which was bad enough, but a rather more physical, much more tangible obstruction, namely, a bloody great boulder. The first they'd known of it was when the bulldozer hit it while lifting turf and muck in a wide swath 2 feet deep. Until then, there had been only the usual stony debris, small rounded pebbles and the occasional blunt slab of scarred rock. Nothing out of the ordinary for these parts, and Sykes hadn't been expecting anything quite this big. The surveyors had been across here, hammering in their long iron spikes and testing the ground, but they'd somehow missed this thing. Black granite by its looks, it had stopped the dozer dead in its tracks and given Gavin McGovern a fair old shaking. But at least the blade had cleared the sod and clay off the top of the thing. Like the dome of a veined, bald old head it had looked, sticking up there in the middle of the projected strip.
"See if you can dig the blade under it,"
Sykes had bawled up at Gavin through clouds of blue exhaust fumes and the clatter of the engine.
"Try to lever the bastard up or split it. We have to get down a good 40 or 50 inches just here."
Taking it personally, and with something less than an hour to go, eager to get finished now, Gavin had dragged his sleeve across his brown perspiration-shiny brow and grimaced. Then, tilting his helmet back on his head, he'd slammed the blade of his machine deep into the earth 6 times, until he could feel it biting against the unseen curve of the boulder. Then he'd gunned the motor, let out the clutch, shoved, and lifted all in one fluid movement. Or at least in a movement that should have been fluid, for instead of finding purchase, the blade had ridden up, splitting turf and topsoil as it slid over the fairly smooth surface of the stone. The dozer had lurched forward, slewing round, when the blade finally snagged on a rougher part of the surface. The offside caterpillar had parted in a shriek of hot, tortured metal. Then Gavin had shut her off, jumped down, and stared disbelievingly at his grazed and bleeding forearm, where it had scraped across the iron frame of the cab. "Damn! Damn!" he'd shouted then, hurling his safety helmet at the freshly turned earth and kicking the dozer's broken track.
"Easy, Gavin." Sykes had gone up to him. "It's not your fault, and it's not the machine's. It's mine, if anybody's. I had no idea there was anything this big here, and by the look of it, this is only the tip of the iceberg."
But Gavin wasn't listening. He'd gone down on one knee and was examining part of the boulder's surface where the blade had done a job of clearing it off. He was frowning, peering hard, breaking away small scabs of loose dirt and tracing lines or grooves with his strong, blunt fingers. The runic symbols were faint, but the carved picture was more clearly visible. There were other pictures, too, with only their edges showing as yet, mainly hidden under the curve of the boulder. The ganger got down beside Gavin and assisted him, and slowly the carvings took on clearer definition. Sykes was frowning too now. What the hell? A floral design of some sort? Very old, no doubt about it. Archaic, prehistoric. Unable as yet to make anything decisive of the pictures on the stone, they cleared away more dirt. But then Sykes stared harder, slowly shook his head, and began to grin. The grin spread until it almost split his face ear to ear. Perhaps not prehistoric after all, more like the work of some dirty-minded local kid, and not a bad artist at that. The lines of the main picture were primitive, but clinically correct, however exaggerated, and its subject was completely unmistakable. Gavin McGovern continued to stare at it, and his bottom jaw had fallen open. Finally, glancing at Sykes out of the corner of his eye, he grunted,
"Old, do you think?"
Sykes started to answer, then shut his mouth and stood up. He thought fast, scuffed some of the dirt back with his booted foot, bent to lean a large, flat flake of stone against the picture, mainly covering it from view. Sweat trickled down his back and made it itch under his wringing shirt, made it itch like the devil, and the rest of his body with it. The boulder seemed hot as hell, reflecting the blazing midday sunlight. "And old?" the ganger finally answered.
"You mean like ancient? No, I shouldn't think so. Hey, and Gavin, son, if I were you, I wouldn't go mentioning this to anyone. You know what I mean?"
Gavin looked up, still frowning.
"No,"
he shook his head.
"What do you mean?"
"What?" said Sykes.
"You mean to say you can't see it? Why, only let this get out and there'll be people coming from all over the place to see it. Another bloody Stonehenge it'll be. And what price your Athelsford den, eh? Flooded, the place would be, with all sorts of human debris come to see the famous dirty caveman pictures. You want that, do you?"
No, that was the last thing Gavin wanted.
"I see what you mean," he said slowly. "Also, it would slow you down, right? They'd stop you running your road through here." "That, too, possibly," Sykes answered. "For a time, anyway. But just think about it. What would you rather have? A new road, pure and simple? Or 1,000 yobs a day, tramping through Athelsford and up Lover's Lane to ogle this little lot, eh?"
That was something Gavin didn't have to think about for very long. It would do business at the old stage a power of good, true. But then there was Eileen. Pretty soon they'd be coming to ogle her, too.
"So what's next?" he said.
"You leave that to me," Sykes told him, "and just take my word for it, that this time tomorrow, this little beauty will be so much rubble, okay?"
Gavin nodded. He knew that the ganger was hot stuff with a drill and a couple of pounds of explosive.
"If you say so."
He spat into the dust and dirt.
"Anyway, I don't much care for the looks of the damn thing."
He scratched furiously at his forearm, where his graze was already starting to scab over.
"It's not right, this dirty old thing. Sort of makes me hot and itchy."
"Itchy, yeah,"
Sykes agreed, and he wondered what sort of mood his wife Jenny would be in tonight. If this hot summer sun had worked on her the way it was beginning to work on him, well, tonight could get to be pretty interesting, which would make a welcome change. Deep, dark, and much disturbed now. Old Keelos had felt unaccustomed tremors vibrating through his fossilized bones. The stamping of 1,000 warriors on the march, roaring their songs of red death? Aye, perhaps. And...
"Invaders."
Keelos breathed the word without speaking, and indeed without breathing.
"No."
Hengit of the Far Forest tribe contradicted him.
"The mammoths are stampeding. The earth is sinking. Trees are being felled. Any of these things, but no invaders. Is that all you dream about, old man? Why can't you simply lie still and sleep like the dead thing you are?"
"And even if there were invaders," the revenant of a female voice now joined in, a laze of the Shrub Hill folk. "Would you really expect a man of the Far Forest tribe to come to arms? They are notorious cowards. Better you call on me, Keelos, a woman, to rise up against these invaders, if there really were invaders, which there are not." Keelos listened hard, to the earth, the sky, the distant sea, but no longer heard the thundering of booted feet, nor war cries going up into the air, nor ships with muffled oars creeping and creaking in the mist. And so he sighed and said,
"Perhaps you are right, but nevertheless we should be ready. I at least am ready.
And, oh, fool, Hengit whispered of Keelos into the dirt and the dark. And, coward, Alaze was scathing of Hengit where all three lay broken under the Luststone. 7:15 p.m. The road gang had knocked off more than 2 hours ago, and the light was only just beginning to fade a little. An hour and a half to go, yet to the summer's balmy darkness, when the young people would wander hand in hand, and occasionally pause mouth to mouth in Lover's Lane. Or perhaps not until later, for tonight there was to be dancing at the barn. And for now, all should be peace and quiet out here in the fields, where the Luststone raised its veined dome of a head through the broken soil. All should be quiet, but was not. "Lever!" shouted King above the roar of the bikes, his voice full of scorn. "What the bleeding player you turned out to be! What the hell do you call this, then?" "The end of the bleeding road," one of the other bikers shouted. "That's where." "Is it ever?" cried someone else. Leather grinned sheepishly and pushed his Nazi-style crash helmet to the back of his head. "So I come the wrong way, didn't I?" "Hell's teeth! The sign said bleeding Athelsford, didn't it?" "Yours," King shouted. "Also no entry, and works in pro-bleeding Gress. Here, switch off, you lot. I can't hear myself think." As the engines of the 6 machines clattered to a halt, King got off his bike and stretched, stamping his feet. His real name was Kevin, but as leader of a chapter of Hell's Angels, who needed a name like that? A crude crown was traced in lead studs on the back of his leather jacket, and a golden sovereign glittered where it dangled from his left earlobe. No more than 25 or 6 years of age, King kept his head clean-shaven under a silver helmet painted with black eye sockets and fretted nostrils to resemble a skull. He was hard as they come, was King, and the rest of them knew it. "That's the place I cased over there," said Leather, pointing. He had jumped up onto the dome of a huge boulder, the Luststone, to spy out the land. "See the steeple there? That's Athelsford. And, comrades, does it have some crumpet?" "Well, jolly D," said King. "What we supposed to do, then? Ride across the bleeding fields? Come on, Lever, my son. You was the one rode out here and watched it over. How do we bleeding get there?" The rest of the angels sniggered. Leather grinned. "We goes up the motorway a few 100 yards and spins off at the next turning. That's all. I just made a simple mistake, didn't I?" "Yes," said King, relieving himself loudly against the Luststone. "Well, let's not make no more, eh? I gets choked off pissing about and wasting valuable time." By now the others had dismounted and stood ringed around the dome of the boulder. They stretched their legs and lit funny cigarettes. "That's right," said King. "Light up. Let's have a break before we go in." "Best not leave it too late," said Leather. "Once the mood is on me, I likes to get it off." "1 copper, you said," King reminded him, drawing deeply on a poorly constructed smoke. "Only 1 blue bottle in the whole place?" "That's right," said Leather. "And he's at the other end of town. We can wreck the place, have our fun with the girlies, be out again before he knows we was ever in." "Yeah," said one of the others. "These birds is a real thing, eh, Leather?" Leather grinned crookedly and nodded. "Built for it," he answered. "God, it's ripe, is Athelsford." The gang guffawed, then quietened, as a dumpy figure approached from the construction shack. It was one of Sykes' men doing night watchman to bolster his wages. "What's all this?" he grunted, coming up to them. "Unmarried Mothers' Convention," said King. "What's it look like?" The others laughed, willing to make a joke of it and let it be. But Leather jumped down from the boulder and stepped forward. He was eager to get things started, tingling, even itchy, with his need for violence.
"What's it to you, Baldy?"
he snarled, pushing the little man in the chest and sending him staggering. Baldy Dawson was one of Sykes's drivers and didn't have a lot of muscle. He did have common sense, however, and could see that things might easily get out of hand.
"Before you start any rough stuff," he answered, backing away, "I'd better tell you, I took your bike numbers and phoned them through to the office in Portsmouth."
He had done no such thing, but it was a good bluff.
"Any trouble, my boss will know who did it."
Leather grabbed him by the front of his sweat-damp shirt.
"You little—" "Let it be," said King. "He's only doing his job. Besides, he has an head just like mine." He laughed.
"What?" Leather was astonished.
"Why spoil things?"
King took the other's arm.
"Now listen, Level, me lad. All you've done so far is bog everything up, right? So let's bugger off into Bleeding Athelstone and have ourselves some fun. You want to see some blood? Okay, me too. But for Christ's sake, let's get something for our money, right?"
They got back on their bikes and roared off, leaving Baldy Dawson in a slowly settling cloud of dust and exhaust fumes.
"Young bastards."
He scratched his naked dome.
"Trouble for someone before the night's out, I'll wager."
Then, crisis averted, he returned to the shack, and his well-thumbed copy of Playboy. 4.
"This time,"
said Keelos with some urgency,
"I cannot be mistaken."
The two buried with him groaned, but before they could comment,
"Are you deaf? Blind? Have you no feelings?"
he scorned.
"No, it's simply that you do not have my magic."
"It's your magic that put us here." Finally, Hengit answered his charges.
"Keelos, we don't need your magic." "But the tribes do," said Keelos, "now more than ever."
"Tribes?" This time it was Alays who spoke. "The tribes were scattered, gone, blown to the four winds many lifetimes agone. What tribes do you speak of, old man?"
"The children of the tribes, then," he blustered. "They're children's children. What does it matter? They are the same people. They are of our blood, and I have dreamed a dream."
"That again?" said Hengit. "That dream of yours? All these thousands of years old?"
"Not the old dream,"
Keelos denied,
"but a new one. Just now, lying here, I dreamed it. Oh, it was not unlike the old one, but it was vivid, fresh, new, and I cannot be mistaken."
And now the two lying there with him were silent, for they too had felt, sensed something, and finally, "What did you see in this dream?" Alays was at least curious.
"I saw them as before," said Keelos, "with flashing spokes in the wheels of their battle chairs, except the wheels were not set side by side, but fore and aft, and helmets upon their heads, some with horns. They wore shirts of leather, picked out in fearsome designs, monstrous runes, sharp knives in their belts, aye, and flails, and blood in their eyes. Invaders. I cannot be mistaken."
And Hengit and Alays shuddered a little in their stony bones, for Keelos had inspired them with the truth of his vision, and chilled them with the knowledge of his prophecy finally come true. But what could they do about it lying here in the cold earth? It was as if the old wizard read their minds.
"You are not bound to lie here," he told them. "What are you now but will? And my will remains strong. So let's be up and about our work. I, Keelos, have willed it, so let it be."
"Our work? What work?" the two cried together. "We cannot fight."
"You could if you willed it," said Keelos. "And if you have not forgotten how. But I didn't mention fighting. No, we must warn them.
The children of the tribes. Warn them, inspire them. Cause them to lust after the blood of these invaders.
And before they could question him further,
Up, up, we've work to do,
Keelos cried.
Up with you, and out into the night to seek them out, the children of the tribes.
From the look of things, it was all said to be a full house at the barn. Ethel's Fordians, in their Friday night best, were gravitating first to the old stage for a warm-up drink or two, then crossing the parking lot to the barn to secure good tables up on the balconies or around the dance floor. Another hour or two and the place would be in full swing. Normally, Gavin McGovern would be pleased with the way things were shaping up, for what with tips and all, it would mean a big bonus for him, and his father at the pub wouldn't complain, for what was lost on the swings would be regained on the roundabouts. And yet, there seemed a funny mood on the people tonight, a sort of scratchiness about them, an abrasiveness quite out of keeping. When the disco numbers were playing, the girls danced with a sexual aggressiveness Gavin hadn't noticed before, and the men of the village seemed almost to be eyeing each other up like tomcats spoiling for a fight. Pulling pints for all he was worth, Gavin hadn't so far had much of a chance to examine or analyze the thing. It was just that in the back of his mind, some small, dark, niggling voice seemed to be urgently whispering, "Look out, be on your guard, tonight's the night, and when it happens you won't believe it." But it could simply be his imagination, of course. Or, and Gavin growled his frustration and self-annoyance as he felt that old obsession rising up again, it could simply be that Eileen had found herself a new dancing partner, and that since the newcomer had walked into the place they'd scarcely been off the floor. A fact which in itself was enough to set him imagining all sorts of things, and uppermost, the sensuality of women and sexual competitiveness, readiness and willingness of young men, and where Gavin's sister was concerned, much too willing. But Eileen had seen Gavin watching her, and as the dance tune ended she came over to the bar with her young man in tow. This was a ploy she'd used before. A direct attack is often the best form of defense. Gavin remembered his promise, however, and in fact the man she was with seemed a very decent sort at first glance, clean and bright, smartly dressed, seriously intentioned. Now Gavin would see if his patter matched up to his looks.
"Gavin," said Eileen, smiling warningly, "I'd like you to meet Gordon Cleary. Gordon's a surveyor from Portsmouth." "How do you do, Gordon?"
Gavin dried his hands, reached across the bar to shake with the other, discovered the handshake firm, dry, and no nonsense. But before they could strike up any sort of conversation, the dance floor had emptied and the bar began to crowd up.
"I'm sorry," Gavin shrugged ruefully. "Business. But at least you were here first, and I can get you your drinks." He looked at his sister. "Mine's easy," she said, smiling. "A lemonade, please."
And Gavin was pleased to note that Cleary made no objection, didn't try to force strong drink on her.
"Oh, a shandy for me," he said. "And go light on the beer, please, Gavin, for I'll be driving later, and one for yourself if you're ready."
The drinks were served, and Gavin turned to the next party of customers in line at the bar. There were 4 of them. Todd Baxter and Angela Mears, village sweethearts, and Alan Harper and his wife Val. Harper was a PTI at the local school. He ordered a confusing mixture of drinks, no two alike. Gavin, caught on the hop, had a little trouble with his mental arithmetic.
That's £2.
He frowned in concentration.
£3.47 on the button," said Gordon Cleary from the side.
Gavin looked at him and saw his eyes flickering over the price list pinned up behind the bar.
"Pretty fast,"
he commented, and carried on serving, but to himself he said,
Except I hope it's only with numbers.
Gavin wasn't on his own behind the bar. At the other end, working just as hard, Bill Salmons popped corks and pulled furious pints. Salmons was ex-Army, a parachutist who'd bust himself up jumping. You wouldn't know it, though, for he was strong as a horse. As the disc jockey got his strobes going again and the music started up, and as the couples gradually gravitated back towards the dance floor, Gavin crossed quickly to Salmons and said, "I'm going to get some of this sweat off. 2 minutes." Salmons nodded, said, "Hell of a night, isn't it? Too damned hot." Gavin reached under the bar for a clean towel and headed for the gents' toilet. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Eileen and Gordon Cleary were back on the floor again. Well, if all the bloke wanted was to dance, that was okay. In the washroom, Gavin took off his shirt, splashed himself with cold water and toweled it off, dressed himself again. A pointless exercise. He was just as hot and damp as before. As he finished off, Alan Harper came in, also complaining of the heat. They passed a few words. Harper was straightening his tie in a mirror, when there came the sound of shattering glass from the dance hall, causing Gavin to start. "What?" he said. "Just some clown dropped his drink, I expect," said Harper, "or fainted for lack of air. It's about time we got some decent air conditioning in this." And he paused as there sounded a second crash, which this time was loud enough to suggest a table going over. The music stopped abruptly, and some girl gave a high-pitched shriek. "We warned you," said several dark little voices in the back of Gavin's mind. What the hell? He started down the corridor from the toilets, with Harper hot on his heels. Entering the hall proper, the two skidded to a halt. On the other side of the room, a village youth lay sprawled among the debris of a wrecked table, blood spurting from his nose. Over him stood a Hell's Angel, swinging a bike chain threateningly. In the background, a young girl sobbed, backing away, her dress torn down the front. Gavin would have started forward, but Harper caught his arm. "Look," he said. At a second glance, the place seemed to be crawling with angels. There was one at the entrance, blocking access. 2 more were on the floor, dragging Angela Mears and Todd Baxter apart. They had yanked the straps of Angela's dress down, exposing her breasts. A 5th angel had clambered into the disco control box, was flinging records all over the place as he sought his favorites, and the 6th was at the bar. Now it was Gavin's turn to gasp, "Look!" The one at the bar, King, had trapped Val Harper on her bar stool. He had his arms round her, his hands gripping the bar top. He rubbed himself grindingly against her with lewdly suggestive sensuality. For a moment longer the 2 men stood frozen on the perimeter of this scene, nailed down by a numbness which, as it passed, brought rage in its wake. The angel with the chain, Leather, had come across the floor and swaggered by them into the corridor, urinating in a semicircle as he went, saying, "Evening, gents. This the bog, then?" "What the hell's happening?" thought Harper, lunging towards the bar. There must be something wrong with the strobe lights. They blinded him as he ran, flashing rainbow colors in a mad kaleidoscope that flooded the entire room. The angel at the bar was trying to get his hand down the front of Val's dress, his rutting movements exaggerated by the crazy strobes. Struggling desperately, Val screamed. Somewhere at the back of his shocked mind, Harper noted that the angels still wore their helmets. He also noted in the flutter of the crazy strobes that the helmets seemed to have grown horns. "Jesus, it's like a bloody Viking invasion," he thought, going to Val's rescue. It had looked like a piece of cake to King and his angels, a gift. The kid selling tickets hadn't even challenged them. Too busy wetting his pants, King supposed. And from what he had seen of the barn's clientele, pushovers. As soon as he'd spotted Val Harper at the bar, he'd known what he wanted. A toffee-nosed bird like her in a crummy place like this? She could only be here for one thing, and not a man in the place to deny him whatever he wanted to do or take. Which is why it came as a total surprise to King when Alan Harper spun him around and butted him square in the face. Blood flew as the astonished angel slammed back against the bar. His spine cracked against the bar's rim, knocking all the wind out of him. In another moment, Bill Salmon's arm went round his neck in a stranglehold. There was no time for chivalry. Harper, the PTI, finished it with a left to King's middle and a right to his already bloody face. The final blow landed on King's chin, knocking him cold. As Bill Salmons released him, he flopped forward, his death's head helmet flying free as he landed face down on the floor. Gavin McGovern had meanwhile reached into the disc jockey's booth, grabbed his victim by the scruff of the neck, and hurled him out of the booth and across the dance floor. Couples hastily got out of the way as the angel slid on his back across the polished floor. Skidding to a halt, he brought out a straight-edged razor in a silvery flash of steel. Gavin was on him in a moment. He lashed out with a foot that caught the angel in the throat, knocking him flat on his back again. The razor spun harmlessly away across the floor as its owner writhed and clawed at his throat. Seeing their angel at arms on the floor like that, the pair who tormented Angela Mears now turned their attention to Gavin McGovern. They had already knocked Todd Baxter down, kicking him where he huddled. But they hadn't got in a good shot, and as Gavin loomed large, so Todd got to his feet behind them. Also, Alan Harper was dodging his way through the now strangely silent crowd where he came from the bar. The angel at the door, having seen something of the melee and wanting to get his share while there was still some going, also came lunging in through the wild strobe patterns. But this one reckoned without the now fully roused passions of the young warriors of the Athelsford tribe. 3 of the estate's larger youths jumped him, and he went down under a hail of blows. And by then, Alan Harper, Gavin McGovern, and Todd Baxter had fallen on the other 2. For long moments there were only the crazily flashing strobes, the dull thudding of fists into flesh, and a series of fading grunts and groans. 5 angels were down, and the 6th, coming out of the toilets, saw only a sea of angered faces all turned in his direction. Faces hard and full of fury, and bloodied, crumpled shapes here and there cluttering the dance floor. Pale now and disbelieving, Leather ran towards the exit, found himself surrounded in a moment. And now, in the absolute silence, there was bloodlust written on those faces that ringed him in. They rolled over him like a wave, and his Nazi helmet flew off and skidded to a rocking halt at the feet of Police Constable Charlie Bennett, Athelsford's custodian of the law, where he stood framed in the door of the tiny foyer. Then the normal lights came up, and someone cut the strobes, and as the weirdly breathless place slowly came back to life, so P.C. Bennett was able to take charge. And for the moment no one, not even Gavin, noticed that Eileen McGovern and her new friend were nowhere to be seen. 5. Keelos was jubilant. "It's done," he cried in his grave. "The invaders defeated, beaten back." And, "You were right, old man," finally Hengid grudgingly answered. "They were invaders, and our warnings and urgings came just in time. But this tribe of yours, pah! Like flowers they were, weak and waiting to be crushed, until we inspired them." And now Keelos was very angry indeed. "You too?" he snapped like a bowstring. "If you had heeded me at the rites, these many generations flown, then were there no requirement for our efforts this night. But perhaps I may still undo your mischief even now, and finally rest easy." "That can't be, old man, and you know it." This time Alaise spoke up. "Would that we could put right that of which you accuse us. For if our blood still runs in these tribes,
then it were only right and proper. But we cannot put it right, no, not even with all your magic. For what are we now but worm-fretted bones and dust? There's no magic can give us back our flesh.
There is, Keelos chuckled then. Oh, there is. The magic of this stone.
No, not your flesh, but your will. No, not your limbs, but your lust. Neither your youth, nor your beauty, nor even your hot blood, but your spirit, which is all you will need to do what must be done. For if the tribes may not be imbrued with your seed, strengthened by your blood, then it must be with your spirit. I may not do it, for I was old even in those days, but it is still possible for you. If I will it, and if you will it, now listen, and I shall tell you what must be done.
Eileen McGovern and Gordon Cleary stood outside the barn in the deepening dusk, and watched the Black Maria come and take away the battered angels. As the police van made off down the estate's main street, Eileen leaned towards the entrance to the disco, but her companion seemed concerned for her and caught her arm.
"Better let it cool down in there," he said.
"There's bound to be a lot of hot blood still on the boil."
"Maybe you're right."
Eileen looked up at him.
"Certainly you were right to bundle us out of there when it started. So what do you suggest? We could go and cool off in the old stage. My father owns it."
He shrugged, smiled, seemed suddenly shy, a little awkward.
"I'd rather hoped we could walk together," he said. "The heat of the day is off now. It's cool enough out here. Also, I'll have to be going in an hour or so. I'd hoped to be able to, talk to you in private. Pubs and dance halls are fine for meeting people, but they're dreadfully noisy places, too."
It was her turn to shrug. It would be worth it, if only to defy Gavin. And afterwards she'd make him see how there was no harm in her friendships.
"All right," she said, taking Cleary's arm. "Where shall we walk?"
He looked at her and sighed his defeat.
"Eileen, I don't know this place at all. I wouldn't know one street or lane from the next, so I suppose I'm at your mercy."
"Well," she laughed,
"I do know a pretty private place."
And she led him away from the barn and into an avenue of trees.
"It's not far away, and it's the most private place of all."
She smiled as, once more, she glanced up at him in the flooding moonlight.
"That's why it's called Lover's Lane."
Half an hour later, in the barn, it finally dawned on Gavin McGovern that his sister was absent. He'd last seen her with that Gordon Cleary bloke. And what had Cleary said? Something about having to drive later? Maybe he'd taken Eileen with him. They must have left during the ruckus with the angels. Well, at least Gavin could be thankful for that. But at 11 o'clock, when the barn closed, and he had the job of checking and then shifting the stock, still she wasn't back. Or if she was, she'd gone straight home to the old stage and so to bed. Just before 12 midnight, Gavin was finished with his work. He gratefully put out the lights and locked up the barn, then crossed to the old stage where his father was still checking the night's take and balancing the stock ledger. First things first. Gavin quietly climbed the stairs and peeped into Eileen's room. The bed was still made up, undisturbed from this morning. She wasn't back. Feeling his heart speeding up a little, Gavin went back downstairs and reported her absence to his father. Burly Joe McGovern seemed scarcely concerned.
"What?" He squinted up from his books. "Eileen? Out with a young man? For a drive? So what's your concern? Come on now, Gavin. I mean, she's hardly a child."
Gavin clenched his jaws stubbornly as his father returned to his work, went through into the large private kitchen and dining room, and flopped into a chair. Very well. Then he would wait up for her himself. And if he heard that bloke's car bringing her back home, well, he'd have a few words to say to him, too. It was 12:15 when Gavin settled himself down to wait upon Eileen's return. But his day had been long and hard, and something in the hot summer air had sapped his usually abundant energy. The evening's excitement, maybe. By the time his father went up to bed, Gavin was fast asleep and locked in troubled dreams. Quite some time earlier, in the warm summer nights, Lover's Lane wasn't meant for fast walking. It was only 1.5 miles long, but almost 3/4 of an hour had gone by since Eileen and her new young man had left the barn and started along its winding ways. Lover's Lane. No, it wasn't the sort of walk you took at the trot. It was a holding hands, swinging arms together, soft-talking walk. A kissing walk in those places where the hedges were silvered by moonlight and lips softened by it. And it seemed strange to Eileen that her escort hadn't tried to kiss her, not once along the way. But he had been full of talk, not about himself, but mainly the night. How much he loved the darkness, its soft velvet, which he claimed he could feel against his skin, the aliveness of night, and about the moon. The secrets it knew, but couldn't tell. Not terribly scary stuff, but strange stuff. Maybe too strange. And so, whenever she had the chance, Eileen had tried to change the subject, to talk about herself. But oddly, he hadn't seemed especially interested in her.
"Oh, there'll be plenty of time to talk about personalities later,"
he'd told her, and she'd noticed how his voice was no longer soft, but somehow coarse. And she'd shivered and thought, time later? Well, of course there will be. Won't there? And suddenly she'd been aware of the empty fields, and copses opening on all sides, time fleeting by, the fact that she was out here in Lover's Lane with a total stranger. What was this urgency in him, she wondered. She could feel it now in the way his hand held hers, almost in a vice. The coarse, jerky tension of his breathing, the way his eyes scanned the moonlit darkness ahead and to left and right, looking for what? "Well," she finally said, trying to lighten her tone as much as she possibly could, digging her heels in a little and drawing him to a halt. "That's it, all of it. Lover's Lane. From here on it goes nowhere. Just open fields all the way to where they're digging the new road. And anyway, it's time we were getting back. You said you only had an hour." He held her hand more tightly yet, and his eyes were silver in the night. He took something out of his pocket, and she heard a click, and the something gleamed a little in his dark hand. "Ah, but that was then, and this is now," Gary Clemens told her, and she snatched her breath and her mouth fell open as she saw his awful smile. And then, while her mouth was still open, suddenly he did kiss her, and it was a brutal kiss and very terrible, and now Eileen knew. As if reading her mind, he throatily said, "But if you're good and do exactly as you're told, then you'll live through it." And as she filled her lungs to scream, he quickly lifted his knife to her throat, and in his now choking voice whispered, "But if you're not good, then I'll hurt you very, very much, and you won't live through it. And one way or the other it will make no difference. I shall have you anyway, for you're my girl Friday." "Gordon, she finally breathed, her eyes wide in the dark, heart hammering, breasts rising and falling unevenly beneath her thin summer dress, and trying again. "Tell me this is just some sort of game, that you're only trying to frighten me, and don't mean any of it." But she knew only too well that he did. Her voice had been gradually rising, growing shrill, so that now he warningly hissed, "Be quiet!" And he backed her up to a stile in the fence, pressing with his knife until she was aware of it delving the soft skin of her throat. Then, very casually, He cut her thin summer dress down the front to her waist and flicked back the two halves with the point of his knife. Her free hand fluttered like a trapped bird to match the palpitations of her heart, but she didn't dare do anything with it, and holding that sharp blade to her left breast, he said, "Now, we're going across this stile and behind the hedge, and then I'll tell you all you're to do, and how best to please me. And that's important, for if you don't please me, well, then it will be good night, Eileen. Eileen." "Oh, God! Oh, God!" she whispered, as he forced her over the fence and behind the tall hedge, and, "Here," he said, "here!" And from the darkness, just to one side of him, another voice, not Eileen's, answered, "Yes, here, here." But it was such a voice. "What?" Gary Clemens gulped, his hot blood suddenly ice. "Who?" He released Eileen's hand and whirled, scything with his knife. Scything nothing, only the dark, which now seemed to close in on him. But, "Here," said that husky, hungry, lusting voice again, and now Clemens saw that indeed there was a figure in the dark. A naked female figure, voluptuous and inviting. And, "Here," she murmured yet again, her voice a promise of pleasures undreamed, drawing him down with her to the soft grass. Out of the corner of his eye, dimly in his confused mind, the rapist saw a figure, fleeting, tripping, and staggering upright, fleeing, which he knew was Eileen McGovern, where she fled wildly across the field. But he let her go, for he'd found a new and more wonderful, more exciting girl Friday now. Who are you?" he husked as he tore at his clothes, astonished that she tore at them too. And, "Allays," she told him simply. "Allays." Eileen, running, crashing through a low thicket, flying under the moon, wanted to scream but had no wind for it, and in the end was too frightened to scream anyway, for she knew that someone ran with her, alongside her, a lithe, naked someone who for the moment held off from whatever was his purpose. But for how long? The rattle of a crate deposited on the doorstep of the old stage woke Gavin McGovern up from unremembered dreams, but dreams which nevertheless left him red-eyed and rumbling inside like a volcano. Angry dreams. He woke to a new day, and in a way to a new world. He went to the door, and it was dawn. The sun was balanced on the eastern horizon, reaching for the sky. Dave Gorman, the local milkman, was delivering. "Wait," Gavin told him, and ran upstairs. A moment later, and he was down again. "Eileen's not back," he said. "She was at the dance last night, went off with some bloke, an outsider. He hasn't brought her back. Tell them." Gorman looked at him, almost said, "Tell who?" but not quite. He knew who to tell. The Atholsford tribe. Gavin spied the postman, George Lee, coming along the road on his early morning rounds. He gave him the same message. His sister, Eileen, a girl of the tribe, had been abducted. She was out there somewhere now, stolen away, perhaps hurt. And by the time Gavin had thrown water in his face and roused his father, the message was already being spread abroad. People were coming out of their doors, moving into the countryside around, starting to search. The tribe looked after its own. And beneath the Luststone, Allays was back, but Hengit had not returned. It was past dawn, and Keelos could feel the sun warming their mighty headstone, and he wondered what had passed in the night. Was his work now done, and could he rest? "How went it?" the old wizard inquired immediately, as Allays settled back into her bones. "It went well, to a point," she eventually answered. "A point? What point?" He was alarmed. "What went wrong? Did you not follow my instructions?" "Yes," she sighed. But, And now it was Kilos's turn to sigh. Out with it.
I found one who was lusty. Indeed, he was with a maid, which but for my intervention he would take against her will. Ah, but when he saw me he lusted after her no longer, and I heeded your instructions and put on my previous female form for him. According to those same instructions, I would teach him the true passions and furies and ecstasies of the flesh, so that afterwards, and when he was with women of the tribe, he would be untiring, a satyr, and they would always bring forth from his potent seed. But because I was their inspiration, my spirit would be in all of them. This was why I put on flesh, and it was a great magic, a gigantic effort of will, except it had been a long, long time, Kilos, and in the heat of the moment I relaxed my will. No, he relaxed it for me, such was his passion, and he saw me as I was, as I am.
Ah, said Kilos, understanding what she told him.
And afterwards, did you not try again? Were there no others? There might have been others, aye. But as I journeyed out from this stone, the greater the distance, the less obedient my will, until I could no longer call flesh unto myself. And now weary, I am returned.
Kilos sagged down into the alveolate, crumbling relics of himself.
Then Hengit is my last hope, he said.
At which moment Hengit returned, but hangdog, as Kilos had once observed, and—
Tell me the worst,
the old man groaned. But Hengit was unrepentant.
I did as you instructed,
he commenced his story.
Went forth, found a woman, put on flesh, and she was of the tribe, I'm sure. Alas, she was a child in the ways of men, a virgin and innocent. You had said, let her be lusty, willing, but she was not. Indeed, she was afraid.
Kilos could scarce believe it.
But were there no others? Possibly, Hengit answered, but this was a girl of the tribe, lost and afraid and vulnerable. I stood close by and watched over her until the dawn. Then that is the very end of it.
Kilos sighed, beaten at last, and his words were truer than even he might suspect. But still, for the moment, the Luststone exerted its immemorial influence. Of all the people of Athelstford who were out searching in the fields and woods that morning, it was Gavin McGovern who found the rapist Clemens huddled beneath the hedgerow. He heard his sobbing, climbed the stile, and found him there. And in the long grass close by he also found his knife, still damp with dew. And looking at Clemens the way he was, Gavin fully believed that he had lost Eileen forever. He cried hot, unashamed tears then, looked up at the blue skies she would never see again, and blamed himself.
My fault. If I'd not been the way I was, she wouldn't have needed to defy me.
But then he looked again at Clemens, and his surging blood surged more yet, and as Clemens had lusted after Eileen, so now Gavin lusted after him, after his life. He dragged him out from hiding, bunched his white hair in a ham-like hand, and stretched his neck taut across his knee. Then 3 things occurred almost simultaneously. 1, a terrific explosion from across the fields where John Sykes had kept his word and reduced the Luststone to so much rubble. 2, the bloodlust went out of Gavin like a light switched off, so that he gasped, released his victim, and thrust him away. And 3, he heard the voice of his father echoing from the near distance and carrying far and wide in the brightening air. "Gavin, we've found her. She's unharmed. She's all right." P.C. Bennett, coming across the field, his uniformed legs damp from the dewy grass, saw the knife in Gavin's hand and said, "Well, take that, son." And having taken it, he also went to take charge of the gibbering, worthless, soul-shriveled maniac thing that was Gary Clemens. And so, in a way, old Keelos was right. For in the end, nothing had come of all his works, but in several other ways, he was quite wrong.